Ladies and gentlemen, as another attraction, we wish to present those Loco Americanos. We hope you like them too many. Thank you.
Hey, I hope you like us. I hope you love us. Welcome back. It is Monday, the 25th, and Johnny boy, this month is just flying out of the gate here. Yes, if you're joining us here right now, you're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we've saved you a front row seat right next to Johnny and myself. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is Opening Call. He's Beretta, and I'm Fred. And we've got a great big day for you today. Remember Beretta?
We're getting ourselves there.
Yeah, well, I'll be the bird. You can be the human. I like Fred. But anyway, yes, let's get busy here. We got a shortened week, but it's going to be a big week. All right, so let's keep the focus, keep the attention, and do the best we can. That's all we can do. So, like to say hello to our good friend, yes, that handsome man next to me, Mr. Johnny Key, the Hoagland. Morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday, November the 25th. As always, our focus on the opening call here is accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Good morning to the early birds in the chat. Scott Martin, first time I've seen Scott, I think, at the top of the list there. Art one time, Dan Trader, Cool Bash is here, Anastasio, Slippers, Yabbersmack, it's good to see you. Steve, Man Cave Trades, Walter, Rich, Nick Nichols, good morning, my good friend, Frizu, and John Jones, top of the list there. Good morning to all of you. We're so happy you are all here. Let's have a fun trading day today, huh?
Okay, I'm with you. All right, let's dig it in. Let's get to the news here, huh? Well, U.S. stock futures, we did see rise. If you're watching them now, boy, they took off this morning, continuing the previous week's positive tone and ahead of Thursday's Thanksgiving holiday. Yes, that's what we got here in the States. Thursday, Friday, we will not be here. We will be here for Thanksgiving holiday and family time. But anyway, Dow Futures was up 260 points, 0.6%. We saw the S&P climb about 25 points, at 0.4%, and the NASDAQ rose 90 points, or 0.4%. Benchmark posted positive last week. Dow was finished around 2%. S&P pretty much 2%, and the NASDAQ composite 1.7. Now, the main economic focus this week will be Wednesday's personal consumption expenditures price index. Johnny will talk a little bit about that. Recent stubborn inflation data had seen that the Fed is taking a cautious stance towards further interest rate cuts. Yes, you can never rely on what they say or what they mean. It just happens. So while the U.S. is due to release November data, we'll be watching this. But otherwise, Johnny, that's what I've got right now. And what do you got that you can add to this wonderful Monday, the 25th of November?
Well, Eddie, we've got just a few economic numbers here this morning. Nothing all that impactful. I'm already wearing my rally sweater, and it looks like the equities are obeying my rally sweater already. At 7:30 this morning, the Chicago Fed National Activity Index came out. It was expected to come out minus 0.2, and it came out minus 0.4. This is typically not a very impactful number. I'm not sure what's going on with the equities, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. 9:30 this morning, the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Survey is due out. 10:30, there are 3 and 6 month bill auctions at noon. There is a 2-year note auction. And really what we're looking forward to is the rest of the week because of the Thanksgiving holiday. Of course, nothing is happening on Thursday, very little happening on Friday. We'll take a look at all of these right now. All of this week's numbers are being packed mostly into Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday, we have Case-Shiller Home Price Index, FHFA Home Price Index, Consumer Confidence, new home sales, Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, a couple of bill auctions, short-term bill auctions, and the FOMC minutes coming out on Tuesday this week versus the usual Wednesday. That's at 1 p.m. on Tuesday. On Wednesday, the biggest day of numbers, we have, of course, mortgage applications. We have durable goods. We have GDP. We have international trade in goods. We have jobless claims. We have wholesale inventories, retail inventories, corporate
More,
profits, Chicago
more,
PMI,
more.
PCE numbers coming out at 9 a.m. Central on Wednesday. Now, this is based off of the Econo Day calendar. I'm not promising that these numbers are correct.
Oh my
PCE is
goodness.
7:30 number. Pending home sales also out on Wednesday. EIA petroleum status report coming out on Wednesday. A couple of bill auctions, 6-week, 8-week, 4-month. Nat gas also comes out on Wednesday. Baker Hughes rig count comes out on Wednesday. Everything comes out Wednesday. Of course, everything's closed on Thursday. There are a couple of smaller things that do come out on Friday. Farm prices. There's an early close for the New York Stock Exchange, noon Central Time, of course. There's an OPEC meeting that begins on Friday. Apparently, they're going to be using Zoom, which is the earnings that came out this morning, beating expectations on earnings per share, as well as revenues. VIX this morning down to 14.97. Down again. It was 16.74 at this time on Friday. Dollar index 106.65 last I checked. That's down from Friday's at this time 107.4. Yield on the 10-year coming off that recent high 4.32%, where Friday it was 4.4% for 2 straight days. Remember, it is Thanksgiving holiday. It is a shortened week. We're packing a lot of important information into the first half of this week. Don't forget, if you are a treasuries trader, treasuries are in rollover. Watch the volume roll over to the March contract when the volume trader in that March contract. Haven't checked to see if any of them are there just yet, but be aware of it, and we'll talk tomorrow about which ones actually rolled.
March is H for you, for those.
H5, 2025 already.
Really?
Holy smokes. Isn't there a 60 song in the year 2525? So we have another 500 years before we get there, but still seems strange to be year 2025.
Close
Holy
enough.
smokes. I'm getting old, man.
Yeah. We're getting old as we speak. Every vowel and consonant makes us older and older. And speaking of that, let's talk about crude. Yes, that even stuff that's older than us. Crude prices retreated today, handing back some of last week's hefty gains on increasing hopes for the ceasefire in the troubled Middle East. WTI dropped 0.7 to 70.73. Brent fell 0.7 at 74.14. Israel and Hezbollah were close in signing a ceasefire agreement to end hostilities in Lebanon. This is reported Sunday. Gosh, let's hope this goes through. We need all this crap. Lots of happening over the weekend. So keep our eyes and prayers on that one. But otherwise, both contracts gained around 6% last week, notching their biggest weekly gains since late September to reach their highest settlement levels since November 7th. That's what I've got on crude. And Gabe, can we get our new, fresh Topstep tip of the week? And there it is. Prepare to reinvent yourself. What does this mean, my God, man? Well, we do see the markets change each and every day, whether you're trading that same market. It has its same characteristics, but things change on that. I'm going to sort of like full circle this to adapt or die, right? You've got to sort of flow with what the market is doing. You got to flow with what the market wants to give us. And sometimes you need to reinvent yourself. You need to look at something outside the box. You need to look at something at a different view. And I'm talking about markets and the way they move. So keep that in mind. I mean, not a complete reinvent where you dye your hair green and get a tattoo on your forehead. I mean, it's a little extreme, but this is about trading. If you want to do that, by all means, go ahead. But that's what we've got here. Tip of the week. Johnny, what do you got that you can add to reinventing oneself?
I really like this tip of the week, Eddie, because I've had to reinvent myself in trading over the last 40 years more than Cher, Madonna, and Britney Spears combined. One of the biggest adjustments or reinvention was leaving the pit and moving on to screen trading. But
Oh
markets
yeah.
are always changing. You're always going to be reinventing yourself as you learn more about yourself and more about markets. It just seems to be something that happens naturally. We hope, but sometimes we may have to force ourselves to reinvent a little bit, and that's not a bad thing. So be prepared to reinvent yourself, because it is something that is, um, as markets change, as we grow, as we mature, as we get better, as we get smarter, as we get our decision making gets better, as we look at things in longer time frames. Of course, all of these things are going to cause you to reinvent yourself as a trader. Once you're onto something, of course, well, I'm onto that for as long as it works. But when things start changing, reinvent yourself.
You got it. You got it. Well, markets are rolling north. Crude taking a dump here early in the morning. And let's get to these. Let's get to the charts here, Johnny.
All righty.
These out of the way. So, what do you got for us today?
Okay. So, well, equities. We've got weekly kickoff high at 6,000, a big fat round number. There are visual targets above, of course. We'll take a look at those shortly on the 30-minute chart. That 6,000 number was just a big fat round number that everybody was kind of focusing on. And believe me, they have focused above it now. The all-time high, however, that occurred on the 11th of November occurred in the extended trading hour session. Extended trading hour all-time or recent highs or lows they tend not to be lasting highs and lows. Obviously, we can make an assumption or have a hypothesis that traders are currently focusing on taking out that all-time high that occurred in extended trading hour sessions. You can see I'm wearing my rally sweater already this morning, and it seems to be working its magic on the markets so far. Open interest. We added 16,000 contracts on Friday in the S&Ps on negative delta. That pushed to the upside on Friday, just basically moved value higher. It wasn't a highly aggressive. We talked on Friday about how range bound days have a tendency to help longer time frame traders accumulate or liquidate positions. If we look at the increase in open interest on Friday, we can then hypothesize that we had some longer time frame longs entering into long positions in the S&Ps with that negative delta, which was negative 7,700. The longer time frame traders that were sneakily buying in that range on Friday were buying it from speculators. They were buying it from shorter time frame traders who are now certainly being squeezed if they held on to those positions over the weekend. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. Let's see what we're looking at here this morning. All right. So we have a weekend gap. So in other words, the high was put in on Friday. We gapped above it, and we continue to see buyers coming into this market. We don't want to fight a gap that wasn't or isn't filled early in the session. We're seeing buyers here already. There are some visual targets that we were going to be looking at throughout the day. We have an afternoon pullback high. Those are from the 11th. The afternoon pullback high on the 11th was the day that the overnight put in the all-time high. This looks like it's going to be an interesting level for some sort of execution or some sort of confirmation that price is going to move above that level. We've got a lot of overnight longs in this market, and those overnight longs aren't the longer time frame. Those overnight longs, or possibly shorts getting squeezed out from Friday's session, are continuing to push price higher. If you are long, you are looking for buyers to continue to come in during the regular trading hour session. Overnight inventory is long. Remember that. Visual targets above, afternoon pullback high, all-time high. Again, occurring in extended trading hour sessions, aren't likely to be lasting all-time highs. Of course, we're just trying to put this market or these markets in context. No suggestion for purchase or sale of anything. Just putting some levels out there, putting some context into the market. Everything looks like it's coming up roses so far in the equities today. Remember, we do have a lot of economic information coming out on Tuesday and Wednesday that could change things And of course, we're keeping an eye on the news. If something happens, something weird, something good, something bad, it can certainly change the context of the market in a heartbeat. NASDAQ. Well, one gap closes and another one opens. We have a weekend gap and a session gap. That doesn't happen all that often in the equities, although it's been happening with greater frequency lately. So what do we have as far as levels to look for? Well, we have the September all-time high. This was the all-time high in the September contract. Obviously, we know where the December contract all-time high is. Is that going to be targeted? We also still have space to get to the weekly kickoff high. We're above weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. The S&Ps have been performing better to the upside. And we got a little bit of catch up to do, perhaps, here in the NASDAQ. Volume was okay on Friday. Let's get that here. I don't know where it went. Well, we won't worry about that right now. Volume was okay on Friday. We added 2,500 in open interest on negative delta again. Negative delta on an up day with an increase in open interest indicates an accumulation of perhaps new longs and longer time frame. Those new longs are currently getting paid. What do you think they're targeting? They're targeting the all-time high again that did occur in extended trading hour sessions. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. So here's our weekend gap and session gap. Well, session gap is actually going to be much bigger than that. But there's our weekend gap. We closed out the previous gap last night. If you're using overnight information to close gaps, that'll close that gap out. And we're seeing the market holding new overnight long inventory. We didn't really have much inventory as far as until the 7:30 numbers came out. If they had something to do with this, we're seeing buyers coming in this market already. Visual targets above. We have a naked point of control at 21,086. We have weekly kickoff high at 21,100. We have there's still lots more up above. There's an afternoon pullback high up at 21,210.50. And then, of course, we've got the all-time high right up here, approximately 21,339 in that neck of the woods. And again, it did happen in extended trading hours. Probably not going to be a lasting long. The profile on Friday, like the S&Ps, was a P-shaped profile, normal variation neutral, negative delta, long accumulation, value moved higher. I'm sorry, that was Friday. So value moved higher. We have almost a rising triangle or a pennant formation. We have even highs. We have higher lows all the way up on Friday, indicating, there were some buyers in that market, especially with the increase in open interest and the negative delta. Those longs on Friday are still getting paid. Overnight inventory that may be long, still getting paid. That's what they're looking for. So we're opening with a gap. We can't close the gap relatively early. We're looking for opportunities for continuation to the upside. Anything can happen, folks. Traders, we know this. ACH, anything can happen. Now, what about crude oil? Crude oil remains in a long time frame range. Rollover is officially over. Last week's high and weekly kickoff high, the upper extreme of the area of balance for the last month. We're going to call 7,200 that weekly kickoff high, the upper extreme of that balance. We're going to look at 6,690 as the lower extreme of that balance, which is the weekly kickoff low. Last week's high, last week's low, relatively close. So what did we do on Friday? We added 9,200 in open interest. But since the 14th, we've dropped open interest by about 45,000 contracts. Now, that can have something to do with rollover, but when we see price moving higher on lower volume, okay, of course, that can be also rollover related. Volume, in the December contract has held up relatively, the January contract has held up relatively well, but we lost a bunch of open interest. This was all short covering on the way up until Friday when we added 9,200 contracts. So finally, we got done with the short covering, and we've trapped a whole bunch of new longs up there. Now, there's hints of a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, and that of course is possibly going to put some fundamental downside pressure on crude oil. Technically, we're at the upper extreme of the area of balance. We might be looking for shorts up here. Fundamentally, if there is a ceasefire, that could be a good sign. And of course, we're all hoping for peace and praying for it. So we got to watch this. Crude oil has been a wily beast lately. Look at this. Look at this downside move after the open. Overnight inventory was relatively flat, but now we've seen sellers coming in. Maybe some more of that good news, hopefully, coming out. Tested down to Friday's low here, which the opening range was the low of the day. Friday's low, to be precise, was 69.72. We're taking that out now. We've got some visual targets down below. We don't really have any gaps in the area, but we do have a naked point of control down at 69.30. We've got another one down at 66.92, which takes us all the way down to weekly kickoff low. So if we're going to be following range-bound rules, range-bound looks at the low, rejects, rotates to the high, rejects, rotates to the low, rejects, rotates to the high, rejects. Are we going to see a full rotation back to the low end of balance? That would be sort of expected activity or expected behavior in a range-bound market. The profile, normal, variation day neutral. We had a late spike. No, that's not. That's gold. Sorry. The profile P-shaped. I spoke wrong. I was looking at the wrong thing here. We lost 6,500 in open interest, indicating short covering. My goodness. So yes, short covering continues here in the crude oil up near the upper extreme of balance. What does short covering do? It takes buying power out of the marketplace. We had a P-shaped profile indicating short covering, which is supported actually by a loss of 6,500 contracts. I'm looking at the wrong thing here, folks. It's Monday. Give me a break on that. So, we've got some visuals down below. The 69.30 would be an obvious early target. Now, let's look at the market I was looking at. Gold. All right. So, did we come too far too fast? I was starting to think that on Friday, but Friday we continued to push this market higher and higher, adding 9,200 in open interest. But on this push to the upside, we lost about 45,000 contracts. So this was not necessarily new buyers. This was people stuck short. We are coming into rollover also. So that also blurs the information that we're getting from the volume and open interest. We're seeing quite the pushback. Thinking Friday, man, we've come a long way in a short period of time. We need some sort of pullback, and it really looks like we're seeing that pullback now. We've covered two gaps on the way down here. What else are we going to cover? Been talking about the number of visual targets and weaknesses and structure on both sides of this market. Looks like we're going to be taking care of the downside first. All right. Here's Friday's session. Again, adding 9,200, bringing new longs into the marketplace up against the highs. I think I'm losing my mind today. I think I'm a little bit crazy, but overnight inventory was short. We have covered this gap. We have covered this naked point of control. We have covered this gap. We have covered this naked point of control. The next targets below, if this is going to continue to crumble, 26.30 a naked point of control. We've got another gap here between 26.24 half and 26.19 half, and then another naked point of control down below that at 26.1390, which basically is the weekly kickoff low. And there's still weaknesses in structure down below this market with which for this market to continue to target. There's lots of weaknesses above also. But again, it looks like we're going to be taking out the weaknesses below. The profile yesterday, I should say Friday, was normal variation neutral. We did put in a late spike higher on Friday, the base of the late spike right here at 27.0910. Opening below the base of a late spike indicates rejection of higher pricing. Wouldn't you say that the market is rejecting prices at higher levels and seeking to accept prices at lower levels at this point? I would say so. So I'm going to get my head together. I am going to take my deep breath. I'm going to remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered, and thankful in my trading today. And everybody, please, every day, pray for peace, and we will see what we've got going on today. Let's have a good market. Let's have fun. Let's make money.
Let's make money. Hey, coming up here, we've got Fast Market. Jerome D is going to be with us here. Returns to the show after making nearly $3K in his live funded account on Friday. Jerome, Coach Dakota. You saw Coach Dakota lock his funded account up Friday with 11.8 in the green. Let's see if Coach Dakota can continue kicking ass and not worrying about names. Hey, we're going to take a timeout here. We'll be right back with Fast Market. Johnny, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. Be right back. Wahoo. All right, let's get our opportunities in the gates. Going to be a lot this week. And I'm going to hit it. Let's say hello to our good friend, Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Hey, good morning, Eddie. Welcome, everybody, TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. We got number 28 on the big board in the house, Mr. Jerome. We got number 2 on the big board in the house, Mr. Dakota. We got Hoag in the house, and we are about to be open in 15 seconds. Again, this is abbreviated week for trading. It is a holiday week here in the States. So Monday through Wednesday, we just got to go pedal to the metal. All gas, no brakes. It's going to be a sprint, not a marathon this week, folks. And Hoag, here we go. We are now open again. Also, we're getting some headlines from the Middle East that there might be a ceasefire as well. You saw the big drop in oil, pop in NASDAQ and the S&Ps. Hoag, what are we seeing?
Seeing some sellers coming in right here off the open. Opening range in the S&P is 4.5 points right now. In the NASDAQ, probably much bigger than that. We're looking at opening range 31 points. What are all these sellers thinking? Dakota, where do we buy this thing?
This gap. Everyone's watching this gap. There's a lot of traders that were probably trading for this gap throughout the Asian session and London session that just kind of,
squeezed out.
Got squeezed this morning. And do all gaps get filled? Well, we're going to find out. I think this is going to be an interesting one because there's traders who are trading for this gap.
Dakota, come in.
Hello.
Dakota.
We lose
Hoag, I can hear you. And we lost
I can
him.
hear you.
Did we lose him?
Wow. The mountains.
Major Dakota.
Major Dakota. All right, let's go to Jerome. Jerome starting to see some sellers in the ES. 6020, 6,021 last trade, Jerome. Bullish or bearish there, or waiting for market gen information? Good morning, Jerome.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, and happy Monday. Hope everybody had a great weekend with this good news of ceasefire. Hoping so. I'm bullish today. I caught some longs overnight and during the London session for 1,000 profits on my live account right now.
Excellent.
So there has been a very bullish move the hour prior the open, half an hour prior. So let's wait to see which levels get closed on. We've crossed the 6,000 and we are around the 6,023.25 level around the ES. And it's a very big resistance support level that keeps getting switched between resistance and support. So let's see what happens. But I'm excited to have a buying opportunity today. So let's wait for the opening range, 15 minutes opening range to get set up, and then I'll hunt for longs.
Jerome, will you tell us those levels one more time, please?
VES, I'm looking at 6,023.25. And for the NASDAQ, I wanted to close above 979.
979, thank you.
Closing above this level, I will look bullish.
23 quarter in the ES and 20,979 in the NASDAQ. Dakota, you just got the bull behind you. What do we buy this
do.
sucker?
Yeah, that's the question, right? This market's resilient. It's been by the dip every single time we have a sell off like the previous week. It's just the same thing. It's the same thing over and over again. It's just like, oh, you know what? Everyone's panicking that we had a dramatic sell off. Well, next week we'll be back. Here we are, right back above, right around 21,000 here in the NASDAQ.
RTY making a new high here.
RTY, the Russell.
Russell, yeah, crude 76% long in the tilt. It's like the first time here that we've seen it sort of skewed that route.
Look at some of the other markets. We got gold seeing a nice sell-off after the news from the Middle East, again from a ceasefire. Last trade 26.45, covering about $4 off the lows there. And the gold, look at crude, like Eddie said, we got trade $70.04, $70.03 right now. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin didn't stay above 100,000 that long. We saw 100,000 print on Friday. Last trade in the Bitcoin futures, that is 97,350.
Wow, that's cheap.
There. It is cheap. Discount prices in the Bitcoin, Hoag. Wow.
Yeah,
Big
Bitcoin's not looking too good. Bitcoin is not looking too good right now.
I learned something. It respects big, fat, round numbers. Bitcoin respects big, fat, round numbers. Maybe a little bit more so than other markets, but I learned something when it hit
NVIDIA getting hit here early this morning. Already down 1.6%.
Last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,993. Those 979s. Jerome's got an eye on that price of 979. Last trade at 990.
We're having a very nice opening with a lot of volume. So right now the ES is a 13 points opening range and the NASDAQ roughly 70 points, 66. So we're having nice volume. I don't know what Hoag thinks about it, but for me it looks like a good day with good opportunities. So I'm going to be patient. Have you guys seen, and I'm asking this to the chat, the new amazing feature Topstep X has just released? It's the custom lockout feature. So let me share my screen.
All right.
Look at Jerome running the show. I like this.
Amazing.
You like it, Jerome?
I used it this morning. So let me just try to manage
this. Jerome.
Gabe. This way.
Gabe,
yes,
Jerome's,
perfect. Wonderful.
Jerome's doing your thing. Go ahead.
Do you have my screen, guys?
Let's do it. Have at it.
Do you have
cut the Jerome screen?
Do you have my Topstep X screen? Wonderful. So here on the top, you can see lockout ends in 9 minutes. So I locked myself out until the 15 minutes opening range gets printed, as I like during the AM session. and I traded before, so I locked in profit, so I don't give back the profits to the market or risk it. So this is an amazing feature. You can lock yourself out during a specific session, or you can either customize the amount of minutes or time you want to be locked out. So this is amazing. Thank you, Topstep, for putting this for us.
All right.
Yeah, you can even choose the sessions if you go into the settings.
Jerome, what's your
Exactly.
time?
I can't watch.
What's your time frame? What's your time amount of choice for the custom? You like to go with a 15 or a 30, or does it depend?
So for this one, I just locked out for 2 hours, and there's 8 minutes left.
Okay. Why'd you decide 2 hours?
Because it's 2 hours ago I finished the trade, and I wanted to lock myself out until 15 minutes after the US session, so I don't jinx myself into a losing trade or a losing movement.
I like the thought process behind it. Very cool. Well, we'll be doing another demonstration of it for those that aren't joining us. We'll do another demonstration here in a little bit. But yes, do custom lockout feature. You guys asked, we answered. Marcus 21,000 even last trade in the Nasdaq. 21,000.
Thinking about a short here in the Nasdaq.
Dakota's got okay.
Yep.
Why short, Dakota?
Video just keeps getting smushed.
Yeah, I mean, that was a decent sell-off to open, and I would really like us to at least go possibly fill some of that gap.
If you're shorting anything, I agree with the Nasdaq. It's definitely the weaker of the two.
Okay. Custom lockout feature, Jerome. Loving it already, but right now Dakota eyeing a short in the Nasdaq. Hoag says out of any of them, that is the weaker of them. The Nasdaq S&Ps.
Dow is pushing to 45,000. I mean, it's looking for pushing to it.
Okay. Seeing some buyers here in
No
the
setups
now.
yet, though.
New highs 60,037, 60,037 new high. Last trade in the Nasdaq or S&Ps, I should say.
New high in the Dow.
Dow pushing higher. S&P's pushing higher. Nasdaq lagging a little bit. They just Nvidia probably weighing it down a little bit. And while I got Eddie around there, I'm taking a quick peek. This is a shortened week, Eddie. Like I said in the open, it's going to be a sprint, not a marathon. What do we got for numbers today on this Monday, this holiday week Monday? Anything? Too much.
We don't have too much. I just pass the ball right back to you.
Oh, wow. A little give and go, Eddie. Nice.
Little give and go. Yeah, a little Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
10:30, we got a 3-month, 6-month bill auction, 12 o'clock, high noon. Jackie Cooper, we got a 2-year note auction. And New Zealand had its milk auction earlier today. But we're going to move on from that.
Wow. Eddie bringing his A game today.
Took me all week to write that one. Right. But you know what? Johnny indicated we've got like a big numbers Tuesday, Wednesday. Huge. So I'll leave those alone until we get there. But otherwise, back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Yes. Big numbers on Tuesday and Wednesday. Jam-packed week. On Thursday and Friday, we are off. Everyone's off. Take some time away. Enjoy the 4 days away.
Video taking a nice bounce off that low here.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything right now. It's just
here come the buyers.
Wait and watch and see. Here we go. Straight up. There's no opportunity to short it or I didn't even see a buying opportunity right there.
All right, Jerome, just putting in new highs here in the Nasdaq. Last trade 21,062, 063s. New print, new
now
highs
the
there.
opening range is 100 points, so that is beautiful for the afternoon. We're gonna have huge moves. It's gonna be great.
Gaps nothing's 100% in this market.
ECH, baby.
Gaps always close, Dakota asked. Gaps always close.
There's a huge resistance at 21,066. So let's see how the market appreciates this one. Does it get converted into support? Will we reject on it? I'm interested.
Where are you seeing that number
There's
from,
a big range
Jerome?
from. This is a big. So one of my lines I draw. So when I I put it in 4 pixels, a huge line. It means it's a huge level, and so it's a weak level. You can see on the 4-hour time frame, a lot of wicks have happened here. And if you switch to the 1-hour time frame, you can see that right here,
Yep.
you have a very clear bounce that has been very huge. And with all these weeks, you can sort of draw this area, and this is an area of interest that's been resistant here. And since then, we've not been able to come back there. So now we're breaking through it, and let's see if we can have a pullback or something like that. And I'll be interested in potential longs there. If we reject, it can be a great short as well. But the market is
about where I'm looking to. I'm looking closer to
control of 21,066. Not too far from your area there.
166.
No, 21,066.
Oh, 21,066. Yes, okay. That's that's Jerome level as
we
well.
We can kick off high as 21,100.
Okay, well, I mean, we're tracking for that.
Yeah, I like higher. Yep, I like those 90s to 115. 90s to 115. Based on that same idea. It's zone. That zone from November 12th to November 14th. There's a lot. That was all support. And so kind of at that zone where support could possibly become resistance. So let's just wait and see how we react. Like that's the only thing you can do, right? Like, I don't want to chase this market, and I don't want to just be shorting right here for this. It's bullish market.
Huge moves. Yeah,
bullish market indeed.
Bears are stuck.
Where do we get in? What's all-time highs in S&Ps? 58s, 59s, 6,050 something. We're not too far from all-time highs in S&Ps. We've could possibly get there
for
today.
The ES, I have 6,040 and half. Do you have something around this level, Hoag or Dakota? So it's interesting because it kind of rejected right before it. Yes. So if we break through it and confirm, I think we can have a very big upside move. Otherwise, there's going to be nice short opportunities.
What price?
6,040 and half.
Yeah, I see it. There's that wick from November 8th. 6,040s.
Correct. And we kind of rejected on November 11th at this level. And there's a huge area on the top, so it can go back up to 6,045. But the ES just rejected at 6,040, so...
Poll up in the chat here. What is your plan during this abbreviated trading week? Over 1,000 votes. Great to see. 59% saying business as usual. 35% saying take it easy this week.
Oh man, Bitcoin's getting hammered too.
Bitcoin is getting hammered.
Gold.
Bitcoin is getting hammered. Gold getting smashed. Last trade in the gold, 26.37. Bitcoin just broke beneath $97,000. Last trade, 96,000.
Do you think too many people were watching it for 100,000? It's like one of those where everybody was bullish, and when your taxi driver's talking about it, it gets a little too scary.
Exactly.
There was a big old sell wall over at 100,000 plus in Bitcoin, which was interesting.
Sure was. There actually is levels, resistance. Big fat round numbers in the Bitcoin. How about it?
That does take some cojones though to put, like, I think there were like on Coinbase over 1,000 Bitcoins right at 100,000 on the offer.
Oh, I'd
be scared.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. All right, more buyers coming in here in the NASDAQ. And high of the day in the NASDAQ, 21,081. 081. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 21,070. So about 10 points off the highs there. S&P's 3 points off the highs there. Last trade is 6,036. 60.36. Nothing really on the tilt. Nothing really.
Can I ask something, Hoag, please?
Please?
Yeah.
Do we have single TPOs on the downside? Because I wouldn't be surprised to have a very big downside move before, but since still in the opening range, and then we push back up. Because the market is not overbought yet a lot, but I would be very surprised we push without going down. What do you think?
Well,
Even though I'm tempted to long.
I mean, as far as the daytime frame, it's all single ticks. We're in the first half hour. Down below the gap, you could consider those. I consider those like single TPOs. There was no time, no volume spent there in regular trading hours. But if we want to look at overnight, yeah, overnight TPOs, when it left the most of the range to the upside, the overnight TPOs in NASDAQ were 20,987 down to 981. So we've looked there. We tested to the point of control from the overnight session, which the TPO point of control
I'm
was
short 5 NASDAQ.
20,962.
Short 5 NASDAQ.
Short 5 NASDAQ.
Price you get.
056. 056.
56. Dakota jump in there. Short net 5 and Q 21,056. Mr. Dakota number 2 on the big board. Going short from 56 in the NASDAQ. What's the risk there, Mr. Dakota?
85.
Thank you.
See if we get a pullback. Do we jump in on this? Maybe a late to the party now.
Yeah, if we could get a little bit of a bounce, you could jump in is valid.
Yeah, I'm working an offer at 56 right now 3 times. Jack, you in on this?
Not if you're working an offer, Hoag. It's all yours.
Okay.
Baby.
Working 56 is short 5 and Q 21,056. Mr. Dakota. Bitcoin still selling off. Closing in on 96,000 even. Last trade 96,350. 350 last trade.
Jack, you can execute if you want to, buddy.
Hoag, it'd be so much more fun for the people on the screen to see you slinging this. So I'm leaving it to you.
Look at this. There's a
All
big
right.
kumbaya on this Thanksgiving week. I like it.
Closed off
Vibes.
one
Sweet.
at 32. I closed one at
Yeah,
32.
Wonderful.
It traded 56 and we didn't get filled.
Oof.
What?
I cancel it now.
Live account.
Yellow.
Live account. That happens, right?
Yup.
Closed off another
Trade
one
out.
at 28.
Let's trade Dakota.
Wonderful.
We got anchored VWAP on the 5-minute chart coming in at 21,027. 21,027. $25 on the
Let's see if we
3-minute
can
chart.
push back to 21,000.
Nothing on the tilt here in ES or NASDAQ. We got 64%
Close
short.
another
in
one off at
NASDAQ.
22.
Nice. Dakota.
I'm going to start trailing my
Beautiful
my
trade.
CYA, my stop loss.
COIA trailing. Moves trailing the stop down along while he's short. Sell off continues in Bitcoin.
Dakota, I know you're focusing on this trade, but very interested in seeing or hearing what kind of signal put you in this trade.
Yeah, I'll go through it.
Still
Close
selling.
another one off right there at 18.
Nice trade. Number 2 on the big board.
Couldn't quite get to that naked point of control, 21,086. What doesn't
That's
have
right,
I'm happy.
memory?
I'm done with that one right there. Close it out at.
That's right.
Nice.
Who do you think you are? I am.
All right. You want me to review why I got short, huh?
Yeah, let's
what's
check it
the
out.
P&L? What's the P&L really quick, Dakota, on that one?
5,100. 5,100.
Beautiful.
Go ahead.
That's why he's the GOAT, guys.
Jerome,
Oh, no.
easy 5 Gs.
I'm
Easy
About it,
done.
right?
Yeah, I'm flat. I'm flat now at 010 was my last cover.
Now we
We
can
went
look
010.
for longs, I think. We've had a flush of 50 points and more. I mean, that's wonderful.
That was 50 points. Real quick.
Nice trade,
Yeah.
Dakota.
Yeah, but I mean, we kind of just talked about it, right? Where you brought it up, Jerome, where on the hourly chart or previously we were just talking about that. This zone, this is a major zone that was major resistance, or this was major support back on November 11th to November 14th. And so we don't know exactly the price where it will turn around, but we know that if the market does have a pullback, it would make sense to pull back off that price. And sure enough, I mean, take a look at this wick and this candle. And so that was part of where I was looking. I was like, okay, maybe there's going to be a short opportunity. We don't know where, we don't know when. This is a very bullish market. It's hard to short such a bullish market. I mean, we could easily turn around and go all the way down and fill that gap, but I'm happy with see profit, take profit, especially going counter trend because this market's so bullish.
Sure.
So that was number one for me. Number two on this 5-minute chart, we had, look at this market now, testing 21,000 and pushing lower. Yeah.
Oof.
Here we go. It's dumping. Wow.
Ooh, baby.
Wow. Okay.
Top
yeah.
10.
So anyway, everyone knows that I like a 3-bar reversal. So everyone also knows I like to get in early before the 3-bar reversal to have a better risk reward. So that's what I was kind of looking for on the 5-minute chart. But what triggered me was over here on the 100 tick chart, right? We broke through this pivot. We broke through into those 21,080s. We sold off. We broke through this pivot at 21,061. We rallied up. We had kind of a little bit of a double top. We failed to make a higher high. And then as soon as we broke through this support at 2159, I got in short. I got in short right here at 56. Right here at 56. Looking for a continuation down. And we got it. And here we are at another 50 points lower. We're 100 points lower from that short.
A nice trade, man.
It was. Jerome, nice
Great
level
job.
there. A real quick upper left-hand corner of the screen. See the hashtag fast markets. Use hashtag fast markets or hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Also give us a follow on X. Share your memes, your swag, performance dashboard, analytics, any trader wins you want to share with us at TopstepTV. Got hashtag power hour. Turn those around to you this afternoon during power
Should
hour.
have left a runner. Yeah, it's always that, right?
Yeah.
Insight. It's a beautiful jug. We could short a bounce. We can short a bounce looking for a gap fill.
I think we can have the gap fill. But I won't trade it,
Here we-
I don't think. But there's a lot of stops overnight right in this zone. So
Here we go. Are we going to fill this gap?
There it is.
What's the price?
There's the top of it.
What's the price to fill the gap, guys?
880, 878.
All right.
70,880. Top of the gap, 70,928 and a half.
880.
Pretty much our overnight low there. Yeah, of course it is.
That's
the
a nice
question.
bounce.
Nice pop there, huh?
The longs had stops.
23.
That's where I would have had my stop if I
That's,
was a long from overnight.
Gap fill.
You could short in the hole.
This is not news driven,
if-
right? There's no news happening right now.
Question, Jerome. Eddie, you got anything on the wire there?
Take a look right now.
We're not seeing anything.
I'm not seeing anything.
Well, the bounce itself over the weekend, 10-year yields were getting crushed on the hope that the new Treasury Secretary, chosen by Trump, would taper some of the tariff stuff, which led to everything jumping higher. Eddie was talking about the Russell earlier. That's the most sensitive to rates.
There you go.
Maybe some overenthusiasm. We shall see.
He's hell-bent on these tariffs, huh?
Okay, I'm going to vote for selling a bounce. The question is, how big of a pullback can we get, and are we going to fill this entire gap?
You're looking for a short?
Yes. Yep. I'm going to look for a short on some type of a bounce.
Dakota looking for a short.
There's a little bit of news.
What do you got?
Is there?
That's unconfirmed, Of course. Somebody is reporting on X that the UK and France may deploy troops to Ukraine. Of course, reports are still to
Hoag.
be confirmed.
Hoag. Who on X?
Who knows? I don't know. That actually came
Let's
across
not.
financial juice, though.
It's
Okay.
over financial juice here.
Who was it? Who was the source? I didn't see it.
It's
But if that's the
unconfirmed.
case, that includes NATO.
You could short these 50s. I'm looking for maybe a possible short in these 50s.
Okay.
The thing is, 56.25 is the low of the opening range, and
Oh,
so it's either a buy or a long from there. But I think this is the level around, and we have the 200 EMA on the 5-minute time frame around 40, 46. So yeah, I think this is the zone where we'll have either a reversal or a continuation.
yeah. Well, we touched the
The,
50s for a moment.
Very illiquid right now.
Yeah.
Pretty thin, Hoag.
Yes, very thin.
I'm tempted to long. I don't know. What would be the
Long.
stop? Stop would be
Test it with a one lot.
perhaps 2. But
Going big.
that the stop would be too big for 2 lots. I don't know. Let's see. It's hesitating around this range. We have a lot of sellers. Perhaps a continuation. We are back at 6,000, above 6,023.25 on the S&P. So I think this is the retest. And if we break below this level again, we will try to visit 6,014.5. If we break and close below 23.25, I would be inclined to short with you, Dakota, because that would mean we are rejecting acceptance of price above what we've been through, and buyers have been paid the whole night and the whole London session almost. So if sellers are back in, I bet it's a big chance for us to get paid as well. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm bearish right now until we fill this gap or we see some type
Right.
of bottoming pattern. I mean, to me, that wasn't enough of a gap fill, and we could very well see some type of continuation down.
One
But
more.
anything can happen, right? I mean,
Wants
if
more.
I was long overnight, I mean, that's where I'd put my stop. I mean, there's probably a lot of stops right there at those 920s, and we just ran them. And there's probably a lot of people who were getting short to see if we could fill that gap, and they're probably, in an upside down position because they were trying to short for this gap fill. So there was a lot. Like that was a key point. These 920s. Right now we're holding it, but I do like a short to see continuation down to maybe try and fill this gap. Like that's still a big gap. Like this is a big gap. Everyone's looking
it is.
at. Everyone's probably seeing it, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
When you guys do know, everyone's cognizant of that gap on the Sunday reopen. Would you guys just rather it gets filled and get that out of the way, as opposed to just have it
Yes.
lingering all day?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I would.
yeah. Exactly, 100%. Because I mean, they don't have to get filled the same day. I see traders in the chat talking about it, but it's a lot better just to get it out of the way. Get done with it, move on. It's a short week.
It just leaves weak structure below the market. You don't know when it's gonna go until it does.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Right.
Yeah, those 50s for the short again. That's okay. I missed it.
Here we go. More selling coming in here. Last trade 20,919 in the Nasdaq. Low of the day 912. So about 2 points, putting in new lows here. S&P's targeting new lows as well. Still about 8 points off those.
I think it hurt us.
Yeah, it did.
Shorts are
There's some of
valid.
the news here floating
anywhere,
around
actually.
here in chat.
What do you got, Eddie?
Talking about the Israeli cabinet to convene tomorrow to discuss the ceasefire with Lebanon, Israel. This is coming from Israel's Channel 12. And I thank those that posted that in there. We got it on Juice also. So keep an eye on that tomorrow. They got this plan. Back to you, Andre.
We got a lot going on tomorrow and Wednesday.
Boy. Pedal to the metal, yeah.
We do.
Bitcoin.
Shorts are still valid.
Short still valid. Short still valid in Bitcoin. Now beneath 96,000, 95,800. 800s last trade. 95,800 last trade in Bitcoin. Crude seeing some sellers now beneath $70 last trade. $69.73. Nasdaq leading the way down. New lows just put in 20,910. Now 906 is trade. Can we get to the 900 evens? Get the gap filled. 878. 878 downside protect would get the gap filled from the Sunday reopen. We got some room to go.
Okay, this is last week's high. 20,905.75. Is it right? Yep. Yep. Last week's high.
We filled some more gap. It's still shorts. Looking for shorting bounces to me.
Dakota, what do you think the odds are we're going to have another one of those V-shaped bottoms here today?
Ooh.
I think it's
In
less likely this
the pattern.
That has been. I mean, I don't know, Hoag. I don't know on that aspect. I
Who
mean,
knows, right?
the trade's been pretty straightforward, to be honest. Like this type of market, it's been higher lows, higher highs. We could easily come down to the bottom of this trend line and maybe get down to 20,800s, 20,750s, and we are making higher highs. Like this has been the trend. Like higher lows, higher highs, kind of in this channel. And nothing's perfect. It looks ugly. It's not a perfect channel, but yeah, I'm looking for this to continue this week. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't continue.
Mm-hmm.
And we just made the higher high. So now it's time to go make the higher low, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
S&P NASDAQ tilt. I got 71% short NASDAQ in the tilt, 71% also in the ES tilt.
Yes, it is. It's getting a little bearish here.
Gold just continues to barrel to the downside.
Yeah, I want to see a 20% pullback on Bitcoin.
20%. Wow.
Yeah, that's normal for Bitcoin.
Do we get a little overextended there, Dakota?
I think we got a little overhyped. When everyone's talking about Bitcoin, right? Everyone it was almost guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
Like they were even putting on news channels like Monday 100,000. Like it was as good as guaranteed in a lot of people's books. So usually when that's the case, it could get a little bit shaky. But I don't know if Bitcoin's going to be a normal market, right? I'm talking about a normal market, and Bitcoin is the furthest thing. I don't know it.
Normal.
I don't know Bitcoin as well as I know, this equity markets.
White Curtis in the chat. No, it was Kramer. I think Dolby put it in there on Friday in our Slack.
Oh, yeah.
I see the best asset right now. Kramer did it. Called the tops. Tops are in. Thank you, Jim Kramer.
He's got a gift.
Dude, it's wild how bad he is at this thing.
Yeah, it's his job is the gift.
It is.
But it also depends on the time frame, right? I think some trader, I don't know. I have my opinion about that, but
what's your opinion, Dakota? You got time?
Yeah, no, I think it's hard to judge people. I mean, it depends on your time frame. I don't think I've ever seen. Maybe I'm wrong because I don't watch it very much. Is like if Kramer's like, yeah, buy Bitcoin, it's going up by this date, would be one thing. But if his perspective is like, yeah, I like Bitcoin, it's going up over a long period of time. I shared on the news that there's people giving out loans, so people could buy Bitcoin.
Oh boy!
And that I don't know how I feel about that. If people are going to take out a loan to buy Bitcoin,
Oh boy.
It's a house of cards.
And have that connected to your mortgage. Not
Yikes.
something I
Yeah.
would
Then
want.
yeah. Then the top is in. Top is definitely in. Okay. Jerome, you're still looking for a short. You're still looking for a long. Your level
No,
of
for
20
long.
long, my friend. Thank you.
I'm looking for a long at 44.25. And I just put a limit order on that for 2 contracts.
20,944.
Let's see if we
Long.
get filled.
So you put a buy stop there for a breakout to the upside.
Correct. That is also the flip of the new candle that just opened at 10. Sorry, at 9. So there could be huge volume if we get back in the opening range. So that could be a quick scalp. Let's see.
What is it? What size opening range are you looking at?
The 15-minute one. So the
15.
low
Okay,
is
so 15-minute opening. Got it.
25. So I just got filled. I just got at 44.50.
4450. Jerome Long 2 NASDAQ from 20,944.50. Jerome Long 2 NQ from 944.50. Thank you. Where's your stop, Jerome?
I like it.
Stop would be like between 7.23. Let me check.
23s. Okay.
This is coming over the wire here. Beep, 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 beep. U.S. has informed Lebanese officials that ceasefire could be announcannounced within hours. Right, this is coming from a Lebanese official. Senior Israeli officials confirm the Israeli Security Cabinet. They're talking tomorrow, but they're coming from the Lebanese official here, White House, informing could happen within hours.
All right.
Let's hope that's the case. We'll see what happens. Eyes on the prize. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Yep. Keep our eyes on the news headlines coming out. Sounds like
Can
a
we have
ceasefire.
volume?
Okay, Jerome, talk to us.
Can we have volume on the reflip? Can S&P break above 23.25? That is the question.
You're long on the NASDAQ, right? From 944?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I like that long. 3-bar reversal. We had a run and filled a decent portion of the gap. And now we got a 3-bar reversal. So I do like it. It's always a little hesitant when we don't fill the gap completely.
Well, do we take this in the house?
$945's last trade. Got bear flag written all over it.
I would be hesitant taking it on the house account.
Yeah, we haven't done anything.
Yeah, it just got flushed.
Okay.
Just get crushed here. Watching Nvidia just dragging along the bottom here.
Huge flush.
I'm scraping sparks.
20,919 last trade.
Close
the 899.
That Sunday gap could be very powerful. Like, it doesn't always have to get filled because anything can happen, but it's pretty clear and obvious right now. Like, there's a lot of people seeing it, and so I'm always hesitant getting in long until it's filled. But yeah, anything can happen. I've seen plenty of gaps where we just fill a percentage of it and then we rally.
Well, it looked like the market gave us a little bit of a head fake there. It looks like we were going to go for the 878. 20,878 would be gap close. Low of the day, 20,899. So still 20 points of work to go. If we want to continue, here we go. Just flush out right there. New lows put in on the NASDAQ. ES as well. Definitely some stops there. Let's trade 20,906 in the NASDAQ.
Someone says
Bitcoin's
why I
still
want a
some-
20% pullback, on Bitcoin. I was going to Bitcoin too, Andre.
It's going.
This is why I wanted 20% Bitcoin. I don't own Bitcoin. I'm not short Bitcoin, so I have no position. But I would like to be long Bitcoin. I want to get long with a reasonable price, but looking at these pullbacks, like that's 25% right there. That's 25% pullback. That seems like it's normal. This next one, 29%. And so it looks like,
Wow,
this one's
more
about
sellers.
18%. That's a decent pullback. So if we get, a 15 to 20% pullback on Bitcoin, then I'll be pretty attractive to getting in. And, if I measure it from where we were at, that puts us pretty dang close to the mid to lower 80s. And so I'd be a buyer of Bitcoin looking for maybe some longer term stuff.
Dakota looking for around 80,000
Yeah.
in the Bitcoin.
You want to get
Yeah,
long,
like-
but you want to be smart about it.
Like you said,
Yeah, I'm not
earlier,
going to be getting
Dakota,
long when everyone's hyping a target.
No.
It was hype, and I think that's why we hit where we hit. The FOMO, 100K. I mean, you almost expect a pullback here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey,
Here we go.
something's worth whatever
let's
someone's
fill the
willing to
gap.
pay for it.
Almost did it there, Hoag. Low days in the
Almost.
NASDAQ, 20,882. We're selling here in the S&P's last trade, 6,010. 6,010. Low of the day, 6,008.
Here we go.
It's really heavy today.
Hit it.
We did.
Hit it.
What price we need? 878, Hoag?
Gap
I've got it
fill.
at 880. Just put in the low. Now we got it.
All right, there we
for
go. All
sure.
right, gap has been filled.
Okay, business as usual now.
Business as usual. Where do we buy?
Let's
Would you
go.
look to take a long? Would you look to take a long? Or is this news driven, guys? We're not seeing headlines. We are seeing the ceasefire headlines.
I mean,
Can I have my
that would be good
short?
news, wouldn't it?
You would think
Good
so,
news
right?
is bad
They
news.
did it, sure.
Yeah. So maybe it's something else. Maybe.
Yeah. See.
See, Bitcoin trade beneath 95,000. See, now trading 94,965. I should
You
say
dirty rat. Ah.
5,000 even.
Oh, man.
All right, gap is closed
Lost them
in
off.
the Nasdaq. Dakota still has the bear behind him. Jerome, are you flat or are you still in that position?
Oh, I'm flat. Yeah, I'm flat.
He's flat. Okay.
I stopped. So minus 900.
Minus 900 on the
Still
P&L.
at
Thank you, Jerome. Good risk management.
I have a question for like all of us. The gap has been filled on Nasdaq, but apparently not on S&P. So how do you think in these cases? What goes through your mind? Are you waiting for the gap to be filled on the S&P as well, or
A lot of
like?
work.
Let's see. I typically don't
S&P's
trade
been the
correlation,
stronger.
but
59.92.
yeah, you're right.
59.92.
Gap hasn't even
fills.
started to get filled on the S&P, right?
No, it hasn't.
Yes.
Interesting.
But the Nasdaq's done. It's filled.
Did all the work.
Yes.
Different markets. Yeah, we filled that gap, and now we're bouncing.
We did. Last trade 20,900, about a 30-point bounce there in the NASDAQ. Off the lows. Gold trading about $3 off the lows of the day, 26.34. Crude hanging
Like
out
bounce
just
off of there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Nasdaq bounced at the finish of the gap, and S&P's bounced at the top of the gap.
Yes.
What an interesting thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I still think there's downside in this market.
Room.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Nvidia just dragging along the bottom. 137.20 last I see.
Anne Marie says a continuation down to settlement. Where's settlement in the NASDAQ?
Settlement in the NASDAQ is 20,849 in the orders. This yellow line right here.
849.
Okay.
All right.
These NASDAQ levels. Got to pay attention to these NASDAQ, these top step levels.
Speaking of Topstep
This
levels,
Topstep,
thank you.
this Topstep levels are pretty
Yeah.
pretty spot on lately.
In the top of the chat, you'll see Topstep daily levels up, like Dakota was just mentioning. I certainly have them up. Hoag will be referencing them. Hell, you can even overlay them on your chart on Topstep X. Yeah, and you see the Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat.
Got them on there, right there. Look at that.
There you go. Very cool.
Dakota's got
I
them
put them on
there.
every once in a while. I don't use
You
indicators.
did that for
but,
TV. You did that for TV, Dakota.
No,
You
I
don't
do.
have
I really
VWAP.
do it
You don't have
sometimes
VWAP
for
on
my
your
slow
charts.
market.
Okay.
Because I'm not that great at knowing what's the settlement, what's the value area high, or any of that. The less work I have to do, the better it is.
Better,
So
right?
if you guys are going to do the work for me, why not?
Why not?
Well, the Nasdaq filled the gap, and here we are, holding above 900s again.
You gonna get a 3-bar reversal here?
It would be above 924, 925, but that 3-bar is just so wide. It's hard to manage risk on that one.
928.5 is the other end of the gap.
S&P seen about 11-point bounce off the lows that were just put in. Last trade 6,016, 6,016. Bounced
That's
off
a
6,000.
55.5 minute candlestick, and that's just way too much risk for what I like.
These buyers here.
Someone says, "Why am I not locked out yet?" Because we're seeing some good volatility. We're seeing. I like this volatility that we're seeing. If we do start to slow down, or if I start to see price
915.
action I don't like right now, then yeah, I'm going to lock myself out. But as of right now, no. This market's still trading good. We're not even an hour into the open. But yeah, I understand that there's nothing wrong with just closing it out and being done for the day. I mean, there's no time, right? Time does not equal profits in this market. You get paid by your decisions, not by the time you spend in front of your computer monitor. So there is some level of validity to just being done for the day.
I mean, it is a pretty good day already, isn't it, Dakota?
Yeah, it started last night. I posted on, or even asked last night during slow markets. I was talking about long on the Nikkei, and then after my class, I posted on Twitter or X about a trade that I was looking at, talking about risk management and taking advantage over overnight volatility, and it worked out pretty dang well. So I'm starting my day off already. I was already up like 1900 to start this session, and that one trade was kind of a cherry on top. 2 trades today, up 5,000. Quality over quantity.
Dakota, how are you liking being on social media?
Hoag, you would be
Loves
surprised. I'm enjoying it. Like,
really?
It's yeah. I think it's because I'm looking at it from a different aspect from when I was, I say younger. It was more about drama and girlfriends and boyfriends and this and that. And there's still a lot of drama, as we know. But I'm liking the conversations that have been held. Like Peter Brand, I think his last name is, had some great conversations. My first post, he called me a scammer, and then
what?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I was like, all right, whatever. My very first post, this guy has 500,000 followers. Just calling me out.
Poor guy.
And then I was like, wow, okay, I don't know who this guy is. And then I was like, I understand your feelings. Let's have an open conversation. And now he's been very supportive and some very great conversation with him. And that's the same with a lot of traders. So I've really enjoyed it from that aspect. There's still always the occasional troll or drama or negativity, but
those are Bears fans, right? Yeah.
I was actually teasing Dobie because I was joking with him. I was like, he must have like that auto post where you could just set a timer on it every Sunday after the Bears game. Just painful. But Bears are trending up, right? Last week they lost by 3. This week they made it to overtime, and they're covering the spread.
I know what you're doing there, Dakota.
Don't matter.
I know what you're doing.
4 games they should have won.
Betting against the Bears have not been profitable. They're covering the spread, so that's a win
for who?
They're
for the bettors. Yeah. But the last 3 games, they've lost the game on the last play. So how disheartening is that being a Bears fan?
It is, but if you're looking at your future, you guys went to overtime against the Vikings. So, and you were in a position to win against the Packers. So, I mean, an L is an L, but like it's still a
thank you
good
for the
game.
sympathy. Thank you for
Thank you, Mr. Dakota.
Dakota, so kind.
Man.
It's gonna be okay, guys.
I'm giving you guys props for having a decent quarterback and playing better.
We do have a decent
than
quarterback. He is a decent quarterback. He ain't the problem. Last trade in gold, just putting in new lows, 26.32. About a buck off the lows there. Buyers did step in the ES. Jerome asked the question. Still got to fill the gap in the ES. NASDAQ gap has not been filled.
Yes, Dan. Well,
Yeah.
RTY new high.
Ooh.
My guy. Let it fly.
If we never even get into the gap in the S&Ps, I look at that as a positive.
Why?
But eventually, gaps will get filled. Because what doesn't happen is sometimes as important as what does.
Okay.
And we filled the gap in the NASDAQ, but we know the NASDAQ is the weaker of the two.
And the more volatile of the two as well.
Mm-hmm. And thin.
Makes sense. And we still haven't had a 3-bar reversal here on the NASDAQ.
And I'm hawking for too.
All right, I see JD there. Everyone's flat right now. Drove down a little bit. Caught up a lot a bit. Let's start to JD. JD, happy Monday. Bring some stats.
Happy Monday to you too. What's up,
Words
guys?
of wisdom from Logan Square Dan.
I did,
Monday.
but we'll cover that in a few minutes. We're just going to do top live P&Ls right now. We have our positive Monday quote though, so don't worry, it's coming.
Good.
All right, let's take a look at Friday's live funded P&Ls. Here we go. Faye is back on top. The Golden Girl, $19,098 trading gold on Friday. I was just taking a look at Faye's trade report. She's been in this live funded account for 71 days now. Only has a winning days of 37%, but man, when she wins big. Friday, only made 4 trades, 20 total contracts, held on to that gold trade for 7 hours. And just nailed it. That was Faye's Friday. Number 2, you're looking at him. Coach Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
I know him.
$11,065 trading the Nikkei. $763 trading the NASDAQ for a total of $11,828 in profits in the live funded account on Friday. Nice job, Dakota. Noah trading the ES, $8,174. Ali trading the NQ and gold, $4,377 from the NQ, $2,838 from gold for a total of $7,215 in profits on Friday. And James also trading NASDAQ in gold, $6,069 from the NQ, $796 from gold for a total profit of $6,865. 3 of our top 5 live P&L traders are trading gold on Friday. All pulling nice chunks of change out of the gold market. All right,
Nice
there are your
gold today too.
Big numbers.
There you have it. I'll be back with Positive Monday and some payouts in just a little bit.
Thank you, JD.
Thank you.
You got it.
5 minutes remaining.
Minor number knocking on the door here.
What do we got? What do we got, Eddie?
It's going to be those 3-month.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Is that right? Dallas Fed? Yeah, Dallas Fed.
okay.
Minor number. Keeps me busy.
Yeah, keep us all. Hey, Jerome, here come the buyers. Never filled the gap in the ES.
3-bar reversal official in the NASDAQ now. We broke above 925.
If we go back again to 44 in my previous entry, I'm going to take the same trade, I think. But
the long.
Can we buy before? Yes, the long, indeed.
Or
Or is it the pullback to get down more?
That's always a question, right?
Yes.
Is it
Wait
a
for Dakota to
reversal
answer
or
this.
just a pullback?
I wanted to see how Dakota answer that one.
Still hands off for me. I mean, I do like longs on 3-bar reversals, but the risk is just too much. Just because this reversal bar is 55 points, I'm not going to be risking 55 points on the Nasdaq right now. I'm going to wait. I'm going to see how we consolidate and see if there's another trade opportunity. If there's not, I'm happy with being done. If there is, of course, then I'm going to take it. The biggest part of trading is patience and not trading. Which I'm happy that we're focusing on single live account so I could demonstrate it. So we could demonstrate it. Right? That's the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
How's the count flat? Everyone is flat
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all flat, right?
We tried to
I've
squeeze
I've got
into
this
that short
question,
earlier.
Andre
Yes,
and
sir.
Hoag.
Missed it.
I want your honest opinion. When Topstep TV first started, and it's over in a year now, right?
Yes.
And before there was a lot of trading, right? Tradertainment, trading for entertainment, and there was always that fun whenever we're on Topstep TV. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna take a trade for the chat, or trade just to be in the trade and have that entertainment value. And now I'm starting to see it's like, well, now that everyone's focusing on live, not as many trades as there used to be. And I think that's a positive thing to start to show it that, hey, we're not going to just take a trade for the sake of entertainment. Have you seen something similar to that, Hoag or Andre? Or how have you seen any change on our on-air talent and traders in general that's been on Topstep TV?
Well, I think the focus has been a lot more on our talented traders, here at Topstep instead of watching us. I think it's still tradertainment, but I think that the decision making has gone a lot more towards you and Jared and Mo, and that's where the decision making has kind of turned to, and we're still trying to work to find a way to join you guys profitably. But I think it's still, I think instead of just taking trades, we're making better decisions.
I like that.
Agree.
Yeah,
Agree.
I
I
seen
think
it.
the talent has gotten better. We have people like Jerome, number 20 on the big board. We get Dakota, number 2 on the big board. I think the talent has gotten better. With the talent getting better, you're going to see less trades because you guys are much more highly selective, diligent about trades you guys do take. So, yeah. You're right, Dakota. At first, it was just like, let's just click buttons just to put on a show. Shortly, you realize this ain't going well. This isn't what we should be doing. This is not how we would normally trade if the camera wasn't on, if we weren't streaming. So, yeah. Quality's improved.
It's a much better, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a much better example of how to be as a trader.
I agree.
Because I fell into that trap. I was happy to just be placing trades and talk about them. And like, I'm just going to place trades so I can talk about them. And maybe there's something good or useful that traders can take out of it. But more and more, as we've noticed, it's like, traders would prefer real trading rather than just trying to place trades and talk about them and provide that educational aspect. Because there is education of taking trades like I would, even if I wasn't on air.
Agree. Kentucky Blue says Hoag nailed it. I agree. He did nail it. At first, we were just clicking buttons. But yes, Jerome, when you came on here, when you first started streaming with us, was there a sense of nerves? Obviously, trading is more as difficult as it is. When you came on, did you feel a sense of that you needed to take trades when you came on with us, Jerome?
Sort of. Somehow, for example, the first sessions, today is the first time I didn't do it, but usually I kept my account clean, my live account clean, and I wanted to trade from scratch on air. But today I felt like, okay, let's say I'm not on air and I take a trade, and Dakota, I'm not gonna go out of the road right now, but not only for me, but you're a great leader and piece of information, knowledge, and wisdom for all the community, and not only the Topstep one, because a lot of people are following you. And one of the teachings that stroked me the most and helped me the most is process over profits. So basically, I want to apply this off air and on air. So when I'm on air, of course, it's harder because you have other people watching you, etc. But now I feel way more comfortable. It's like I'm with my friends or buddies, and we're hanging out and doing business together. So I love
You
that.
are.
But yes, the first time, thank you very much. But the first time, I was not anxious, but I had this apprehensive feeling, and I think it's totally normal to feel it.
I agree. Thanks. Appreciate it. I mean, that's part of what I love being on here is hanging out with people like yourself, like-minded traders, a trader, Hoag and Andre. It's fun. It passes the time to where I don't feel the urge of trading just to talk and have that conversation. We can hang out and yeah, trading is very lonely when you're sitting here by yourself in front of the screen. The more tempted you are to take a trade, but when you can have conversation, talking trash to sports and back and forth, and having that fun conversation, it passes the time, and then you don't have to feel like you're forced trading. And so, I found so much positivity in seeing traders find trading buddies for that exact reason.
Absolutely.
Exactly, and it's also very hard to be focused on the chart, absorb all this information, analyze it, try to make a conclusion of it, and also speak with you guys and try to answer and ask questions same time. So it's like multitasking level 999. So props to us for
I
doing
learned
that.
that running. I learned that running slow markets when I'm just running the stream by myself. I'm like, I'm gonna try this, and then everyone was like, "Hey, why don't you place a trade? Place a trade in your live account." I'm like, "You guys are joking, right?" I have like five, like I have 4 monitors. I have like 10 things going at once. I have the charts going. I'm trying to read the chat. I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to manage the stream.
Oh,
and they want me to be able to focus and place trades on the live account.
Yeah.
Ain't
But
easy.
I managed
so
to
hard
do
about
it.
that,
But the
dude?
nice thing is higher time frames has helped. It's not as crazy as fast markets, but yeah, it's a whole nother level trading by yourself and then trying to do that in front of an audience and talking.
Crude still selling off here. New lows just put in. Hoop in the chat said crude in trouble.
Have you seen
$69.34
that
last trade.
resistance? Sorry. On S&P, this 23.25 resistance, so it hit 23.50, but
All roads.
that's a huge level for S&P.
It is.
Very
All
huge
right.
level.
So coming in now.
VWAP.
Is it
Yes,
the
we
VWAP
will.
23.25?
60.23.5 was the anchored VWAP from the open at 8:30 on a 5 or a 3 or 5 minute chart.
Short ES is
Yes, sir,
valid.
George.
Sorry, Hoag, go.
No, I was just saying, yes, sir, George. Go ahead. I'm just responding to the chat a little bit.
Yeah, just saying a short on the ES is valid. I would be okay with a short on the ES, looking for some bit of gap fill.
Yep.
I mean, we see the NASDAQ pushing and having a possible continuation back down. Yes, I could see the same thing happening on the ES. So what's your thoughts on that, Jerome? I know you've been watching ES a lot more than I do.
Thing is, if you see my chart, there's this Fibonacci level that's been very, very valid for a week now, and you have the 0.5 level and 0.618 level, and SIP price is like we just visited below, but we closed above the 6,010.50 levels. So as long as we don't have a closure below 10.50 for the S&P, for me, a short is not in my setup. And if we close again above 6,014.5, I think there's a very good chance we go back up. So let's see. There is a sort of divergence on my MACD and on RSI. So this has a lot of false positives. So I try to keep away from relying on them, but many times they are valid. So it could make sense here that we bounce back and try to close above 6,014.5. So for me, it's a sort of indecision zone. I don't really know what position to take in. So for me, it's no trade zone. But you feel the market. You're the decoder, right? So I mean, you see stuff we don't.
Yes, he is the decoder. He is. I like that. All right. Well,
Go
I want
ahead.
to bring Gabe. We'll bring Gabe in here. Jerome already did a little mini demo of the new feature we got here on TopStep X. So bring in Gabe. Gabe, if you're ready to rock, show the people. You ready? Come on in,
saying,
Gabe.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah,
Y'all
go ahead.
We do have the IBs established in the equity, so we'll keep an eye on those IB extremes.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. You guys can hear me? My connection's been a little unstable. Just checking.
Yeah, we got you.
All right.
Can hear
All right,
it
sweet.
perfect.
Sounds good. Well, let's go ahead and do this real quick. And if you did not already hear Jerome early this morning, shout out to Jerome for doing part of my job for me. But I'm going to come in and do a little recap. I know that he was already locked out and didn't show it's kind of the process of how to do it or what the menu looked like. So I just want to point that out just so we know, get some clarity on it. But first, I want to kind of point out, we do have, I really believe that this is one of the best features that traders have been asking for, is the ability to customize, right? So it's, you get to decide what session or how much time you want to actually step away for. But of course, preventing over trading, reinforcing your discipline, locking up profits. But now you get to take full control of your ability to trade and schedule of trading. So let me go ahead and switch over to my charts, which I already have. And we're going to go ahead up here. Perfect. So we're going to go over to the settings tab on the far left-hand side of your screen. From there, you're going to stay within the risk settings tab, which is the default tab that you get brought to when you bring up your chart settings. From there, you're going to go down in the bottom left-hand corner. You'll see a personal lockout, and there is a set lockout button. Once you click that, you have the ability to choose a session. So if you have a particular session that you want to stay out of, that's a wonderful thing to be able to do. I'm not awake during the London session, but maybe if I woke up at 3 a.m. and was tempted to look at the charts, maybe I want to lock myself out from the London session. Or if I just want to set a custom amount of time, I can do 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. If you step away, take a walk outside, go touch some grass, or the whole day. And then once you click on, so for instance, I'm up 1,300 in a combine today. So let me go ahead and click. I'm just going to lock myself out for the rest of the day. So I'm going to go all day. I'm just going to click yes, lock me out. Boom, the lockout is now enabled, and you'll see a timer. So it'll tell you how much time is remaining. Well, as up at the top next to your unrealized P&L, you will also see it in yellow. So you'll have a timer that you can kind of track to keep an eye on when you're going to be able to resume trading. And by the way, I want to point out, if you click this lockout feature, even with these new updates, this is a permanent action. Support or anybody on TV in chat will not be able to unlock your account. It is impossible. There's no way to do it.
Don't come crying to support.
So don't come crying to support. We will not be able to help. It is a permanent action. So just remember, triple check before you hit that lockout. Make sure you're selecting the right amount of time or the right session. But that's what I got for you guys. I'll get it back to you. I know the markets are moving, but I hope that gives some clarity. But go check out that feature and have at it. Lock yourself out.
Thank you very much, Gabe. Thank you. What a great feature. And again, remember, if you choose to take one of those actions, they are irreversible. Support, even Dakota can't do anything about it.
I'm not a locksmith.
We've established the initial balances here in the S&P and the Nasdaq, and the RTY and the Dow, finding a little bit of support down here near the IB low here in the Nasdaq. Still, really just kind of barcoding inside of the session and over the weekend gap that we filled in the Nasdaq. Still unable to get into it in the S&Ps. But a lot of barcoding happening there as well. Maybe a little bit of basing going on here. Gold still heading to the downside. Looks like crude still heading to the downside. S&P tilt is 60% short. NASDAQ 57% long. Everybody's looking in different directions here, it seems. But the NASDAQ is really just kind of hanging around in that gap. The purple box here is that session gap, weekend gap that we just filled. Really just kind of centering price in that area. Dakota, there is a lot of economic information coming out over the next couple of days. Perhaps the markets are going to just kind of settle in and wait for that. We got consumer confidence and home numbers tomorrow. We've got GDP, durable goods, and PCE on Wednesday. That's going to be like a rodeo watching that.
The entertainment right before Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Right. And then we can watch football on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Once again, Russell making some new highs here. Strong upside here
Now
for
we
RTY.
See, we had a great bounce at 6,010 on the S&P, and now we're trying to close above 14.50. So the divergence paid out. I mean, it avoided us a short on the ES. And now let's see if we have a V-shaped profile or more like a W. Looks like a W right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, ACH. If we have a strong seller in the house.
I like the shorts on the ES.
Now, yeah, it can be a good short because we bounced, but not with a huge move, right? We didn't like a lot of volume in it, and looks like we don't have a strong buyers in.
Yeah, not a lot of volume, that's for sure.
Yeah, let's check.
Would you take another look up near that VWAP? Right now it's 60.2275, the orders.
Here?
Let's trade in the S&P's 6018. Last trade in the ES. Looks like NASDAQ has kind of chilled out a little bit as well. Let's trade 20,922. Did fill the gap there. Crude's still selling off. Gold chilling on lows. Bitcoin did find some buyers. Sure did. Bitcoin bottomed out at 94,650. Last trade is 96,300. So about a $1,400 pop there. Yeah. Jack back there. Hello, Jack.
Hello, Andre.
We got the tennis stadium on from our guest Enrique. Joined us, professional tennis player. Joined us on Friday. You got some news, Jack?
Ooh.
Come on in. Happy Monday, Jack.
I do indeed. Happy Monday. Let me open these hot news stories up. Yeah,
Okay.
Enrique, top 1,000 in the world at one point.
It's pretty cool.
That's huge, man. 7 billion people on Earth.
Wow.
You see that with traders a lot. Anyway, let's talk about the bonds for a second. All right. We're crashing through some pretty important levels here in the 10-year yields. I have a chart to show of the 2s, 10s, which, Andre, the 2s, 10s is now.
Tango. Inversed. Oh, it's inversed?
This is the spot market, 2s, 10s. We came below zero. You see that big gap over the weekend. That Yep, that is the Treasury Secretary effect. 10-year yields have gone below now. They're at 4.285, which is below the important level of 4.3 I've had marked for a while. We've been bouncing around between 4.3 and 4.5, but we are inverted.
Oh.
The spirit animals are back, Andre. Other shenanigans that are going on include, have you guys heard about Macy's, by the way?
Yeah.
Check this out. The employee, the wild one.
They got their own dually. Macy's discovered that an employee hid somewhere between 132 and 154 million in delivery expenses over a 3-year span. Check this out. Macy's entire net profit year to date is 141 million.
Oh
no. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Somebody killed Macy's.
Yeah, he was sending balloons or Nautica pants or something or whatever they sell there. I haven't been in a Macy's in years.
Well done, Jack.
And lastly,
spot on.
lastly, we got according to Mark Andreessen, we're running out of human knowledge to train AI.
Oh, that's not good.
No. What do we trade it on next?
Yeah.
That's when it becomes self-aware.
Great.
I guess. I don't
Good
want
job,
AI
humans.
trading off of more AI, but yeah, kick it up, humans.
Figure it out, humans.
3 years to read everything. Now they're going to get bored and do God knows what. Anyway, those are some news stories for today. I'll be keeping an eye on the bond market. You guys have fun.
Pretty good, Jack.
Here comes that short.
Yeah.
Great.
I still like shorts anywhere here to see if we could. Or it's basically a gap fill trade.
Russell's got to pull back up its highs.
In the ES, looking
Seen
for
that in a
gap
while.
fill. Just
Yeah, I'm looking at ES.
I got something 59.92, call it.
Yeah. Yeah, 91, 92.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the gap.
Let's try that pullback.
Gap close.
Russell.
59.93 half.
Say you have the exact price, Hoag. What is it?
59.93 half.
93 hook. Okay.
Yep. There's a naked point of control right there too. Ooh, that's juicy. Gotta watch the IB low here. We got some time to get to that.
Yeah, I'm okay with shorting ES.
Really? Keep saying that.
300 had the bid that just got filled.
No, I do believe the Macy's Day Thanksgiving Parade or whatever it's called is still on this year. I saw a commercial for it.
The IRS is going to be pulling the floats and taking them right to their
Charlie Brown.
lot.
Yeah,
Charlie Brown.
Deflated.
He's getting garnished.
Yep. He gone.
Yeah. Lucy pulled the football away once again.
Yep. Always fall for it. Every Thanksgiving he falls for that old trick.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe it's still on.
This is not financial advice. Yes, everybody. Yes. Oh. People still follow it. I don't know why. I don't understand it.
Dickie clearly in the chat. New lockout is excellent. 15 minutes to 30 minutes to cool down, recenter is a game changer. Agree. Go to looking for perhaps a short in the ES. Jerome, I think your hands off for the time being. Jerome, what are you looking for before you make another trade? What would you looking for in the NASDAQ or the ES, Jerome?
Waiting for this 5 minutes to close. It's more likely to close above 6,014.5 on the ES. And I think that could mean we have a chance to go back up because we once here broke it, went back into the 15-minute opening range, rejected around the anchoring and 6,023.5. We violently rejected, bounced on the 5-minute time frame 200 EMA. Then we reattempted to close above 6,014.5. We just broke back into the 15-minute opening range and we violently rejected. But the last minutes we pushed back up, right? So the violent rejection has not been accepted by the market and sellers got wrecked some sort of by the buyers. So if buyers keep stepping in, I think the next time we break back into the opening range, we can have a break and a closure above 23.25. And that would mean for me a sort of confirmation of reversal. We already had a huge move back up, right? But we can still buy it, I think, if we confirm this.
We're in kind of a Dorito pattern.
Is your level there?
Adobe Dorito pattern, kind of just consolidating. This is Adobe's market that he
Exactly.
Yeah, he even said in the chat, nice 5-minute range. Yes.
So see, we just broke back into it and rejected instantly almost. So if we have a violent
I'm
rejection,
sure that ES.
perhaps
I'm sure
we can
ES
short
at
here.
6,017.
Wow, the
Dakota
Nasdaq
short.
just popped 20.
How many times, Dakota?
Wow.
One.
We're with you.
Right. What price did we get, Hoag?
Risk is
15 the
21.
orders.
You?
Risk is
Sorry,
21
go ahead.
and a
What's 21 hook? CYA 21 hook. Got 15 in the orders. Okay. How's it count? Short 1 ES from
Hook is a half.
15.75. 3? Sorry,
Hook
Hoag.
is a half.
3.
3.
Cool.
Hook is a half. Andre,
Hook is a
doesn't
half.
matter
Sorry.
what
Yes.
market.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Doesn't matter what market.
No.
Just like in betting.
So we'll short
Yep.
S&P.
1.5 points.
Hmm.
Yes, we're short S&P.
What level?
The order that shall remain unspoken is 21.5. And we're holding this through the gap fill, right, Dakota?
Correct. Yeah. We're gonna trail this if we get further selling
Get a
and
pullback.
run for that bill.
Yep.
Yeah.
I feel you.
How would you quote 3/4 and how would you quote a quarter?
Go ahead, Hoag.
Quarter, half,
half is
the orders, and even. Comes from
you
the
would say
grain floor
3/4
because
instead of a
quarter and
half.
3/4 sounds a lot the same.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're yelling, 10 at 3/4, 10 at 3/4, 10 at 3/4, 10 at a quarter, 10 at a quarter, it just comes out a lot the same. So a lot of guys just started saying quarter in the orders.
You probably just knew what they meant, right? Whatever it's closer to.
Knew the handle. Yep.
Yeah. And most of the time, we're, in the grains you're talking about quarter tick differences, it's trading quarter, half, half bid, the order offer, half bid, the order offer, the orders bid, even offer, the orders bid, even offer. But in times of volatility, you'd probably want to put a handle on it.
Makes sense. I seen that
half
YouTube
and three
video of you and MP from like
How about that?
years ago. That was like was making fun of like Ben Affleck or MP and Ben Affleck. I seen that. I was like, wow, that was pretty crazy. It just came out of nowhere.
cameras on the
and so I watched it.
No
The
cameras
guy
on the
that
floor, Hoag.
took the video mentioned Ben Affleck because he thought it would get more views.
Oh, I'm sure. I clicked on it.
Whoa.
Hey, just a reminder. We've got Anne Marie going to be joining us this afternoon. James D. also, and Mohammed for Power Hour.
Hey,
so mark it on your calendars. Don't go away. We got a big day here today. Just want to let everybody know.
Oh.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Okay, how's the count?
Then we have a flush
Yes,
on the S&P. I'm short as well with you. I got a worse field, so 6,013. One lot and perhaps looking for adding one, but unsure. If we break below 6,011 and a quarter, if we have no rejection around 6,000, I think we can have a huge move because there's a lot of stuff of stops in this area. But we'll see.
Dakota,
Everyone's short the ES then. Is that what we're looking at right now?
Dakota, what are your thoughts? Everyone's short ES right now.
Correct, sir.
Looking for that gap, Phil.
Hey, we could all win. We could all lose.
Hoag, seeing something about an iceberg.
Let's all win.
Are you seeing iceberg in the ES, Hoag? Infographic UAE in the chat saying iceberg in ES.
Are you ready?
10.
Let's see. On the tens?
Nothing is happening.
Nothing is happening. Here we go.
Just look. It's like short
Let's
17,
go.
short
Now,
15, short 13. We're
okay.
we're
We're
just-
breaking 6,010.
We're waterfalling in this.
Can we
Yep.
break
Go ahead, Jerome.
below
Talk to us.
9.25? Can we break below 9.25? This level here. And then the next level I want to see us breaking is 6,006. And then next stop is gap fill.
Ooh, get fill 59.93 half. Last trade 6,010. 6,010. Jerome is short. House count short. Dakota's short.
Dakota, I want to know what you saw to take that short. Trading in the middle of a range like that has always been kind of, I don't know, toxic to me. And I'm loving the trade, just not quite sure what the heck you saw.
He was talking himself into it. You could hear him talking himself into that trade.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying I want to get short ES for a while now, right?
Why there?
Just so we were consolidating, right, in this zone, and then I was talking about the Dobie Dorito or this flagging pattern, and I was wanting to get short, and typically a good short and having a decent risk reward is going to be up here to the top. Now, I didn't want to short while we were breaking through. It looked like we was going to break through for just a moment, and we rejected. And as we rejected, I just shorted. My risk is at 21 half. And so when we're looking at it from a risk reward perspective, you know, I'm risking, what is this, 4 points, 4 points, and this market could easily get down to say 993. And so the risk reward is, I mean, do the math right there if we can. It's so risking 4 to make 23. So it's like 6 to 1. So I don't need to be right on this trade more than 20% of the time. I mean, 20% of the time I'm positive expectancy. Or I think it's even 15. I don't know. 6 to 1. What's 6 to 1? I'm tired. But 6 to 1 is, you don't need to be right very
6 to
often.
1.
We just had the
well, there you hear it,
first
folks. You heard it from the man himself. Reward over risk. Process over profits.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. 14%. Yeah. I was thinking 15 for positive expectancy minus commissions. All right.
Break through these
6,000.
6,000.
All right, let's take out this IB low.
Yep.
And then we can sell more.
Sucker. Starting to see a little heaviness in the NASDAQ a little as well. 20,896 last trade in the NASDAQ. Nothing really shown on the tilt, although Bitcoin, 85% long in Bitcoin. Last trade, 96,290.
Yeah, 6 to 1's just over 17. Just under 17. Okay.
Harris in the chat. Once we break 6,006 and close a new low, we'll see the first group of aggressive buyers try to create a rotation. Let's see. Go ahead, Eddie.
I want to know how many of us are trading Russell today. Since it's being so much a strong buyer day here, it's really not giving us much pressure when it pulls back. Very strong on the buys here today.
Shout out to all the Russell traders out there. Shout out to everyone watching us. Man, we got 5,500 people watching us right now. We only got 600 likes.
What?
I don't have the Jerome. I don't have the Jerome or Mohammed touch. Be so kind. Please click like.
5,500 people on a Monday. Wow. Wonderful, guys. Congratulations.
600 likes.
I would like to ask you to hit the like button to congratulate yourself for being here and taking the time for yourself to improve, learn new skills, learn new technicals, have a speak, learn psychology, learn new stuff, perhaps medical stuff, perhaps other stuff. It's great. So props to yourself. Hit the like button. Thank you for Topstep to putting this TopstepTV show every single day for more than a year now. And we are leading the industry, giving the example. And we're having a closure below 6,010. So hit the like button, guys. We are flushing down. Let's go,
Gratitude.
baby.
gratitude is not some scarce or finite resource. You don't have to save up your thanks for Thanksgiving. All right.
Thank you.
Like it. You can still be thankful for your family and all that stuff. Just like the stream.
Man, family's catching a stray there. Man,
There you
man.
go.
Above 1,000. Much better. Much better. Perhaps medical stuff. Yes, Mrs. Bankster. Jerome is actually a doctor. Believe it or not. Yes, medical stuff.
One
Last time
day
he was on with
I
us.
heard the sentence. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, Jerome, please, you're the guest and the doctor.
I heard a sentence that stayed in my mind. It's expressing gratitude and not feeling it is like wrapping a gift and not giving it.
Like that.
And this hit deep.
Like that a lot.
What about you're a doctor, Jerome?
Correct. A pharmacy doctor specialized in neurology and neurodegenerative disease.
He's a brain doctor, Dakota. He likes to trade for whatever
What's
reason.
tougher? What's tougher? That or trading?
Both. I mean, you're a specialist. I was curious, everybody's been speaking about trading psychology, and I was thinking, okay, what is it about trading that people have such a hard time with psychology? So I had to feel it, right? If you only speak to traders, you can't feel it. So I had to trade myself to experience and understand what traders go through. And I got that, yes, it's a quite hard activity. If you'd asked me, of course, I would say it's very hard. But do we have easy stuff in life? I mean, life is hard enough. But for the rewards we get from trading, I think if we do a sort of ratio between the difficulty and the efforts we got to put in, it's a very lucrative activity, and you learn not only on the financial side but also on the professional side. Now I have a much better understanding of macro economy. So I'm not a finance guy, I'm not an economist, of course, but I know that when there is a FOMC meeting, something is going to happen on the dollar and gold and Bitcoin, etc. So it's great. I like that, and I developed a passion on that. But both are hard, I would say.
Jerome, here, I mean, when you're trading, you got a practice account as a trader. But being a doctor, you don't have a practice patient. So, unless they're paying a good dollar, I mean, I can always sign up to be your practice patient. But otherwise, here you can strive. You can't make a mistake being a doctor.
Exactly. If I hurt as much patience as I blew accounts, I would be in jail. I think.
Oh no! No! Oh no! I love it.
They got a job opening at the local butchery.
So thank you for Topstep for putting this environment.
No resets in medicine.
No,
exactly.
60,000,
and that's also
6,000.
Interesting.
Go ahead, Jerome. Yes.
That's interesting because you grow up in the studies with same time a sort of fear of making mistakes, and on the other side you develop this maturity to tell yourself that's my job to not make mistakes, right? So within the years going through, I think we try to not let mistakes be part of our daily practice, but of course we are humans, right? So we try not to make very major and critical mistakes, but it happens, right? So we train our minds to try to instantly be resilient and try to correct the mistakes. And that's how trading is as well, right? So when you make a mistake not following your trading plan or just structural plan or set playbook and setups, then you either sabotage yourself or try to understand what went wrong and try to not repeat it, right? So that's why it helped me a lot. My studies actually helped me a lot. But I think anyone who've been through studies, whatever they are, they have this discipline being built. And then patience is something else. Patience is a keystone of trading, I think. And Dakota is a great example of that. So I think we have to follow what the best traders of Topstep show us, because I'm not the best at all, and I will never say I'm good. I'm grateful enough for where I'm at today, But I can say I learned a lot from you guys, and I'm here. So thank you and thank God.
Love that.
Thank you, Jerome. Too kind. All right, well, we are still short, and the market is just trading sideways right now. That's okay. I think everyone's in the money a little bit. So we'll throw it to Mr. JD. JD, come on in. These guys are all short.
What's
So
up,
they may
guys?
have to jump. They might have to jump in and interrupt because we are in a trade. But go ahead, JD. Come on in. And,
No problem. Very
that was
well
fast.
spoken there, Jerome. Very humble for being number 28 on the leaderboard. You are indeed one of the top traders at Topstep. So, but appreciate the lessons nonetheless. All right. Staying on the positive side, here is Positive Monday for today. You ready?
Yeah, hit me with these.
The holidays can be a pain in the ass, guys. They have nothing on Positive Monday. We get 52 of these a year. So happy Positive Monday. That's straight from Dan
deep.
Tompkins,
That's
your
deep,
local
right?
Logan Square Chicago legend. All right. Let's get into it now. Take a guess at what last week's total payouts were. What do you think?
All week? All week?
Over under. Give me an over under.
Over 5. I know that.
5-4.
6.2.
Hey, that's
Yeah,
what I was going to say,
gonna
Dakota. All right.
6.5.
I would say 6.2.
Yeah.
I would say 6-7.
Oh, 6.7. Jerome, very ambitious. I like it. Very positive.
Very nice.
All right,
Just
here we
for the
go.
week.
Well, Jerome has been paying attention.
No.
6.9.
Jerome.
Big money,
Wow.
big money. Yeah.
So much money.
That's gotta be a high
3,224
first payout.
payouts.
Oh, beautiful.
Second highs. Previous week was
Second,
a record
okay.
high. Yep.
Man.
Wow.
Previous week was the record. 7.6 million 2 weeks ago.
Everyone's
6.9 is nothing.
I'm
nothing
interested to
scoff at,
see
though.
the end of year numbers. The year to
Oh,
date
yeah.
at the end of the year.
Oh man,
That's
I'm
gonna
actually looking at the year to date number right now, and it is a very healthy, impressive number.
very nice.
good job, everybody.
Wow.
You want to see
The
last
jelly
week's
beans
top?
are in that jar.
Want to see last week's
Jelly
top payouts?
Absolutely.
Take a look at
Was
these.
it anonymous? Was it anonymous number 1 or was that 2 weeks ago?
That was a couple weeks ago. Anonymous
Okay.
took some payouts last week, but Anonymous was not on
Not the big one.
the leaderboard. Not one of the top 5.
Gotcha. Okay.
Here are last week's top payouts. Fernando, $113,000.
Wow. Look
Pulled
at
that
those
from
numbers.
5XFAs.
Cha-ching.
Alexander, 91,000. Shane on the leaderboard, 60,000.
Nice.
Ty, 50,000. And Kaichun, we see his name a couple times a week, $45,000 from his live funded account.
Beautiful.
changing money.
100% that's life changing money.
Hey, June. Always name's always up there.
And speaking of payouts, for those that are getting themselves paid out $5,000, I'm going to put the link in the chat here and keep this together. Payout Club.
Call Eddie.
$5,000 in payout. You can come to Topstep TV. Join the club.
Very cool.
Every day on our TV chat, we're going to be dropping that payout check-in form. And there it is. I put it in the chat. So if you have paid yourself out $5,000 or more, you are entitled. If you are here in the United States. If you are not in the United States, if you've got friends, family here, we can ship it to them and they can ship it to you. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Yes. $6.9 million.
Here we
All right,
go.
guys. We're still in. Come on. I thought this was the one. While Eddie was doing that read there, I thought this is the one. 6,000. It's low of the day. 6,006.
But
6,000.
we're getting there. We're getting there.
Joe.
It's the first closure below 6,009.25. So unless the next 5-minute candle instantly pops back up, I think we break below 6,006.
Okay.
But we have to see. So if we have an instant pop, it's invalidated. Otherwise, market will try to go back here. So let's see. But it's the first closure below 6,009 quarter. So
Heavy.
the structure has shifted, right? It's been a while. But will it continue? Will we have a continuation and fill this ghost gap that has not been filled while the Nasdaq has been? Let's check it out.
The ghost gap. I like that.
Yes.
So far, so good. Nice, relaxing trade,
So far,
right?
so good.
Nice, relaxing indeed.
Nowhere really to trim risk on this yet, is there?
Not really, Hoag. I was
Not really.
considering like maybe 6016, maybe 014 can be valid to move the CYA, but I want to see a break below 606 first,
Mm-hmm.
and like a momentum move. Like I thought we was gonna have it there too, like Andre said, but
Mm-hmm.
we've just kind of been moving to the right. Nothing too crazy of a movement. So
Yeah, it's kind of holding IB low there, which is 6006 IB low.
mhm.
Mike in the chat asks, when was the last time Thanksgiving the market dropped for the week? Look that up. I do not know offhand. Typically on the Friday after Thanksgiving, this is back. You just count on a pop just due to all the retail sales. You take satellite images of parking lots and major shopping malls to see what the traffic was like. Those will get circulated throughout the markets, and typically it'd be a very bullish day for equities.
The Black Friday bump.
Yep, Black Friday bump. We got Santa Claus rally that just rolls right into Santa Claus rally. Then we got Amazon Cyber Monday. Is Cyber Monday still a thing?
I think so.
It's just,
I guess.
We had
like-
that Santa
I guess
Claus rally
basically-
last year, John. I think it was sort of a dud last year, wasn't it?
I know it was.
It was the year before when it really popped, I think.
Yeah, it did.
Cyber Week now. I mean, it's turned into like Black Month at this point.
Just
in
black.
terms
Yeah,
of-
I know. It's just
everything's on sale, and
You guys want to see a
Um,
cool documentary? Just a side note called Buy Now on Netflix. Buy Now on Netflix.
And-
Anyone's seen it?
So the
It's
wife told me
about-
to watch.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's about all. What's up, Nicholas Ranella? It's about. I saw that deer you hit. It's about the tricks that big business uses for people to keep consuming their products. Check it out. Buy Now on Netflix. Very interesting.
Interesting.
Kind of rolls
they have a
into.
lot of tricks, tons of them too.
We'll check it out.
Yeah, check it out. It's interesting. All right, last trade 6011. 6011.
So we are having the pop up, but buyers are getting exhausted. So either the big buyers are stepping on the side and waiting to see how the market will react. We'll see. I still like the short though. Did we move the CYA or not yet?
I have not
Not
on
yet.
mine.
He's calling it. You got Jerome calling it CYA now too, huh? Everyone's calling it CYA. Yeah, I love it.
You
It's awesome.
gotta
We're
learn
speak-
quick, right?
Yeah, well, we keep making up new words. Like every week, there's a new word for what's called the stop. But yes, I love it, Jerome. We're just trying to keep. We're trying to keep all the stop hunters off our scent. So we keep calling it what's the risk, what's the CYA, the order that should not be spoken. We're just keeping all the stop hunters, all those Goldman interns. We're keeping them off our scent.
Yeah, they're here listening. Right.
Yes, they are.
CYA is my favorite. Short and
Goodbye.
sweet and to the point.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Just a nice.
That feels
relaxing-
like slow market, right?
This is
Mhm.
It's not yet fast.
Compared to this time, yeah. Yep.
That's right, Tess. That's if the doctor says CYA, that's called CYA. 100%.
Mhm.
CYA.
Trade the NASDAQ 20,922. Low of the day 20,869. We did fill the gap, close the gap in the NASDAQ. These gentlemen looking for the same to happen in the ES. Everyone's short. Go short from 17. House short from 15 in the orders. Jerome short from 13. Looking for a push lower. Okay, Euro close 15 minutes. What is CYA? I am new. It's Ty. Simply just your stop price.
It stands for cover your ass.
I was gonna cover your ass. Correct.
Cover your dupa.
Your duper, your rear end, your high, all that. Hey, crude's still selling off here. $69.04. These are new lows. Just put actually, yep, new lows.
Oh,
High of the day in crude, $71.24. So we're well off
Oh, hey,
$2 from the highs.
What's this?
I feel like a VIP.
A VIP?
These VIP invitations.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I never
You
knew
do one
that
of
this is
those?
what the Gonna be like,
Wow.
Really?
Would you like to be a top
Did you
step
hear that?
Oh my goodness.
Topstep VIP. Here we go again.
Oh my goodness, it's that time again. Yeah.
Oh,
Time for another. Another. You're gonna need it, you're gonna have it, because we got it. Topstep VIP scouting form to drop. Check the top of the chat. Can we get that in there? Put that link in the top of the chat. And remember, that is a pinned link. And get your form submitted. I do believe this is number 10 of the forms. Remember, those that submit the most VIP check-in forms have a higher chance of being drafted into Topstep VIP team. But if you've only collected a few, that's fine. You know what? As long as you've got a few in there, you've got a running chance. Don't stop now. Okay, we've got a lot more. This is going to run till January. Every chance is a good chance. Okay, at a spot on the VIP team. We're going to leave this up here until 11 o'clock. So you got a long time to do it, but get it done so you don't forget about it. 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Tell your friends. Get your friends on here and say, hey, sign up. There it is, posted. Thank you very much. Number 10. Another thing I want to share with everyone here is our Discord channel. Discord, we are very close to 100,000 members. So we're going to keep jabbing away on the Topstep Discord. If you're not already part of Discord community, what are you waiting for? Come on. There's an additional coaching, trading buddies. Check it out. I mean, we have put that thing together so nicely. Trent's over there managing it here. I know that the Dolby Time got it together very well and put it together. So just remember, join today. Help us get to that 100K Discord. And what I'm going to do here is I've got the link for the Discord. We're not going to pin that, but I'm going to put that into chat real quick. There it is. There is the link. I hope that link works. Does it work? I'm checking it out. Maybe it should work. Yes, it does. Okay. Yes, that'll get you to Discord. Good.
Number 10.
Okay. Also, Thanksgiving holiday. Okay, now this is a shortened week for some of you that don't know this. With the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday in the United States, we're going to be off air this Thursday and Friday, but Topstep TV will be back live on Sunday. Your calendars, December 1st for the market kickoff with Nick for a Tick, the new daddy, at 4:45 p.m. Central Time. So this Sunday, 4:45, we'll be back, but Thursday, Friday, we will not be here. Topstep is off for the holidays. And you too, take that 4-day holiday, rest, and revamp yourself, get ready for the end of the year. And that's what I've got. And I'm going to give that back to Andre once more again here. That VIP form is at the top of the chat. Click on that and fill it out. Back to you, Dre.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Eddie. Short holiday. We got me 10 for 10s. All the 10 for 10s and 9 for 10s in the chat. Don't worry if you guys miss 1 or 2 or 3 along the way. Don't forget top quiz. When we do a top quiz, it gives you a chance for an additional entry into the VIP scouting. Look at those 10 for 10s, 9 for 10s, 8 for 10s. Man, we're growing this sucker, so everyone's going to have a good shot.
We don't have it. We're not going to be here on Friday, so I don't know. We'll see what we can do with that one. Maybe we'll have it on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. A makeup top quiz. I'm sure we'll have some gifts in store for the holiday season here at Topstep. You know we always got your back. John S. with 11 of 10. Good job with the quiz win. There you go. Nice job, John S. Like your chances.
Still short.
Still short.
Yeah. This is a market where if I wasn't in a trade, I'd be locked out. So this is the last trade for me for the day.
Okay. Yeah, we got the VIP form countdown clock up in the lower right-hand corner. 39 minutes left. Very, very nice. Good job, guys. Behind the scenes, opening it up, all the possibilities, opportunities to become a VIP this January. 10 teams. The league is growing.
Low volume on this last pop, right?
Correct. I mean, higher volume than previously, slightly, but low volume. And the S&P rejected at like 14.75, which is an area that's been support now, acting sort of as a resistance. So yeah, it's kind of a confirmation of still potentially going back down. So I still like this. Perhaps we need more liquidity, you know? Somehow we're lacking fuel, and we need to put some gasoline in the vehicle, and then we'll drive
this
there.
thing up. 70% long in the tilt in NASDAQ. And that just went down to 63% or so, 67% or so, I should say. Let's trade in the ES, 6,014. But yes, more gas right now. Markets are kind of in a holding pattern. NASDAQ's trading below 21,000's last trade, 20,938.
Nothing happening in the other markets either. NASDAQ testing those 940s is looking pretty bullish. It's still sideways.
Still sideways indeed. What else do we have coming up on the list? Yes, we'll have appreciation. We got Eddie's announcements, a VIP scouting form. We got a countdown clock up in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. Vince looking to get short ES at 6,019. Last trade 6,014. Well, 15s.
There's a
Thin on the ladder,
to
Hoag.
switch bullish. What do you guys think?
Andre, what was that?
I said it's thin on the ladder. Thin on the ladder.
Yeah. NASDAQ for sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's thin all week based on short week. But we do have heavy hit numbers tomorrow and Wednesday. So it's going to be a sprint next 2 days. It's going to be a sprint. Buckle up.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, well. Ooh, Coach Paul coming up, bottom of the hour. Make sure you catch Coach Paul on At the Buzzer with Jay.
And if you got nothing to do tonight, catch Monday Night Football, 7:15 p.m. ESPN. We got the Chargers 7-3 versus the Ravens 7-4. The total over and under, got a butkus on that one, 51. And Baltimore is giving 2.5. It should be a good game. Even teams should be fun. That's what I got in store so far.
I need Derrick Henry to have a big game.
Pretty good at football, man.
Fantasy.
That guy. Saquon Barkley guy. He can play too. Okay. Dakota. Trading for keeps in the chat says, Dakota, what are your thoughts on gold? Thoughts on gold? It's 26.33. Do you have any thoughts?
I like to own gold for the long term. For what we're talking about day trading, I mean,
yeah.
Bearish. I'm bearish gold. I mean, we could see this thing continue back down towards the lower, maybe 2560s, 2550s. I don't know. I don't know. We're going down. That's one thing for sure right now.
There you go, folks. There you go. 84% long in micro Bitcoin futures. Last trade, 96,355. On Friday, we saw a peak above 100,000. Like Jack was saying, major sell orders at 100,000.
London is going to be closing in about 5 minutes, Governor.
Oh. That was Eddie's British accent. I like it.
We wanted to practice.
Come on, European friends.
Come on, you're over there, Jerome. Our European friends. Maybe after the European close in about 4 minutes, the sellers will come in.
Let me call them and tell them to push the sell button.
You push the sell button, indeed.
I'll get out and push.
Wasn't that for the long positions?
Oh,
Either.
we're using it for shorts now, Jerome.
Everybody get out and push then.
Everybody
Yeah.
got push.
Whichever way we need it to go, we're pushing that direction.
I guess the way down would be more of a coast, but you might have to get the push going to get the coast going.
True.
All right. Well, we can get this started a little earlier. I do see Coach Paul, star of At the Buzzer.
Yeah, hold on.
Hey.
Nothing.
At JD. You guys are right. Let's do it. Update VIP update from Mr. Paul, Coach Paul himself. But yeah, come on in, JD. Let's do it. Mark, these guys aren't in a trade, so if they have to jump in, they're going to jump in. But go ahead, JD. Paul, what's up, guys?
For sure. What's up, guys? Here's our VIP update. Coach Paul, head coach of the Profiteers. What's up, Paul? How was the weekend?
Oh, great weekend. And a great Monday so far. So just
Excellent.
working on the process.
Process over profits. That's what they tell us, right?
Yes.
That's the mantra. Well, let's get a high-level overview of Coach Paul's Profiteers. Coach Paul started in the VIP experience with 51 traders on his team. Since the start, 6 have moved on to greener pastures, as we say, meaning they have graduated from the trading combine to get into the XFA and have subsequently lost that XFA account. 24 active trading combines as of Friday and 4 traders in XFAs right now. Coach Paul, you're sitting on a 20% pass rate about a month and a half into this experience. How are you feeling about it? What are you talking to your team about right now?
Well, we've been focusing on defining our trading plan, whatever they may be, so we can execute it. This week, we're going to start focusing on taking measured risk, being comfortable in taking trades that are measured. And that way we can trade with confidence, not worrying about losing, but focusing on putting the correct trades on. I wanted to throw a shout out to Coach Dakota. He defined that really well today when he took that short. Being patient, not a worry about taking loss, but getting the proper trade on. That's being comfortable in your process. That's what we're going to focus on for the next few weeks. That builds confidence. Confidence builds good trading. So that's going to be our focus. But like I said, we've been focusing on defining our process and now taking proper risk and enjoying it. I find that most of the time when we don't enjoy taking risks, we act in fear. And when we act in fear, we make bad decisions and poor trading.
Great point. Great point, Coach Paul. Let's take a look at your top 5 on the Profiteers. Can we pull that up real quick? We got Yuko. We talked about Yuko a bit last week. We're going to talk about him again today, putting up some big numbers in that XFA. We'll move on to that in a minute, though. Same with Florence. Actually, there's a typo on that account balance. It says 6,753. It should be 9,753 for Florence. My apologies for that. Florence is having a big couple weeks also. Yuko and Florence both eligible for payouts right now. We got Linga fresh in the XFA. No trades yet. We don't have a winning trade percentage, but good luck this week in the Express Funded account, Linga. Then we've got Hy-Vee. Coach Paul, Hy-Vee's about $30 away from losing this XFA. Hasn't traded since November 20th. Hy-Vee, if you're listening, Coach Paul, we got a couple words, a few words of encouragement for Hy-Vee.
Well, obviously, pare down is number one. With $30 left, it's possible and not probable. I would review. This is a time to review your losing trades. Define what those losing trades are. What was it? Did you follow your process, or were you being greedy or fearful? That's the most valuable thing you can find. Trying to just get a winner doesn't work over a long term. So, a good coaching, we want to focus on possibilities and not past mistakes. So when we go back just to define what happened there and improve upon that, we have big possibilities for profit. Ignoring it, blaming it on the market or whatever those excuses are, keeps us in a bad loop. I would say right now, go back. You got some valuable information. You got to an
Mm-hmm.
XFA, right? And what happened right now? Go back and define those losses. If they weren't part of your process, then you have valuable information. If they were part of your process, well, then you have to adjust your process. Don't get stuck into a mindset that sucks. It's very easy. Take this as an opportunity to learn and grow. There's big possibilities when you go back and define what happened with an honest and thoughtful um, decision making process.
Yep. You're still in it, Ivy. Things may look pretty grim right now, but you are still in it. Don't try to knock it out of the park in one day. You're not going to cover this balance in one day trading one or two micros.
No.
But just keep chipping away at it, jab, 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 a little bit every day, and you'll be right back in there. All right, then we have Max. Max still in the trading combine, about $2,200 away from passing and getting into the XFA. Same message to you, Max. Keep chipping away at it. Jab, jab, jabbing.
Keep
All right.
jabbing, and your winning percentage is very good. It seems very disciplined.
Mm-hmm.
Don't singles, jab, jab, jab. That seems to be your process. You're winning 72%. Keep it up. You don't have to do it in a day. You're on the right path.
For sure. All right, we talked about Yuko briefly. We talked about Yuko last week too. Here's that trading card for Yuko again, though, from West Hartford, Connecticut. That is indeed the Mark Twain home. We mentioned that last week. But
Yes.
average daily P&L, $1,100. Winning days, 85%. So far, Yuko's been in this XFA for 13 trading days now. Only 2 of those days have been losers. Now is a total profit of $14,732. Eligible for a payout. Has not yet taken one. Coach Paul, is it time for Yuko to pay herself? What do you think?
Well,
Time to take
that's
a
a
little
good
bit off the
question.
board?
I would take half of it off the board. That way you're playing with house money.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I would focus on, Yuko has a process that's outstanding. Keep that process. There is an example of someone's comfortable in taking risk. It has that process down. Don't be afraid to take some money. But take half of it. Put it away. Build it up. And next time, build it up a little more and then take half out. Pay yourself. It's a great
Mm-hmm.
advice. But congratulations. Great trading. Keep it up. But once again, pay yourself. If you don't want to take the whole amount, take half of it. Put it in the
Yep.
bank. Maybe garner a little interest.
And Florence, if you're listening too, I'd offer you the same advice. Almost $10,000 in profits in that XFA. Also eligible for a payout. Maybe it's time to take a little off the board. Also for Florence, Florence and Yuko, both eligible for payouts on Coach Paul's Profiteers team. Here we are trying to tell people to pay themselves. Do yourself a favor. Withdraw some of that though. All right, guys.
What sense is it keeping it in there?
Mm-hmm.
You don't need margin.
Exactly.
Take at least half out. If you're in a margined account, it'll be a different story, but you're not. So think about that.
Yep. And the VIP experience came absolutely free to these traders too. So keep that in mind also. This is windfall cash. All right, guys. That's about all the time we have for this week's or today's VIP update. Coach Paul, any final words of wisdom for the profiteers or everybody out there listening in general?
Yeah, this focus on your process again. Understand this is a big for those of you with us who are not in the United States. This is Thanksgiving week. There's going to be thin trading Thursday and Friday. Understand that you don't have to trade that. As I've heard before, maybe some time to take some time off, refresh, relax, and enjoy life. When you're enjoying life, it's easier to trade. So understand that, and then keep up the good work, and let's get to the profitable side.
Excellent. Thank you, Coach Paul. And thanks everyone for joining us for today's VIP update. You've been listening to Coach Paul, head coach of the Profiteers, and back to you guys.
Thank you, guys. Absolutely.
Mm.
Well, time off. Well said.
Beautiful.
All right, guys, we are breaking. Just testing these lows.
We are.
6,006. Dakota, we have been in this trade for about an hour now. Go ahead, Dakota.
Patience.
Everyone.
No, this is a beautiful example of patience, process over profits. My CYA is now at 15.75, and yeah, here we go. Let's see if we could fill some of this gap here in the ES.
Okay. Oh no, new lows just put it here in the ES. 6,004. 6,004.
Here we go.
Here we go.
There goes the IB low.
That
Here we go into the
is
gap.
wonderful. Yeah, I shorted 2 more contracts during the talk of Coach Hoog at 6. What was that? 6011.6. 2 more. 2 more at 11. Yeah, at 11. So I exited one at 6006. So now I'm short 2 at 11 from 11. And my PNL is minus 568.
Okay. 2 on. Jerome short 2 ES from 6,011.
Once I saw the double rejection at 15 and 14 and a half, I added the 2 contracts once we broke again the level below. And I instantly added and it flushed.
Yes.
Beautiful.
I like it. Adding to a winner. Look at this 6,000. Oh, doctor is that worth it? Good doctor. New lows. Trying to tap it on these lows. Tapping on the floor. Tapping on the floor. Can we break through?
Yeah,
I love being with you guys today and with Dakota, because most of the time I listen to you, and when Dakota takes a trade, sometimes we have the same levels and the same direction for different reasons. And today, for example, it worked out really well, and you can clearly see the difference between a 1-year trader and a 15-year trader. I spoke the levels and he executed them, right? So that's where I want to go to, but that's beautiful because he's leading the path, you know. In the brain, we have what we call mirror neurons, and these are among the first cells of the brain in babies, in human brains. And we learn by reproducing what we see, right? And so you can learn a lesson you get from a teaching, but if you don't practice it, and I'm coming back to medical practice, if you don't practice it, then you can't properly learn it and master the craft a long time, right? So seeing you guys doing live executions and going through the thinking process behind the trade, the stop losses, the levels, where to put them, how do we trail it, do we move it or not, etc. So that brings a lot for me, and not only for myself, I believe. So that's amazing. I mean, what else?
Yeah. Well, Jerome, I must say, it's pretty amazing how far you've come. You've been trading for about a year and a half now. You are number 28 on the big board. Yes, trading live on TopstepTV on Fast Markets, a year and a half in your trading journey. Next to a Dakota, number 2. Next to a Hoag, 40 years of trading, 40 years plus. It's a family business. It's in his bones. It's in his... Here you are. Sharing the stage. Jerome. Very, very impressive
Mhm.
stuff. Seeing markets, learning about macroeconomics, all while being on a team to help try to find the cure for Alzheimer's. You are a true renaissance man, Jerome.
100%.
Absolute privilege to have you on Topstep TV and be part of the Topstep family. All right, let's see if we can make some new lows. We got to get through these 6,000, fellas. We get through these 6,000 so we can try to target 59.93. Is that essentially what we're targeting here, Hoag, Dakota? Are we looking for the
All right,
93s?
I peeled another one here. Will I get filled? Okay, I peeled it. So I'm short one from 11.
Nice trade.
And I'm just gonna trail this. See if we can get to those
And
93s,
my
94s.
PNL is now minus 200.
Good job, Jerome. Nice little comeback. Like you said, Jerome was speaking it. Dakota was speaking it too. You can hear him talking to himself. I want to get short. And then eventually he took the trade. That's conviction.
Just waiting for that.
Well, VS
opportunity.
trade is beautiful. Yeah, it's an A+ setup for me in my playbook. We've been waiting for it. We've identified the rejection at 6,014 and half and 15. We've identified the sort of weak bounces from the 10s, 6,000 and 10s. Hoag mentioned it. We had the low volume on this pop back up, and we had a double top rejection, and then we shorted it. So again, props to Dakota because he instantly executed it. So we followed. That's beautiful. Beautiful trade.
Just a super chill trading session with the guys, gals alike.
Yeah, this is fun. I mean,
It is. Hanging out
not a
and
lot of
trading, man.
craziness. Yeah,
This is as good as it gets, really. Thought it was going to be crazier when we saw those headlines.
Where do we
flying
take
around.
profit, though? Where do we take profit? Because let me share my other screen. You have
Like
a
this,
target
Jerome?
in mind? Because right now we are bouncing from this line I have at 375, 6,375. So if we get back below, yeah, I believe we'll fill the whole gap. Do we hold this till MOC? I'm down.
I like where your head's at, Jerome. I like what you're thinking, my man. Do we hold this to MOC?
It can
All
be a
right,
slow
Dakota,
fill, right?
I just
It's gonna be
lightened up by
tricky.
one because it seems we're having trouble holding below the initial balance low. We got a long time to wait to see if that's going to be some sort of a failed downside auction, but looked like a good spot to trim
I'm
one
putting
off.
myself at break even as well in case of.
Well done.
yeah. You guys do
Jerome,
you. I'm gonna hold and see if we could fill this gap.
Ooh,
In case of.
Dakota convicted on this trade.
Still holding two.
Here's the thing, Jerome. The problem with staying short in these markets for any prolonged period of time is eventually the buyers step in. That's the tricky part. Unless it's like news after news after news. That's bearish.
Just bought one for the break.
There you go. Got to give one to the market gods.
So far, so good. That's the beautiful thing about having multiple contracts, where you can close a portion of it if you don't see something you like, right? And I'm all in, all out because I'm only in one contract, so I don't have that luxury of closing some out here and then holding more until we break. Now, I don't want to go into advanced, but sometimes in my personal account, I'll jump over to like MES and buy 5 micros or 3 micros, and then
trim it.
That is a way to take profit. I don't want to go about that in this in front of everybody here, but yeah, in theory, you could jump over to like an MES and say you closed out of a 30-year position. I could go over to MES, buy 3 micros, and close out technically a 3 position.
Just trim some of your risk.
It's costly because you're paying more commissions, because then once I get to a position to where I want to actually be flat, I'll pay a little extra in commissions. And that's a little more advanced, and definitely I don't recommend it here.
All right, we got about 12 minutes left here in Fast Markets. We got some hot streaks. For those that were not alerted or not been updated, let's just bring in JD. Let everyone know. Give them the update from Friday as well. If they're looking for a certain name today, it's not going to be popping up, unfortunately. JD, go ahead. Let's give them an update from Friday. We can do the hot streaks for today. Hey, what's up, JD?
Yeah, it still hits kind of hard for me.
Yeah.
I miss him so
Okay.
much. He was on the list for so many days, 93 consecutive days for Delesh, and yeah, he had took a loss last Thursday, but we had a nice sign off for him on Friday. He sent an email into us also. Very appreciative,
cool.
thanking us for his for our
Very nice.
Here we go.
positive feedback
Yeah.
during
Some
the
people are
duration
just
of his hot streak.
Some people are receiving the news for the first time right now, JD.
Yeah,
boy.
sorry guys. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but
Yeah.
life goes on. So here is our newly updated Funded Trader Hot Streaks list. All these traders are currently in XFA accounts. We're going to start separating these starting next week when we come back from after Thanksgiving break. We're going to start doing an XFA list and live funded account list. But right now we've got VJ at the top of the list. VJ made $59 trading the MNQ on Friday. Streak is now at 47 days, worth $3,568. Ali made $29 trading the MNQ, now at 44 days, $4,803 in profits. Our old buddy, the Black Swan, made another $212. Black Swan makes about $200 every day. Very consistent trader.
That works.
Trading the MNQ also. 44 days, worth 7,660 accounts. Trading more than one account also. Then we've got Pin. Pin's been around for a couple days now. Very small profit for Pin on Friday. Made $3 trading the MNQ. Stayed positive though. Came back from a little bit of a drawdown. Now at 38 days, worth $4,177. And finally, Long, $221 trading the MNQ. Now at 32 days, worth $7,457. Those are your Funded Trader Hot Streaks from Friday.
Nice. Thanks, JD. 47 days in
You
a
got
row.
it.
Yeah, Delesh gone. Came and went. Fun ride. Carried us from the summer into the winter. Into the fall. Almost into the winter. Delisted. Yes. Yes. 8 Mile style. No longer on there. All right, let's get back to this trade these guys are in. We do have some call-ups. We got some appreciations. I'm going to check in with Peter Tuckman back from Dubai. See how that went for Mr. Tuckman. Yeah. Speaker.
He's coming on
Well,
next.
Yeah. We'll get his take on how things went over there. Also ran into our competition out there. See if he laid the smack down. Let him know who number one is. Said he was going
we don't
to.
have competition,
Said he was going
Andre.
Yeah.
We're our own competition.
I like that.
Can I ask a question to the chat?
Please, Jerome.
How many people here have set 1 to 3 goals, whether they are personal or trading goals, for this incoming week? Just being curious. It's planning and being able to have vision and envision in your mind what you are looking for is very important. And I've noticed in my very young life, I have to say, that only a few people think about what they want to do during even the day. So I'm being curious as traders, if you have daily profit goals, for example, or weekly profit goals, or weekly technical goals. For example, this week, I don't really care if I'm going to be green or red, but I want to learn process over profits, for example, or I want to practice this new strategy I backtested during the weekend, and I want to see if it works this week. And if it does, I'm going to carry it on the next week. And I think this is very important in trading as well, because it's like jumping into the water, not knowing how to swim or where to swim, right? I mean, you're trying to learn how to swim, but you still don't know where to, right? So what's the point of knowing how to swim if you don't know where you're heading to? And that was one of my problem when I started trading, and it still is, right? But that's how I'm trying to navigate these waters and try to hit the right destination. So I was just being curious. But a lot of people said me, right? So that's very cool. I mean, a lot, not that much for thousands of people. So I guess a lot of people don't plan their week.
Maybe they should start, Jerome. Maybe it could help. I can't see how it could hurt. Of course, you have to be agile. Plan doesn't go your way. You have to adapt in real time. But great question, great discussion. All right, Jerome, let's watch that chat. We are starting to see the S&Ps kind of creeping lower. We finally break through the 6,000s last trade, 6,003. But right now, I'm going to throw it to Jack. We got about 7 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Jack, what do we got for call-ups today, man?
Yeah, let's burn through some call-ups. I want to give a special shout-out, someone who's not on this list, because these are new call-ups, is Nick for a Tick, the new daddy, also the daddy of transferring his XFA to his live account. With that, though, our high flyer for today from the dice roll capital of the Southwest United States, Las Vegas, Daniel M., starting the funded account, $70,805, trading the NQ. Congrats to Daniel. Now, let's take a look at the list. And you know what? I only had room for 10. There were actually 13, but we'll get to the others. But let's take a look at this live call-up list. It is, of course, topped by Daniel M. And I'll wait a few seconds here. Somebody could be screaming at me in Slack saying
$70,000. 70 G's from XFAs to the big. There we go.
There we go. So Daniel at the top. Gabriel. Liz Angela. Marcel, Chien, Dietmar, Obi, Woody, Pavel, representing Poland, Andre.
Yes, Polska.
Michal D. Polska, Solidarność.
Wow.
You know,
wow.
Who do you think I live around, Andre? Everyone's.
Oh, I know. They're everywhere in the
Polish
city.
Chicago.
Well done.
My son's Polish. So one thing with the names, Andre, when I type in these country columns to make the graphic, occasionally I see a name where I don't even have to look at the country. For instance, Woody P could only be from the United States.
Correct.
I refuse to believe that they would grant a visa to anyone named Woody anywhere, but great job to Woody. 25 grand and 25 grand in payouts. So those are your call-ups for today. Have a great rest of the session, guys. I'll see you in a little bit.
Yes. I think Pavel is actually in the chat right now.
I'm flat. I just closed it. I'm flat.
Okay. Flat?
Yep, and I'm gonna go ahead and lock me out for the day.
The all-day lockout. Nice job.
All-day lockout.
Hey, Dre.
Wonderful.
What's up, Eddie?
Wonderful.
Did you know that Chicago's first sister city was Warsaw, Poland? Signed in 1960 by Richard J. Daley.
Sounds about right. You know, it's the second most populated Polish population behind Warsaw in the world.
Oh, yeah. 70 people,
right?
So, Dakota, I took one out with you.
Old beer.
Looking like we may have trouble
I'm
holding below this IB low here. I'm still short one. I've got to stop
flat here
at 07.5.
Not yet.
Yeah, it's still a valid trade, but time is an issue.
So I'm going to just try and manage this, and we'll talk about it later.
Dakota was up $5,100. Dakota's now flat. What's your P&L on the day, Dakota? On a Monday, just a super chill Monday from Dakota. What's it at?
57.40. Oh, I like the timer for the lockout. It gives me how long I'm locked out for. I like that timer.
All right, Dakota, 57.40. And Jerome, are you still have your one lot on, or are you flat?
I have my one lot on. It's the limit order is at 650. I guess I'm gonna get stopped out right now. But that would put me back at break even. So and here we go. I'm up 16.50 cents, $16 and
up $16. Good job. Hey, a scratch day, not bad at all. There's many people out there showing that wish they were scratched.
Yet, but yeah, beautiful.
Okay. And
exactly, and that's my first comeback in fast market, so I'm happy about it.
Hey, awesome stuff. All right, well, with that being said, we got a couple minutes left here. Hoag, you'll keep us updated on this trade as we go into power players coming up next. No morning recap today because we got Mr. Tuckman joining us, so we want to make room for him.
Mr. Tuckman,
Yep. Back from Dubai. Make sure you got back from Dubai. We're going to catch up with Tuckman, hear what he's seeing in the markets the week ahead. After that, we got Min L joins the show. It was a Topstep VIP member on Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders. Okay. Anyways, and see how they like to trade and see if we take any trades on that. With that being said, it's time for appreciations, everybody. You know the drill by now. We're going to throw it to the chat. Chat, what do you appreciate for on this shortened week on this Monday? And then I'm going to throw it to Eddie. Eddie, what do you appreciate for on this Monday? Holiday morning.
You know what? I'm appreciative that we can start a day here on Monday. We had a very good session this morning. Coming off the comments, nice and calm and very informative. And I'm really appreciative that we have a 3-day week here. I'm looking forward to that. Thanks, Andre.
Much. Yes. All right. Mr. Hoag in the house. Hoag, what do you appreciate for on this Monday?
Well, as always, my God, my family, my country. Appreciative of a couple of days off the end of this week. You know, it's always nice to step away, and I think we can all use it. And appreciative for I mean, it's not a bad day out. Sunny a little bit. It's beautiful. I'm just happy to be alive today.
Hey, any day above ground is a W. Mr. Dakota, what do you appreciate for on this Monday? Besides the $5,700 he made in his live account, pro ball stuff. What do you appreciate for on this Monday, Dakota?
I'm appreciative for myself, Andre.
Wow.
At the end of the day, it's you against you, no one else, regardless of what anybody else's opinion is. And we're only in the battle against ourselves. That's it.
Short, sweet, and concise. Mr. Jerome, first comeback on fast markets, up, still up $16. Mr. Jerome, what are you appreciative for on this Monday?
As always, appreciative to God for breathing again another day, and always appreciative to Topstep for inviting me again, and today being with the GOAT, one of the best, if not the best one. So very grateful for that, and we had a wonderful session, expressing a lot of patience, a lot of discipline, execution, quick reaction, not FOMOing in trade, understanding market behaviors. So yeah, great way to start of the week and have a positive mental attitude and have a wonderful ending of November leading into December, the last month of the quarter and the last month of 2024. So how are you going to end the year and start the new one? Let's go.
Let's go. Well said, Jerome. I am thankful for, I really love this time of year. It's becoming this is when the holiday season kind of hits you and the decorations start coming out. Everyone seems to be in a bit of a jollier type of mood out there. But yes, it is a nice day out, and the holiday season is approaching with this shortened trade week. We just roll right into the Santa Claus rally. It'll be Christmas in no time, then New Year's, and boom, it'll be 2025 before you know it. But anyways, let's finish out this year, this next month, very, very strong. Positive, upbeat, as well as good trading like these guys had. Anyways, we got Tuckman coming up. We think we got Tuck. We're trying to find him. Is he still in Jerome? Is he still in Jerome? Is he still in Dubai? I just read chat. Is he still in Dubai or back in New York? We'll find out next. We got Power Players coming up next. This is TopstepTV. Let's go. Oh, boy. That was weird.
So what's your goals now as a trader at Topstep?
My goals now as a trader at Topstep is get funded again.
Yep.
Find as much consistency.
Trading what? Are you going to focus on something?
Specifically trading in gold and the NASDAQ, I would say. Crude oil is
just keep going
three
for the gold.
Is a little too crazy.
Keep going for the gold.
Yeah, exactly. Keep going for the gold. I'm going long on gold.
Long on gold. Yeah, you got to go get your long-term portfolio guy and long on gold, and then you're the day trader guy, and then you got all your. You can melt down all your gold metals by this time and be doing pretty well. Because gold is trading on its highs right now. Yeah.
Gold is definitely trading on its highs. Actually, the highest I've ever seen it
Yep,
trade.
me too.
I think it was at 2,800 this morning.
Yeah.
And yeah, I made a great trade this morning. It was awesome.
Well, there you go.
Topstep VIP is an experience unlike anything else in the trading industry. This exclusive opportunity gives a select group of traders a VIP shot at funding on us. Imagine getting the tools, support, and coaching you need to take your trading to the next level for free. With Topstep VIP, we'll set you up in a 100K Topstep X Trading Combine for free. Plus, we're giving you 6 free resets if you need them to help you stay on track. You'll also get exclusive access to our VIP Discord channel, where our performance coaches will be there to guide and support you every step of the way. And when you pass the Combine, there are no activation fees. We'll activate your Express Funded account for free. If you ever need assistance, our white glove trader support team will be there for you, making sure you have everything you need. As a Topstep VIP, you're getting something most traders would pay thousands of dollars for. Personalized coaching and mentorship from the best in the business for free. Meet your VIP coaches. Coach Jay's Lunatics, Coach Jay brings 8 years of experience, including 2 years in Topstep trading combines and funded accounts. Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders. Coach Hoop spent nearly 14 years working at the CME. Coach Ray's Mindset Hunters. Coach Ray, aka Wildebeest Trader, brings 25 plus years of trading experience, specializing in futures since 2017. Coach Vince's Market Makers. Coach Vince brings 20 plus years of trading experience. Coach Paul's Profiteers. Coach Paul has over 40 years of trading experience, including 20 years of trading on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. These elite coaches have years of experience helping traders succeed, and you'll have direct access to them as part of your VIP experience. Want to be the next VIP trader? Make sure you stay tuned to TopstepTV for all the latest updates and details on how you could be selected for this game-changing opportunity.
Yes, making their debut on Power Players. Also a VIP on Coach Hoops Pit Raiders. We got Min in the house. Min, welcome to Trade with Topstep, I say. Welcome to Trade with Topstep, Min. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing out there? Hope you guys are all
doing good. Markets are moving, man.
Obi, what are you seeing over there?
Moving.
What's going on? Right
broke range, Dre. That's why I'm so excited. We were in a very we kind of tested highs off that 4 hour. If we popped into a 4 hour, we had like a daily consolidation at highs. I would say right above like 21,080, and then the 4 hour bar this morning ended up testing the lows of 21,080, which maybe could have offered up some cheap shorts if you were anticipating it. But ever since then, we've been selling off, and then we had eyes on a 5-minute range earlier today in chat, which I'll draw out right now, and it looks like we are just kind of breaking below that. So also a little stair step short too, if you like them. That also happened off that rejection.
Sure, man.
So intense markets today for a short
quick
week,
update
man. Awesome.
on the house account trade. We're still short 1 ES. Hoag has moved the stop to 60.07.
Okay.
There's Hoag screen.
Oh. Hey, Hoag. Nice. All right, we're just going to trail that stop again. We're perhaps a lot of thought of going. This trade was looking to fill the gap in the ES. The gap closed 59.93 half. We're about 5 points away from closing that gap. I think that was the plan. That might be the private target as well. But anyways, Min, let's get right into it. First question I like to ask someone new on Topstep TV is, how did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you?
So pretty long story, but I'm going to try to keep it pretty short.
Okay.
I started trading actually Topstep as like my first prop firm ever, probably like a year and a half ago. And I heard about it actually on YouTube. I think it was just like Travis that was streaming at the time. And I know a lot of it, like everyone here knows Travis. So, but yeah, he was the one that kind of got me introduced into it. And then later on, I kind of like branched out for quite a bit of time with like a bunch of other prop firms and everything. But at the end of it, I found that Topstep was more aligned with like my interests and having to get a proper consistent trading routine. and with the lockout system that they just implemented as well, and on top of the 200 plus, for 5 days in a row kind of thing, or not in a row, but consistently the $200 for 5 days would actually give me a eligible payout. And I thought that was like very simple for me to do. Compared to like having to trade like 8 to 10 days for most of the prop firms, and that's usually not going to cut it. So yeah.
Nice. That wasn't a long story, man. That was pretty
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah, that wasn't long at all. That was actually.
That was a lot.
Yeah, no, I was gonna like. There's a lot going on. Like I had to like quit my job. Like and then come back to my job afterwards. The whole 9 yards.
So life.
Would they accept
life
you back?
also. Life got
You should hear MP. You should hear MP tell a story.
Oh, okay.
Short story long. Anyways, 59.97 last trade. Hoag is actively managing this trade. Stop has been moved down. The CY has been moved down. Yeah, I'm looking for a target. Hoag, let me know. Are we still trying to target 59.93? We're just going to see where this sucker goes. But 59.93 half would close the gap. All right, man, let's get to know Min the trader. Min, what do you like to trade? Tell us about your chart setups, your products, all that good stuff.
Yeah. So for myself, there's lots of lines on the chart, obviously, but basically, I actually like to look back at previous history. So I'll be looking at probably starting off with the weeklies, and then basically what this W1D, like this right here, for example, would be daily, and the body of on the daily candle, like a setup list right here. Actually, I'll start with the weeklies, going from top to bottom, basically. But yeah, so for example, this would be the weekly wick, and I would actually just label it as like wick 2, and then afterwards on the way down, the next one would be wick 1. We actually just created a wick today as well, just recently with today's price action, so that would technically be the new wick that I would readjust that wick to be wick 2, and this would be wick 1. And so I kind of like to follow the amount of wicks from top to bottom, going from 3, 2, and then 1. And that usually keeps it pretty simplified for me to understand which direction the market's going to go to, especially after it breaks over the daily of the on B3 here. I'll show you. So there's a lot going on basically, but for example, this was the daily body, and this was B3, and we opened up just right over here around 20,909s, and then moving forward would be B2. So this would be the first body. And then this would be this technically would be the first body. This would be the second body. And then, that would use that as the reference to find my opportunities to get into long, and then basically holding it towards the next body or the next wick on the weekly charts. But yeah, I would actually list it all the way down. So the ones in the brackets are actually for the downside, from where from the open was. So anything in the brackets are going to be the wicks on the downside as supports, and basically anything outside of the brackets are going to be just the resistances that's on the way back up, and I use those as basically target.
Yeah, it's about to close that gap. We're so close to 93s here.
Yeah,
we're just going right
half. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, we're just like reaching right into the confluence area right here, just in these specific wicks, and the major ones are obviously the weeklies here, and anything in the red are the major ones that I thought would actually reach and then pivot off of. But then, this one right here would be the body. So the weekly on the body and the weekly on the body too. And this was the weekly wick. So this is actually the low on the weekly for the wick.
What are you all looking to do with those levels when you get them? Are you looking for like a collection of them? Like, do you want them close
So
together?
I kind of like
far apart?
so I go with more of like a broad range too. So I like to look at the statistics mainly within like a 3-month basis, and I actually look back at like how big the major ranges are. So for example, if I use the info line, I'll always actually tally up all the days that I've had. So for example, we had a 400-point move, so that means that the volatility is starting to increase. But in the past session before this entire rally up, we actually only had a tally chart of like 200 points to 300 points for like almost 30 days out of like the 90. And I like to keep tally basically, just to get an idea of like where the market's current condition is. So the bigger the tally is, the more it means like there's more volatility basically in the market that's coming.
Tally chart sounds familiar. What is that from?
What is it called?
So
tally
it basically,
chart.
yeah, it's like a tally. So I tally every single day with the info line just to see what the range is currently,
Sure.
and then basically I kind of tally up each of those ranges on like onto a pie chart. So I'll list out like a whole pie chart, and like I'll list out a table. Yeah. So like a pie chart. So I'll create a table. I'll create a table first, and then I'm gonna tally up how many points each of those days had in like a 3-month basis. So I'll tally up about like 90 days worth of data, and after tallying it, I'll put it onto a pie chart just to see, what's like the percentage of the ranges, like what's the higher probability of the range at the moment for this past 3 months. And basically, like if you actually look back at the data, and let's say for example I tallied up every single day with that info, just saying that this day was 433 points, and I kind of just tally up all of them in a 3-month window, you're actually going to see that, for example, out of this entire 3 months, you're going to see more days that are about 200, 300 point average. So I always try to look, specifically for that probability. Does that make sense?
Okay. So it's almost like you're using it as like an ATR kind of, right?
Yeah, like an average to range. Yeah, and I always look at
Gotcha.
it on a 3-month basis. Yeah, that's exactly right. So I look at it like that. So then that kind of helps me build my conviction if I'm taking a trade. So for example, on this specific day, we only had a range originally from open at, where is it? It's right here, at 2908. So we had 2908s, and I kind of just look at the range. I pull it all the way up, and I can see that the day was only 175 points, right? But the average day is actually 200 plus points, right? So I always keep that in mind, that anything under 200 points is pretty rare. It's only like 1 out of like 90 days that gets that. So I think this past 3 months.
All right, gap closed.
Indices puking still.
Still selling off here, guys.
Yeah.
Gap is closed. 59.93 last trade in the ES. NASDAQ closed the gap relatively quickly this morning in fast markets. ES took a lot longer. Just closed it here in the last 5 minutes or so. Last trade 59.92. Look at the tilt. Nothing really shown here. Volume is light. Still more room to the downside. Looking at the NASDAQ, 20,820 last trade. Low of the day, 20,818. 2 points off the lows there. Looking at the ES, like you said, finally closed the gap. Low of the day, 59.91 in the orders. Last trade, 59.93. All right, Dolby. And Min, I guess we can ask both of you guys, what do we do now that we see that the gap has been closed? How do we process or move from there? Min, go ahead.
So for the gap that's been closed, right? Generally, after we kind of fill the gap, and we see some sort of continuation to the downside, it ends up just basically running right to the support. Especially after the gap is closed off, and there wasn't any support, no bounces or anything like that, and it broke right through. Generally, it'll just keep continuing all the way to the downside until the end of the day, until like 2 to 4 p.m. So I could probably see this, coming down to my first target, which is just right over here in the red, and then potentially coming into wick 4, wick 5. We also rejected on the 21 moving average on the daily, which is a big indicator, because historically, every time we reject the 21 moving average, we do get a pretty large selling candle. Let me just, so you get a pretty large selling candle, especially after rejecting the 21 moving average. From any session here. So right over here, for example, we had a move from here to here, which was like 700 points to the downside after rejecting 21 moving average. Just over here, same idea, about 800 points. So that was from past history, right? So we're kind of, leaning into that at the moment, and it could very well sell off into the bottom of the candles here, which is like 522s. Right over here.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. So no trades for you yet.
Not yet, just because like my entry target actually would have been right here, but I was hoping that the market wouldn't sell off before I can go on like Topstep to show you guys like what entry I would have taken. But yeah, this is another one right here. Basically, anything that breaks out of the pennants, especially. I always say that like rule of the thumb, once we get like a nice sideways pennant like this that's closing off, it's kind of like encapsulating. Once it breaks out, generally around like there's a pretty high statistic for it, but even on a larger time frame, once it reaches like the neckline of the trade, most of the time it'll just run back to the support. About I've seen it probably like on 90% of the trends that play out in a pennant like this probably like sell off, and usually there's no continuation. But usually it's continuing outside, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like
so
right now.
What do you so you're in the VIP program. What are you learning from Coach Hoop?
So it's basically you know I attended some of his like voice calls and everything, and it's like more of like outside of like what I usually learn. It's more into like into it's like a different topic that I'm not too aware of. To be exact, like wheat, for example, or gold or those things. You know what I mean? Like I usually trade purely just Nasdaq, so every time I join it, I just like hear like a couple things there here and there for like risk to reward, and he's also just kind of like basically pulling up other people's strategies and kind of just sharing it through that manner as well. So I kind of learned that specifically, but I do appreciate that with Coach Hoop, he's a super friendly guy, so it's like really easy for me to like talk to him if there's anything that's bothering me, especially for example, one thing I noticed with myself this past week when I was in his group, I actually kind of took it out of myself to with the VIP program and everything, like I wanted to trade more responsibly. And yeah, like you'd be surprised. Like 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have been holding trades as long as I would now, even on a combine, right? So a lot of my combine trades back then, like I would actually only hold for like 2 to 3 minutes. But ever since I kind of like joined the program, I kind of just like took accountability for myself, and I kind of like told Coach Hoop that I was like kind of struggling with this. He kind of just gave me some insight on just the like simple words, like for example, just trust your process. Like you kind of know what you're doing, so it's like you just gotta like really follow through with it. And yeah, so
man, how many check-ins did you get? You're selected to VIP. Hoops is one of the newer teams. How many check-ins did you get? Were you all of them, or how many did you get before you got selected?
I think I did 11.
11 to 15.
There was 12, right?
Oh, people are gonna get fired up about that one.
Yeah, I might have done 12. I'll be real with you, but like I actually don't recall. Like I was just coming to them consistently, and then basically just signing up the sheet. And then by that time, I kind of just lost track. So like I don't remember, to be honest.
That's cool. 11, 12 on 15. Who's keeping track? Again, we got more coming this January. Make sure you stay tuned with us throughout the end of the year. We'll have more coming. He was lucky, Kung Fu. Yes, he was. Yes. All right. Well, we are starting to see some buyers trying to step here in the ES. So hang around the lows. They should pop at about 3-4 points. Sellers did come back in. Nothing showing on the tilt in terms of numbers or economic stuff. Nothing
heavy again.
Yeah, ES is getting heavy. We do have a 2-year note auction at high noon in about 30 minutes. We have a 2-year auction. Besides that, we're pretty much in the clear with any type of economic data or releases. Of course, we're keeping one eye on the headlines from the Middle East. So we got U.S. Defense Department spokesman Kirby saying we're close to a Lebanon ceasefire. So we've been seeing those headlines trickle in throughout. Keep an eye on that. Typically, you'll see oil or crude move first, and before the headline actually hits the markets always get it first. So keep an eye on crude with these Middle East headlines coming out. All right, Dolby. I must see anything on the levels. What are you seeing, Dolby? Let's do your top-down approach.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can do ES real quick since I'm kind of already on it. But Hoag did get out of that trade, by the way, for a very nice $2,028. So insanely good trade.
We'll take that.
Yeah, excellent hold time as well. So what I'm kind of curious about right now is, do we hold in the ES 59.91 1/4? We have a kind of a batch of candlesticks from November 22nd on the 1-hour chart, and I'm kind of curious to see if we get back into within this range, which I would say is between 59.63.5 and like 59.91. It looks like we're kind of dipping into it right now. the next level I would be interested in would be the midpoint of this range, which would be somewhere around like 59.81 as possible support here. But it might even support even higher. It's just a question of, are you bullish or are you bearish? You take the short into the previous range, or do you think buyers will step in? And from there, you can kind of determine what your risk is on the trade. For NASDAQ, I'm looking at 20,800s. That has a nice higher low line that we've been seeing. And then it also kind of has a support over here at 20,782s. So I'm kind of seeing if we're going to get a confluence at around 20,800 for possible bounce in the NQ. And also curious what chat thinks. Chat, what do you think? What are your levels?
Hey, pull that up there. Hey, just quick, taking a look at Topstep daily levels. 59.90 quarter is value area high. That's from Vince and Ray, Coach Vince and Coach Ray. 59.90 quarter is value area high in the ES. Yeah, chat, what do you guys think about your levels or these levels in the NASDAQ? 20,826 last trade there. We did bottom out at 808s. About 22-point bounce there. Let's see if we can get a put for all those longs. David S. in the chat says, Bearded Dolby sounds 100 times smarter. Dolby. What do you about that, Dolby? How about that? 100 times. Not 50 times, but 100 times smarter. Hey, take it where you can get it, I guess. 20,826 last trade in the NASDAQ. Nothing on the tilt. All right, man, let's talk about some setups here. What are you looking for? We are getting some movement. Any particular levels you're looking for? Perhaps take a long or a short in the NASDAQ.
I would prefer to take shorts, actually.
Shorts, okay. Going with the trend, I like it.
68s, just because, but I would say like there is a bounce coming here for sure on the right side. Just because we try to.
Which levels are you looking at? Would you like do like a pullback short in the NQ?
Yeah, I think a pullback short would be probably an entry that I would take. But I do know that there is a level at 980 that I'm interested in as well, so this could come back.
980.
980?
Yeah, just around 980.
All right.
It's quite a bit of a stretch here, but
it's like a whole segment away, Trey. Maybe
yeah,
two segments.
Yeah, so what do you do with that? You throw one lot in there just in case it does get hit. You forget about it. Oh, shoot, we're at 980. You're short of one lot. Before you know, we're trading back to 20,900, and you're short one from 90 points in the money. 980. All right, well, I got that written down with underlined here. But yes, in the NASDAQ, or the ES, we're seeing value area high. Coach Ray, Coach Vince's level. But right now, we're looking at the NASDAQ. 20,827.
I'm going to try some longs here, probably.
Okay.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Weird. Okay. Would you get long? What price?
So I just went long right here with the 15 minute.
Here.
Just because it's bouncing off the bodies here, on the daily, or actually on the weeklies to be exact. Just
Hit us with the price, man.
Yeah. So we're just looking at the body here, and it's pretty good risk reward, just shy of the bodies here on the weekly. And right after, we just got a reactionary move right off of it. It could come back up to filling the 870s here potentially.
Okay, Min is long. Min, can you tell us what price you're long from? Min's long on one lot in the NQ. From what price, Min?
I got three micros at 832.75s, and I just put my stop loss at the bottom of this candle. It could hit it for all I know, just because it did print a lower low, but I do like how it just kind of closed right above this previous level here. So, and I'm gonna look at right here as the right shoulder. So this right here is left shoulder, and then maybe a right shoulder, right? And we're gonna just run back.
Long 3 micro NASDAQ, 20,832.75. 832.75 for the board there. King Caesar, I'm long also in the chat. Last trade, 20,840.
It looks good to me.
What's your risk, Min? My apologies if you did say that. What's your risk?
Yeah.
For this?
So my risk is $147. It's just the low of the candle, the previous 1 minute candle, and then I'm just gonna look for. It should be at 20,807. Yeah.
808. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
so it's just like below that candle. Yeah. And then I probably will look at 872.25 to take profit, like maybe 1 or 2 micros, and then let the last one run as much as I can. So.
All right. Upside target 872.25. 872.25. Last trade 20,843. Man, about 10 points in the number or in the money.
think this will work out. You got to believe it sometimes, you know?
Hey, you don't know till you bet.
Yeah. I've only taken like a few
that.
trades today too, so it's not too crazy, right? Yeah, I'll show you my executions just so you get an idea.
For sure. Hey, you said you like that lockout feature, man?
Oh yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. You see the update?
Like, yeah.
Yeah,
So
you see the
one of my
update?
yeah, like what happened? What's
Custom. We customize that for
Oh
you.
yeah,
now,
yeah,
baby.
yeah. That's
What do we do?
the
You want
best part.
15 minutes? You got 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You want 30 minutes?
That's
30
part.
minutes.
I started-
New York
I started-
session, we got you there.
No, like I needed this. Because like I was always falling into this habit of trading before like 9:30, and I found that like my lowest win rate was always overnight. So it's like it kind of just worked out for me. I was like, oh wow, now you guys really push it up a notch there.
Appreciate that. What's typically your go-to lockout preferred time? You do a 15-minute, you do a custom, or does it depend?
So I usually would say like my lockout is probably just gonna be the whole overnight session. Probably.
There you go.
Yeah.
No sleep trading.
I'm telling you, like
trading.
overnight for some reason, I'm sleeping on overnight. Like I don't understand it, to be honest with you. It's not the same for some reason, you know? Because like I feel like over here, like this entire overnight session was pretty like tight range. I would say like 47 points, and usually on the open market you just get more volatility. So it was just you would have to size up a little bit more to make a profit out of it, and it was just not my type of environment.
Try to know your strengths, your own weaknesses. Some people thrive in the overnight trades. It's Dakota. That's how Dakota cut his teeth. He was an overnight trader.
We need to break this resistance here.
Which are you looking at, like 20,850s?
Yeah, kind of like 20,873s a bit here, and then just over here, just like the VWAP. I mean, not the VWAP. The 21 moving average is a pretty important factor. I kind of want to see it to like do the same thing over here, where it's kind of riding the 21 moving average. That would be like my ideal setup off of that. If it starts falling under here, I'm still lucky that I still have my stop loss up. So it's like, if it hits my stop loss, I'm down 147. It's not that bad.
Okay.
Right. I would prefer to see a big run. But like, yeah, I like some of like Coach Dakota's like methods, I guess, with how he says that, you might net like a low win rate, but you would actually push towards like, a longer hold time. And I definitely like that idea a lot more. That I get into a position, and if it hits my stop loss, then I'm only down like 147. But my risk to reward there would have been 1 for 4. You know what I mean? So that's the biggest component for me.
That's the Dakota way. He still keeps the math on his side. His winners are big winners.
Yeah.
Oh yes, they are.
Oh, yeah, he had a big winner today. I was like, sheesh, like he's going for the very high over here, around 20,000, like 21,000. So I was like, wow, like
yeah,
right at the top, and he just held that.
What these guys sell?
Yeah.
What price did those guys sell this morning? I don't have it on hand right now. They're short from 56. 21,056. They were short.
Should held a runner, Dre.
Yeah, he said that. He said that too. He said I should held a runner.
It's always the ones you don't hold are the ones that get away from you.
That's 100%. That's trade for you. All right, last trade. Yes, Dakota and the guys, he was short from 21,056. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,828. So we're about 300 points lower. No, I take that back. 200 points lower. There, that's a little winner.
Yeah, I don't like that 21 little rejection right there.
All right.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a continuation to the downside here.
What to say? Who likes bidding
Well, that's the
800s?
point of this wick right here, right? We know that buyers held it at this price, so it could be just a washout too.
Good to see the president did indeed pardon. President did indeed pardon a turkey today. Turkey's name were Peach and Blossom. Those keep a score of
favorite flavor.
I like giblet and gravy.
Yes. Now officially, the president has pardoned the turkeys.
You giblet head.
You giblet head is right. Those turkeys are in trouble this Thursday. Those turkeys are in deep trouble this Thursday. Last trade. All right, 20,824. Put the risk in. Man has the risk in. Looking at the S&Ps, about 4 points off the lows there. We did have 70% long in the tilt. Dolby, we're flat, correct?
We are flat. We were flat. Yeah, that one got away from us pretty quick. So we didn't get a fill on that long. But if you liked it at 83 or 833, you might like it at 814s or 808s.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would. Hey, Min, can I ask you for a favor while you're in this trade? Can you ask the chat to click like and subscribe for me?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, everyone hit like and subscribe so that we can hit that 150K mark and get that nice deal.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, that 100K deal that last time came around. I'm watching.
All right, Min said it. 150,000 subscribers. We're gonna have a deal for everybody. That's Min.
Yep.
They ask you when they come back and say, "Why? Who said we're gonna have a deal?" I said, "Well, Min said we're gonna have a deal at 150,000 subscribers." So
throwing a bone out there, guys.
It's out of my hands at this point. Yeah. What am I?
You're also in charge of all the customer service complaints, Min. So good luck with that.
I mean, you guys started
right. On the phone. Yeah, it was Min.
Yeah, it's all you.
Min's calling, not mine. Anyways, all right, let's see if we can get a push higher here. Right around the Min's entry of 20,828 in the NASDAQ.
Come on. Break right above that 21 moving average and just keep going.
A little bit of a Dorito. Oh, ES is starting to form a nice 5-minute range. NASDAQ is starting to get a nice 5-minute range. So it looks like some of the indices are starting to tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, a little tiny inverse right there.
Yep.
The follow
and 20 minutes, we got a 2-year auction.
You still bullish, even though you have these 3 on. You still like your trade, or are you getting sour on it?
It's more like I really want to stick with my risk to reward. So even if I take a loss on this, it's not going to bother me, right? At the end of the day, it's just about managing myself psychologically. If I take a trade, I got to be really thorough with it, because you never know what the trade's going to do to you.
Right.
In the right side, right? You could easily get into a bottom trade here. It could actually just bounce right off the bodies here if it properly stays in this little channel and breaks out like a little pennant. This looks like an ascending pennant to me on the downside, right? Which is going to move up. If it works out, I end up netting more of a profit. Even if it's about 244, I hit 1 to 2. If it's even higher, I hit 144. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of managing the position well enough that even if you hit this loss here, you're not going to be suffering for your next trade, right? The next trade you take could be a crazy runner,
Is that something you're currently working on? Is position management? Is one of your
focal
points right
position management, and then not exiting my trades too quickly when some trades need to breathe a little bit, and I think that was something that I really struggled with 2 weeks ago. My average trade, as you can see today, was a lot better. But generally, I'll be trading each of these candles, and that was just something that I wasn't comfortable with, right? And I wanted to get rid of that habit. So even if it hits my stop, I don't feel that bad about it. I'll just look for another opportunity. It could be short, it could be long, right? It just depends on the circumstance at the time of. I also like to look at my other time frames too, like 5-minute, for example, or even 3-minute. Those are other 2 examples that I like too. So for example, if we break over 838s here on the 3-minute, it could be a little forming curl here towards the previous resistance here, right? We haven't really retested the level here, and on top of that, as you can see, these are all the trades that I took.
Look at your charts. Look at that, Min getting to work.
Yeah. So I'm getting some work there, right? This was me stress trading, but I actually held.
Yeah, it is. It's like your EKG too. That's like your EKG.
That's what I'm saying. It's a funny thing, right? But it's I actually kind of struggle with that part. And even though I have all my proper levels and everything, and it's I jump into a trade, I jump out of my trade a lot quicker than I actually stay in it. So today was more of a practice to me, and it works out.
Yeah. Ooh, ES is 2 ticks off lows. Low days in for ES, and NQ might be coming up as well. Getting close to 800s here.
Yes. Hey, real quick, Eddie got the group coaching form pinned to the top of the chat. We got JD and Hoag taking your questions here in about 45 minutes or so. But before then, we do have shoulder tap coming up with Jack. And Jack, who's joining you for shoulder tap? Oh, you know what it is. It's Jack and Mick.
We got Mick.
Of course, after that.
Yeah,
we got JD and Hoag. for group coaching. Get those questions in, form pinned at the top of the chat. Thank you, Eddie, for having that.
Sure. You're welcome.
So I hit my stop
Do we
loss.
like 800s?
Do we like 800s? Min, do we like 800s? All gaps have been closed now. We are still pushing lower.
Yep. Oh, there's 800. There's a ripped right through it.
Sure did. Man, oh man.
That's why you got to wait for your ranges.
Just a very orderly sell-off right now. By no means is panic selling. Technical selling, some might call it.
Yeah,
Gap.
that would have been a fun.
Technical fill the gap.
That would have been a fun time to place some orders below 800 just to see if you get filled, and then try to manage risk on what you get.
Yeah, that's
see
a
if
JD
800s
special.
holds. Yeah,
it's a JD special right there. Speaking of JD, he'll be in group coaching with Hoag.
Nice. Like I'll be on JD as well at 1 p.m.
Yes, you will. Excellent. Good stuff. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on this. Min, if you do like any trades, please holler them out. But if you guys are tuning in last week, you see we're a bunch of history buffs around here these days. Eddie just loves history. Loves telling you what happened on this day. We got a little Mike Tyson. We got the Gettysburg Address last week. You never know what you're going to get on this day. So, Eddie, what do we have for on this day? November?
What we have for on this day. Let's see here. Well, we've got, actually, on this day in 1979, Pat Summerall and John Madden broadcast a game together for the first time. A pairing that lasted 22 years becomes one of the most well-known partnerships in TV broadcasting history. And here's a little something on the side that I dug up. Did you know that Vince Scully almost became the lead CBS broadcaster with John Madden? Summerall beat out Scully and ended up joining Madden to call games for over 2 decades, developing that remarkable chemistry with Madden. And you know what I tell you, if you had the opportunity to listen to both of these guys, it was great. It was the best I think that I've ever heard. You gotta love John Madden. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that's good old John Madden. So there you go. That is our day in history in 1979, November 25th. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Well, things worked out for Vince Scully as well. So all is well with everybody. Yes. All right. Yes. Don't you saw in the chat? RIP indices. We are just kind of walking this thing down lower.
Yeah.
59.83 half last trade in the net and the ES. These are new lows just put in. NASDAQ last trade 20,786, about 6 points off the lows there that were just put in about a minute ago. What we say? Do we like 800s? If we like 800s,
you know,
man,
try this one.
Let's just do them in.
Yeah. Let's say I would try this one as well.
You get long?
Did you get min?
Yeah, I just got long again. One more time. See if we get a nice retrace here, right? And my stop loss is just probably at 769s.
So what's your fill price? What are you long from?
I got long for 792.75s.
One micro?
Reminds me of a certain. You got like 3 micros. I like 3 micros. You know, like
3 micros.
Yeah, 3 micros is like my bread and butter.
What's your stop at? Just below lows? 769s?
Yeah, it's just right at 769s. 769s.
Cool. All right, we're in 791s, long one. What's your take profit?
My take profit is at 28.49s at the moment.
28.49. What is it?
What?
28.49s. 20,849s.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
No worries. No worries.
Oh, 49.
Trey, we're like, there should be a 0 in there somewhere.
I'm looking for a 0.
Our brains exploded because we can't do math.
Yes. 049 upside. 049 upside. All right. How's it coming?
Here we go.
1 NQ. Good job. Pop.
Well, let us know when you move your stop. Oh wait, you're not moving your stops. You're trying to not move stops, right?
Yeah, it's I kind of like manage it that way.
Okay.
I could probably move my stop towards the 20,781s, 75s. Okay. 20,781s.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could do a little bit
That's
of translating.
Like
I'm an NQ. Yeah.
You know, like I'm a strong believer in that. Like if there's a bull trend coming through, the bull trend will come through. You know what I mean? Like usually if you actually have a stop loss at the previous low, regardless of like where you know, for example, once you find a position that you think it's going to turn, you set your stop loss there. Most of the time, if it's a bull trend, it's not going to touch, right? So, right this time around, like that's why I set it up over here at 20,808, and then they went for a stop loss raid. It hit the wick one, and we have a bit of a stronger bounce here, right? So.
I think if we can get over these like 815s, let's say, which
Hoag.
is approximately, let's say, stair step.
Yeah.
Stair step low, stair step 1.
I like that the bodies
let's see
here
if we can
are
have that.
perfect. They're perfect right here. The bodies are perfect right here on the left to the right side. Right. There's no wick on the bottom here.
Oh, what do we got,
But I
Eddie?
like-
Hey, this coming over the wire here. Biden and France President Macron are to announce that Hezbollah ceasefire deal within 36 hours. This is coming off a Reuters reporter. Yeah, so right up the markets. But back to you. Hopefully we see that. Back to you, Andre.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to take like 1 micro off here, just right above the bodies here.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm going to start walking this up.
Yeah, I'm going to take 1
right.
micro off. Just 1 micro. And I'm going to let the, maybe try to move my take profit up a little bit more and have a limit sell here. Maybe push towards 105 moving average.
All right. And I'm going to move this house account stop up to 20,817. That will lock in 520. Take profit will be 848, which we're about to hit anyways.
Yeah.
I'm going to move this up again to 827. So now we're locking in 715.
Very good. 872 upside target. Man, are you still like the 872s? I'm sorry, 840. 840.
848s. That's what I prefer to hit, but like, you know, I don't want to.
I think it will. To it.
I think it will hit. Like, I don't know what it is. I have a feeling it's gonna hit. Yeah.
It's about like what's your time frame for it hitting, right? That's kind of the question.
It was a really strong 2-minute candle, right? We got a little fill of the gap there. Could be also, you know, a nice short re-entry, but I kind of doubt it. You know, kind of have a little bit of a doubt here.
Hey,
I'm just walking the stop.
Coach, you got Coach Hoop in the chat saying trading with Min. One of my favorite, one of my best traders in sharing setups. Love to see him sharing his setups. Yeah. Again, Min is a pit raider, part of the VIP program for Coach Hoop's team. Min is a pit raider.
Come on, buddy. Just push it.
Yeah, we might be out. House is at 831.
We'll see.
Yeah,
Watch it. This could be a pump right here.
Oh, Min's talking.
Yeah, this
likes
could be
it. And keep on talking, Min.
I definitely like the setup. You know, like I know for a fact
Keep
like
on going.
it's gonna return on the right side. I know for a fact. This is go market makers, go.
I don't know what it is. It likes the sound of your voice.
My God.
Hey, Min, when you're by yourself trading, do you ever talk to yourself?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah, me too.
You have to. You know, sometimes you gotta like believe in yourself, right? You gotta talk to yourself, because if you keep keeping it to yourself, sometimes you know you won't like convince yourself enough that it's gonna go to exactly where you want. I'm taking one off right here. I'm gonna take one off here, and I'm gonna let the last ride. I'm gonna obviously go break even here, and it could bounce right off the 846s like it did over here before, but I like the chances here that we're gonna return back up to potentially.
All right, house is out plus 1022.
Yeah,
nice.
I like that though, right? Like that's a 50-point move. Right
Easy.
there.
Nice and easy. Define risk.
Yeah, that's butter.
Targets.
Right there. That's following right off the weekly wick, right? So weeklies versus like just the bodies. That's what I like to follow usually with my strategies.
We got Mohammed in the chat saying momentum's still on. Momentum's still on. Keep the longs. We did, Mohammed, but we are coming to an end of Trade with Topstep. Again, we got shoulder tap group coaching coming up in the next hour. We got a 2-year auction at the top of the hour in about 7 minutes. But man, we don't do this with everybody. We don't do this with everybody, but when we think someone's cool and someone's fun, likes to have a good time and a good sport, we like to bring in my main man, Eddie. I don't know if you've watched this segment before, but what we're about to do, we're going to throw it to Eddie. Eddie, hit Min with the question.
Hey, Min, thanks for being with us here today. I enjoyed it very much. This is time for a fun question. I've got 25 questions. Give me a number. I'm going to ask you a question regarding for that number.
Question regarding that number? Which number?
1 to 25. Any number that you'd
1 to
like.
25. Oh, okay. Just think of a number, or do you want me to like say
Any
a
number that you'd like, and I'm going to ask you that question.
Okay. 4.
4?
Yeah, 4.
All right, Min, you're walking along a beach early in the morning, and you find a magic lamp along the shore. Just for kicks, you rub it, and yes, a genie pops out and grants you 2 wishes. Yes, I know it's usually 3, but this is a recession. You only get 2. What are those 2 wishes?
Okay. All right, that's a good one. You know, like I don't usually, wish for much. It's just pretty much have everything that I need, right? But
There you go.
I'd say like one of the biggest ones is probably just good health, like really, really, really good health. That's it. And be able to be well maintained enough to keep that health through exercise and meditation, probably. And then the second thing around is probably just having a like a good family lifestyle. Yeah, just being able to spend enough time with my family and be able to just like something just very like genuine. Yeah, that's the type of person that I am. So yeah, that's what I would.
Man, I really love your answers because they weren't like, oh, man, $20 billion in gold bullion, and I want.
Yeah, I mean, I could have gone that route, but like, I
you could have, yeah. Because I know the genie looked at me and rolled his eyes, and
yeah.
He's a good guy. This guy's a good guy.
You're only getting two wishes now, Eddie. It's a recession, so you got to make the most of them. You got 3. The third wish could have been gold bullion, but since we only have 2. We're not going to waste our wishes. No, but, man, we really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're a good guy. Dolby, what was the final P&L on that trade?
10-22 to the green.
Nice, man. Well, you're up 2, or are you still long the 1? Are you still letting it ride?
I'm still holding the 1. I think we could break it, honestly. Like, it looks like it's going to break, right?
All right, man. Well, we be sure to please. Do you watch Topstep TV often?
Yeah, I watch it like, a couple hours here and there.
All right, well, I got to ask you the question. I'm going to ask you, who's your favorite person on Topstep TV?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. We can't say that.
Yeah, that's the real question.
We cannot
That's
say
the real
that.
questions.
Yeah, you can. Trust me, we will not be offended. You cannot say Dolby or myself. You cannot say Dolby or myself.
I had a good laugh the other day with like Anne-Marie and Muhammad, like when they were like going on and off with each other.
Okay.
So
you like that, didn't you?
At the moment, I would say like Anne-Marie and like Muhammad. I'm gonna say both of them. So yeah, like
that works.
Yeah, they're like
sweet. Hey, music to Dolby's ears right there. Dolby likes seeing and hearing that. Look at that head nod. And on that note, we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna turn over to Shoulder Tap coming up. Min, thank you so much for joining us. We'd like to have you back on. Again, he's a VIP on Coach Who Pit Raiders. Just help the house account make about $1,000. But coming up next, we got Jack and Mick in for Shoulder Tap. Then we got JD and Hoag for group coaching. Form is pinned to the top of the chat. Min, thank you so much. Mohammed says thank you, Min, in the chat. Mohammed, you're his favorite.
No worries. Pleasure,
Anyways,
pleasure.
Min, thank you so much. We got Shoulder Tap coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's get it.
Hello, party people, pilgrims, and such. It's Thanksgiving week. This is Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, and I'm joined by Mick, live from the fabulous office of the Board of Trade. Mick, what's going on there? Looks like Patrick Bateman's eating you.
Just like another miserable soul over here, Jack. Sorry, we were having some laughs right before hopping on, everybody. Miserable soul.
It was good stuff.
Yeah, very good stuff. Yeah, I got Patrick.
Yeah. Well, what do we think? Who's not a miserable soul today as we transition into some of our live traders?
I'll tell you what, this Jack K for day 2 in the live account, he was up 24 grand. Last I looked, a few short moments ago, up 29 grand. Day 2 in the live account. That is not a poor soul. He's doing really well. We've also got Alexis. She's up 13,500. I'm going to feature her in our one and only trading card today. Bunch of other big P&Ls to rattle off, but for the sake of not just rattling a long list of numbers off, I'll start by saying it was a pretty good week last week for the group of live traders. P&L overall from the group as a whole was very nice, and we called up over 100 traders from XFAs into live accounts, which is one of our bigger weeks. On any given day, we might be able to call up 30 people. There was one day last week we called up over 50. We were well over 100. So a lot of people getting added to the prop group, trading with the rest of the live traders, the elite.
Well, that's good stuff there, Mick. Today we have one card. We'll talk about Alexis, but then after that, Dakota was mentioning some stuff about hedging a full contract with micros. Mick and I are going to dive into that and whether that's right for you, like asking your doctor about, I don't know, restless leg pills or something like that. We're going to figure out if that's right for you. But first, Mick, do we want to jump in and take a look at the Alexis card?
Yeah, I'd love to. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
Trading out of Compton, Alexis J. She's doing pretty well. Like I said, she's up $13,500 today. She has 40. Today's day 45. Day 45 under her belt. Average P&L only sitting around $300, despite 4-figure swings on what I would say probably are 90. There's 3 days on this trade report, 4 days that are not a 4-figure swing to the tune of several $1,000s up or several $1,000s down. A lot of daily loss limits in here. The performance isn't too bad on a statistical, from a statistical standpoint. Half of the trading days are winning days. A little better than half of the trades are winning trades. That's okay. The risk reward on a per contract basis is not what we want to see. It's a little less or a little worse than 1-to-1. So statistically speaking, that's not too excellent. However, what Alexis is allowing to happen is the average winning day, being slightly greater than the average losing day. And that kind of pans out. This is one of those interesting ones where you have right around 50% winning days, and you can see that the average winning day and the average losing day really translated exactly to what the net P&L is for this trading account right now. There have been some big days, like I mentioned today, 13,500 in profits. It's not the biggest day that she's had. That's a little over 14 grand. There's been some other big bangers of days. And Alexis is really good at paying herself. She's got a little over 24,000, just shy of 25,000 in payouts during the trading in this account. I must say, though, that coming into today, there was only about $8,900 in this account. So I'm very happy that she more than doubled her account balance here. But, with about 9,000 in the account, my concerns fall around someone who's willing to hit the daily loss limit of 3,000. You can see that I shouldn't say Thursday and Friday last week, she's taken a little time off from trading. But prior to today's trading activity, the last 2 days in the account were daily loss limits that were hit. you always want to live to trade another day, and it's good to pay yourself, but you got to think about the account balance and what level to maintain as far as, that goes to ensure that you can, live to trade another day or weather a few daily loss limit days in a row and still be okay without having your back against the wall.
Absolutely. Don't care if it's Compton, Long Beach, or Inglewood. Good gold trading here. You said that Alexis is up 13 grand today?
Yeah, 13,500 today.
Okay. Yeah, that's a big
Second
day.
best day. Second best day in the account. Yeah. And she's only, like you said, gold. She's only doing the gold. Gold, micro gold, which I don't even comment on the micros because it's such a pipsqueak contract. Not much going on there, but yeah, that gold. There's been quite a bit of price action in the gold to set up some opportunities for those that are watching it.
More so than any product besides the big two, or there's the big one, which is NQ, the big two, NQES. We have a number of traders that I see on Shoulder Tap that exclusively trade the gold. And I never see that for oil or anything else. So the people that love gold, they stick with it. I like that they tend to trade fewer contracts than when I look at the number of contracts traded here per day, or if we're looking like phase card, phase, another gold bug, I haven't seen someone be, as I've said, in need of a fidget spinner before necessarily on the gold. They tend to be longer term trades, multi-hour hold times. I love all that. As
I
you
do
said, you
too.
already hit, yeah. As you said, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'd much rather see someone take, like Alexis, 10 trades per day. Those 10 trades, or I should say, we know from looking at the trade report that those 10 trades per day really are, it comes out to 10 because they're adding a contract. Doesn't trade massive size. I know that they had a little bit of size on today to knock out that 13,500, but it's usually people that, more commonly I see someone who picks a commodity like gold or crude oil and is selective with their trade setups and rides out a trade looking to catch a piece of the trend for the day, which Alexis does. They're the ones that get a little bit more bang for their buck on the contract sizing. Average hold times here, it's almost 2 hours on the winners and just a little over an hour on the losers. So typically, I've found that to be something you commonly see, or I commonly see, when it comes to people who are not trading the big two, the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. Jack, going back years ago when I started with Topstep, I mean, nowadays, almost 100% of our volume is all in the equity indices, predominantly the NASDAQ, followed by S&P, like you said. But when I started at Topstep back in 2015, it's like 75% of the volume that our traders did was all crude oil. And, we've gotten very far away from that. I don't even know what the breakdown is, but it's a small percentage.
Well, Mick, I can
enlighten
on that. I think a large portion of our traders are out here chasing high monetary volatility. And since 2015, the price of a NASDAQ contract has increased, what? 4x?
Yeah.
4 times.
Many multiples.
And
many
the
multiples.
price of oil is roughly the same. That was higher. I remember taking the train to my college internship when oil was at $150 or whatever. Crowded trains then. And it was, people thought it was going to be Mad Max in a few years. But the old crude has always been 1,000 barrels. It's somewhere between, I don't know, $50 and $90 for the past decade. So, yeah, they like the action, Mick. They like the action.
I remember that. I remember those were. I traded a little bit of crude oil, and certainly on that climb up to close to, depending on the contract you were looking at, the $150 mark. I remember. I think it was front month that kind of hit around 145 that I was looking at during its peak. Boy, oh boy, was that something that was very scary to touch. very, very scary. Even the calendar spreads. I know I've talked about it on the segment, I think, with you before. I remember seeing, the calendar spreads moving $25 in a day, which, that was back when the limit, there was $10 price limits on the oil. We're still seeing $25 moves in the spreads. Crazy.
Spreads.
Spooky.
Well, that actually ties in nicely. I want to close out this card real quick, and then we could talk a little bit about some spread adjacent stuff. Just to finish up here is my takeaway is the same thing as yours. This account balance got a little bit low, mainly the good way by paying out that 25 grand. And yes, I'm glad to see it worked out today. Those last 2 days, I think were an account balance that didn't justify losing 3 grand in 2 consecutive days. You've been given a new lease here, Alexis. So trade accordingly. I saw someone in the chat. The comment actually, thank you, Hoag, who's in there right now, got deleted because the person phrased it in a dickish way. But they were saying something along as, these guys think the only way to trade is with a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 risk to reward. I just want to throw out there right now, I don't believe that's the case at all. What I would like to see is more based on what you put up each day, for instance, in the long run. If those get out of whack, where you're just making, we never see anyone who's making a little, maybe it's because of the loss limits, who's making a little each day and then losing a ton. But we see a lot of the other way around, where people lose their loss limit every day and then shoot for the moon. But yeah, you can be successful at any combination of risk and reward. We're just commenting on what we've seen, given these rules in this program being the most successful, tends to be a 1-to-1 or better, but there's a million ways to trade.
Yeah, I'd be curious if that person wanted to share any of their trade reports and let us know what their success looked like with a risk reward that was 1-to-1 or worse. Please do share if you're bold enough to, but I would imagine that they're not. I will say, I spent a good handful, well, not a good handful, almost a handful of years, market making, where I was looking to, make one tick or scratch, or make one tick or lose a tick. So I was at 1-to-1 making a living, but that was not day trading and trying to, make money based off of decisions around direction. I was just trying to buy it at the bid and sell it at the offer. So if maybe this person is referring to market making, that's a horse of a different color. But yeah, for someone who watches day trading, like myself, who's been involved in it too, but watched it here at Topstep for a long period of time, the levels of success, we talk about them on the segment almost every day. The levels of success and odds for success are far greater if you're willing to risk $1 to make $3 versus risk $1 to make $1. You have to be right that much of the time. And I guess I'll stop here so I don't go into throwing jabs at someone who might be saying something in the chat.
No. Well, I'll transition, but yeah, that's the same thing for me. My whole career was based on it's a different animal, right? Is my average losing day was probably many multiples my average winning day when I was trading professionally, but that's a different type of trading where you'd make money 80-90% of the days, and then you'd blow up a controlled demolition of your account once a month, and as long as you kept it there, you came out way ahead. But
yeah, and you've educated me on that a little bit myself before too, because you guys what you guys were doing was very different than what I've been familiar with doing.
So we've got a lot of questions in the chat about hedging. I want to set the table on this. Dakota today was talking. Dakota was short 1 ES, and at some point mused of the idea that you could and you can do this. Is that if you were short an ES that's in your favor, but you only have that one contract, is that you could say buy 3 micros and essentially take off a third of your risk and then close them all out at the end. So he is factually correct. You can do that. I just want to make sure people understand understand how that could go wrong or why I wouldn't make that your MO. Like, I find no problem with that, especially if it's a huge. Here's where I think that that's completely a valid thing to do. Like, say it's a crazy market, things are selling off. You have only one ES on for whatever reason. Like maybe you didn't even plan on this happening. It's way in your favor. You want to de-risk a little bit. It's a one-time thing. You buy 5 micro ES. That's fine if you're playing big moves. The reason I wouldn't do this every time is because I would think that you should be doing what Muhammad does and just, if you want to trade micros, because what you're opening yourself up to is, you're doing round trips in the micros, you're doing a round trip in the ES, and then you can lose money legging it out of the spread because you can't close a position with 10 micros and 1 ES and then just have them reconciled at the end of the day. You got to get them out of them at some point. So chances are, like, come on, the commission's not going to be that big a difference as long as you're doing this every once in a while. You understand what I'm saying, right, Mick? Like this seems like a complicated way to trade.
I mean, I wouldn't really call it a hedge. I mean, yeah, technically they're two different products. It's a way to lighten up your, underlying value exposure on the S&Ps. I mean, I'm not going to, cut up Dakota's trading by any means. This isn't, and discussing this topic and him doing this isn't, cutting up anything. But I mean, if I need to be lowering my exposure on one S&P contract, and I know he doesn't need to be doing this. I think this was probably, I don't know the context of him bringing it up, but I think it was probably more of an educational thing. Like if I am trading one S&P contract and that's, too much exposure for me in a certain scenario, taking the other side of some micros to lower my exposure is certainly lowering my exposure. But if I'm in a position where I need to be doing that, and we all know Dakota doesn't need to be doing that by any means, not by a long shot, I'm probably just better off trading all micros at that point in time than messing around trying to lower my exposure from one mini contract, be it a NASDAQ or an S&P.
Especially if presumably if you're taking a position far enough that you need to scale out of it, those commissions should not be huge in that scenario, right? I mean, like people aren't scaling out of scalps or I don't know. I don't know what you guys do sometimes. It always surprises me. But yeah, if you should trade. There's nothing wrong with scaling out of micros. Just get in the micros. It's easier. Like the other time, people were talking about, hedging ES with NQ and stuff. Well, I would say if you want to trade the spread, fine, but don't hedge that way. Just it'll always be easier unless you have a strategy around the spread or hedging that way. You're just gonna chop yourself up in the long run, I think. So.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you just said. And I think that, for as difficult and complex as trading can be from a money management standpoint, picking the right direction at the right time, simplify things a little bit and don't overcomplicate things by, intertwining micros into any mini trading. But again, I would say if you need to deleverage some of that mini exposure by using micros, you don't want to be trading minis in the first place. Do your 10 lots in the micros, scale out if you want to, but if one mini is too much, you should just be trading micros and not looking to decrease
Since
exposure.
You're the risk manager, can you give an example of the sort of hedging that would not be allowed at Topstep? Because I saw a few people point at some things in this, like you can trade different products against each other in an account. But I know there are types of hedging that would violate the terms of use. Right? Would that be like multiple accounts? And so you can't YOLO a position two ways in two different accounts?
That and we monitor for that. And if we see it, we will address it. But I mean, the concept of hedging within a single account by, buying NASDAQ and buying mini NASDAQs and selling micro NASDAQs, I mean, you're not really hedging, you're just deleveraging your overall exposure. Where it comes to hedging, that's really against our terms of use. That would be using an account to do one thing, go long certain product, and using another account to go short that product, where you have opposite positions across multiple accounts. That's where we've seen it, and that's where we address it. But we don't see a lot of that. People get weeded out for that.
Well, it's pretty easy to catch, and you can see where, okay, we let you trade through numbers. Here's where stuff like that becomes like, this is why we can't allow that. A, there's no real reason to do that unless you're trying to game us, right? If you had two real accounts, you would never do that. You would just be flat. What this keeps people from doing is, say, going long one NQ in one account, short one NQ in the other, and then taking it through CPI, hoping one of them will blow out and one of them will go to the moon. That's bullshit. We don't allow that.
It is, and you're not really doing yourself any services as a trader either. I don't know how you're going to get better doing that. I don't know how you're going to make money doing that in the long run. You're not even going to have the ability to do that come a live account. So, same like you mentioned with a personal account. So that's just some stupid gaming and not getting anywhere with it. Not here.
Play
not
stupid
else.
games, win stupid prizes. Well, Mick, thanks for joining today. Good to talk about Alexis. Keep it up, Alexis. And
yeah, very happy for her.
I'm happy as well. And you're all going to be happy because coming up next, we got group coaching. We got JD and Hoag here to take your questions. This has been Shoulder Tap. We'll be right back after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Thanks for sticking around. You made it to group coaching. It's that time of day where we take your questions and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. You might have noticed that form pinned to the top of the chat. Eddie pinned it there a little while ago. It says group coaching question form. That's exactly what it is. If you have a question that you would like either Hoag or I to answer, go ahead and click on that link and fill out the form. Mr. Hoag, nice trade in the house account today. What else is happening?
Yeah, that was a pretty good hold. I mean, we held that last contract until basically it got to where we wanted to take the profit, so it was a good trade, and that was a lot of fun. How are you?
Very good, very good. Yeah, just doing my thing in the background today. I'll be on the next
And
segment.
full
Though.
of vim and vinegar today, 100% ready to go.
100%. Always ready to go. Let's do it.
Absolutely.
All right, folks. Well, we've got your questions. We're going to start answering them right now. First up is Kevin. Kevin wants to know what are some rules to follow to help define losing trades faster? I find I'm holding my winners, but I'm also holding my losers a bit too long. What can we say to Kevin to help him recognize when he's in a bad trade a little bit quicker and try and get out of it?
Well, Kevin, risk should always be based off of technical levels, like levels where if price actually auctions to this level, this short is probably wrong, and I just better get out of it. One of the things that I have suggested in the past for a lot of the folks that I've worked with is, when you're looking for an opportunity for a trade, take a look at where the market has to trade to prove the trade wrong. And that's where you're going to get out of it. And it should always be a technical level, past a swing high, past a swing low, above or below a support or resistance level, supply demand level. It's really up to you to define where price has to go to identify that the trade is no longer valid. I'm not a big fan of using finite levels or static levels. I'm only going to risk 4 points on every trade I take, because a lot of trades you may need to have a little bit more risk on those, or you may not need to risk that much on them. So first off, be defining the area or the level that invalidates the trade. Then start looking for your entry. I think that's one of the things that a lot of folks do is they see a setup, they get in too early, they end up putting their stop at a level where they would rather maybe try and get into the trade, something like that. And then, in doing so, I think you can kind of hold on to those losing traders a little less and get out of them a little bit faster. Have a little bit better trade location, which might even expand your potential profit target a little bit. But when you feel, and when you're seeing things and you've got a position on and you're going, oh my God, this trade is no good, get out. There's we say quite often that we don't get any smarter once the trade is on, but there's also that if you're feeling a little intuition about a trade that's saying, this trade's a loser, I better just get out of it. Well, then just get out of it. Don't even wait for your stop. You can always get back into it. So, a lot of, I think, Kevin, what you're dealing with is what a lot of traders deal with when nobody wants to take a loss. So a lot of us are going to default to, well, I'll just wait. If I wait, then maybe the market will come back and make me whole again. And that's just the wrong thing to do. You're just going to continue to expand your losses. I'm glad that you're holding on to winners longer, but learn how to take that loss, learn how to just get rid of it, learn from it. Maybe there was something that you might have missed that may have, provided a better outcome for the trade. But try first defining the risk level first. Where does this trade become invalid? Put your stop in there and then look for the best trade location to get in. And if it gets to that stop, then just take it. You don't want to move it. Moving your stops further away only creates bigger losses, and I think that's part of what you're dealing with, Kevin. I hope that's going to help you.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. We got a great follow-up question in the chat, too, from Six. Six says, I hear people talking about a disaster stop a lot. D talks about it quite a bit. What is that? It's basically a stop that you don't really expect to get hit, you'll be out of the market before you even get close to that stop. But it's just taking some exposure, some risk exposure off yourself,
Yeah.
basically,
Yeah,
in
it's
case of a
just
disaster.
protecting yourself in case something drastic happens, but you never intend to hit that stop. I think Jim Dalton says all the time, he says, you should always have a stop in, but you should never hit the stop. You should know that the trade is wrong before it gets to the stop. And I kind of look at that as the disaster stop that D is talking about.
Perfect. All right, let's move on to Radian. Radian says, why all these violent market movements despite no news being released today? What do you think about that? There were some headlines coming out earlier this morning. I don't know if I agree totally with no news coming out.
There were, some news about potential ceasefire in between Israel and Palestine, which you would think might drive price the other direction. The only thing that I can say is the violence of the movements today, whatever direction those movements came in, especially in the NASDAQ, this is a shortened week. There's a lot of folks that are probably already on vacation, even though there's some pretty serious economic numbers due out on tomorrow and on Wednesday. Looking at the dome in the NASDAQ, it is very thin. There's just not a lot of liquidity, and that is going to exacerbate any faster moves that come in because there's fewer traders available to take the other sides of those trades. The only thing that I can explain about the downside move in the NASDAQ today was technical. We had the big gap that we were left over the weekend. A lot of folks were looking for this market to continue to push higher. We got a lot of longs overnight in these markets. And when they didn't continue to get paid, they just decided, you know what, we're going to bail. Everybody was looking at the gaps. We filled the gaps. There was a lot of pretty decent opportunity today. But again, if there was an increased volatility to those moves, I think it was probably largely due to the lack of liquidity that was in the markets here today. We may continue to see that lack of liquidity tomorrow and Friday, and with some serious numbers coming out. Make sure you have your disaster stops in because anything can happen. Great question, though.
Yep, for sure. We've got FOMC minutes coming out tomorrow. We've got personal consumption expenditures, the PCE, the Fed's favored inflation gauge, coming out on Wednesday. There's a lot happening before we are done for Thanksgiving break. So keep an eye on those headlines also. All right. Next up, we got an interesting question from George. George is a grain trader. And George says, as a grain trader, I want to ask you a question about this exciting field. Do you think that grains are moving to the direction to become less and less weather derivatives? Do you believe that nowadays grains are pricing mostly out of political events? Interesting question. Are politics driving the grain markets right now? That's something you've ever considered. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are periods of time when political things do affect the prices of grains. I can think of two examples right now. Now, it's been a long time since I was a grain trader, but my dad was a grain trader for 40 years on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. And if you're old enough to remember, there was an oil embargo against the U.S. in 1972 and 1973. There was also a grain embargo by the U.S. on Russia. So we had all this surplus grain. Sometime in the spring of 1973, the grain embargo ended, and it ended abruptly. Russia bought most of the surplus grain that the U.S. had, and then it turned out to be a drought year. So you had soybeans going from $4 to $14 in a matter of months. That was, I would say, a politically driven event, right? There was an embargo. We lifted the embargo. They bought all our surplus grain. Boom, there's a big move. Another example would be with the war between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine manufactures tons of fertilizers that are used to make grains. Ukraine is also a large grain producer, and that I think has also had an effect on the effects of grain over the last couple of years. To what degree and who knows? But that's just one of the fundamentals that can affect grains. If we have a drought this summer, that can do as much as anything to affect the price of grain. So it's a valid question. There are times when political events will be the main driver of grain prices and have been in the past. Just being able to take advantage of that, understanding them is a whole nother story. I think it's a fantastic question, George. And when there's no soybeans in the ground, we know what we have siled. We know what we have in the silos. Something political can certainly change the price of grain, but mostly, when we're looking at the growing season of the grains of the row crops and everything else, weather is going to have a big part of it. Remember being on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade, they had a big picture, big like TV up there with the radar to where rain was hitting in the grain belt here in the U.S. So they're all intertwined. They can all affect price for sure, and in certain situations, political situations have been the main driver of prices in grains. Not all the time, that's for sure.
Awesome. Thank you, Hoag. Appreciate that answer. And thanks for the question. Yeah, we don't get too many questions about the grains in here. Also, if you are a grain trader, we publish daily grain levels on the TopstepTV website. We have those posted in the chat every morning. You can get corn and soybean levels, Topstep daily levels right there for any other of you grain traders out there. All right, next up, we've got G Money. G Money says, I need some help. The best ways to scale in and out of trades. Do you base it off of levels or percentages? This would be key in helping me manage risk. All right, scaling in and out of trades. It's an art form. That's what I was trying to get out. Bit of an art form. But there's a difference between scaling into a level and just adding on to losers, isn't there, Hoag? Can we talk about what's the difference between those two?
Yeah, there's a fine line. So anybody that's scaling into trades, whether they're possibly scaling into a trade that's already against them a little bit, and you can call that, and there's a thin line between doing that and adding to a loser, right? So let's say you have a level in the NASDAQ where there's a 10 point area where you want to begin to accumulate longs. Price comes down there, it gets into that area, you buy one here, it goes a little bit lower, you buy one here, it goes a little bit lower, you buy one here, it comes up a little bit, you buy another one. That's one thing. But scaling into trades just because you're trying to they kind of dollar cost average your entry, so maybe you can get out at a scratch, is always a bad idea. So there's a thin line between that. As far as scaling in and out of trades, what type of trade are we talking about here, G Money? Are we talking about a range bound trade where we're going to buy the low and sell the high and buy the low and sell the high? I don't scale into those trades. I've never been the best at scaling into trades. I'm more of a all in, all out kind of guy, but I've gotten a lot better, especially during directional markets, to learn to scale into winning trades a little bit better. Scaling out of trades, is also something that like JD said, it is an art form. Range bound trades, I tend not to scale in and out. I'm more of an all in out kind of guy. The trade we took today in the S&Ps with Dakota, we got in with 3 contracts. The market kind of put in the initial balance low. It was also in the S&Ps right at the top of the gap from Friday till Sunday night. So there's a weekend gap there, and a lot of folks are probably looking at that. So we had a pretty decent trade location. When it got down to the top of the gap, we covered one. That's a reasonable and logical level to take one off. The market broke, put in the initial balance, broke below it, seemed to be having trouble, came back to the initial balance. We got out of one more, but we trailed the stop behind the last one to get to the bottom of the gap. You can see the bottom of the gap right here, and the bottom of the gap was 29.93 half. So we were short up at 15. We got out of two of them at about 05, 06, that area there. So there's 10 points there. And then we left the other one on to see if we could get our eventual profit target, which was the low of the gap. I'm a 10% kind of guy. We also had a naked point of control down there at 59.94. We got down to 59.95. I covered the last one. That would be a pretty decent scale out. Did the market did the market continue lower for a period of time? It did. Did I feel sad about that? I did not. We planned the trade planned out. Boom, done. Now we're seeing the market putting in another V-shaped bottom here. But scaling in and out of trades is a practice. Scaling in and out of trades is an art form. And there's just a couple of ideas for you. Try not to scale into trades that are moving against you, even if you're calling it accumulating an inventory in a zone. Try and get your best trade location first in that zone and then add to it as it goes your way. Hopefully that's going to help you.
Awesome. Thank you, Hoag. Perfect example of the trade that we put on today in the house account, too. Excellent explanation. Hope that helped you out, G-Money. All right. Pistol Pete's next. Some of these names today are just great. Pistol Pete wants to know, or Pistol Pete says, I finally passed 150K combine. First one ever. How do I get over the fear of trading it? Well, this is a pretty common question. We get this quite a bit. And as Hoag most famously says, dance with the one who brought you, right? Nothing should really change from the training combine into the funded level account. It's really just a mindset shift and getting used to it. But what's your advice moving on? Have an actual skin in the game, as they would say. How does the mindset shift a little bit?
Well, Pistol Pete, I was wondering if you were here today. If you're here, say hello in the chat for me. Thank you very much for the email you sent. I really appreciate that, and I'm really proud of what you've accomplished, and you're getting into the funded account. Yes, it's a big deal. Getting through the trading combine is the beginning of. Hey, Pistol Pete, good to see you. Thanks again for the email. Great to see you there. So getting through the trading combine is really the beginning. It's when you get into the XFA or you get into a funded account when the real work begins. My suggestion, Pistol Pete, is when you get that login information for that XFA account, you're going to be, excited. Of course, everybody gets excited when we get to another level, and it's okay to be excited, but make sure that your feet are on the floor and that you understand your process and you understand what your job is, and that's to manage risk. You're going to look at that platform and it's going to look just like the one you've been looking at, but it's going to feel a little bit different. I used to like to tell people, once you get that account, sit there and look at it. Just look at it for a day, maybe a couple of days, until you finally get to that point where you're like, all right, this is what I've been doing. What I have to do is continue to do what I was doing, hence dance with the one you brung, and don't focus on the money. Dakota's been saying, we've been saying this around here for years, is focus on the process, not the profits. Focus on the profits, on the process, not the profits. Focus on the process, not the profits. That was hard to say, but Pistol Pete, you got through the trading combine. You can do this. Have the confidence, have the trust, manage the risk. Look for your A setups. Look for your A setups. Your B's and C's, maybe you come to those later on. But you get to the setups that you're going to take 10 out of 10 times. And if they work out for you, you're going to get off to a good start and hopefully be off and running. Pistol Pete, again, I really appreciate the email. I was planning on emailing you back. But again, I'm proud of you. You can do this. Focus on process, not profits. And it's definitely let me know how things go. If you have questions, thoughts, let me know. Keep coming to Topstep TV, keep asking questions, and looking forward to your success, Pistol Pete. Dance with the one you brung.
Awesome. Yeah, keep us posted, Pistol Pete. I think it's great that you guys have communication outside of Topstep TV. So, yeah, we really personalize the entire program here. Nice job, Hoag. And thank you for the question, Pistol Pete. All right, real quick. Julie wants to know what do the top step levels for settlement mean? What is settlement price, Hoag? Settlement price is different than closing price or last price traded, and that it's set by the exchange and not by the last price traded for the day. Hoag, you always explain this a little more eloquently than I. What's the difference between settlement price and closing price?
Okay. So settlement price is based off the old closing price, the old closing times in the markets. So like in the S&Ps, settlement price is based basically around where they believe the closing range would be, and then right in the middle of that closing range. So you can see here in the S&Ps, the 3 o'clock bar closes at 59.78 even. Settlement was 59.70. I'm sorry, 59.87. Here we go again. So this bar closes at 87, 86. Wait a minute. Closes at 86. 87 is settlement. So the exchange is giving it like about a 2-point closing range, and then they're setting settlement at $87. What $87, what 59.87 means is that is the price that the exchange is going to set positions for margin for the overnight session. Well, the overnight session's only an hour long, but still the exchange has to set a price at the end of the day so that anybody that's below their maintenance margin will have to bring their account back up above the initial margin or to the initial margin. So it's where the exchange marks positions for margins. Why do we always talk about it? Why do we always look at it? Because it's been part of trading for so long. I asked my dad the same thing. I said, why is settlement always a big deal? Well, he told me about margin and all of that. But he said, here, take a look at these charts. And he had these big paper charts with like days and days on it. And he had settlement on there. He said, look at how many days, if the market opens away from settlement, that price returns to settlement at least once during the day. And it was an amazing amount of times that happens. So settlement is technically where positions are marked for margins. An important level for a lot of reasons. Good question. And if we were really going to be looking at it, the end of the day close was 59.91. Well, that's 4 points difference from real settlement. To make that much of a difference, well, everybody's focusing on settlement because most platforms you can have settlement populate on its own. I populated it myself on this because I want it a little bit brighter and I want to be able to see it. I'm old. But yeah, that's the importance of settlement. I mean, even today, S&Ps, NASDAQ, we opened with a gap. We opened way away from settlement. Where'd it go to? All the way back to settlement. 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 Even if it opens away from settlement, goes back to settlement. So many days. Settlement here. Market opened all the way down here. Where did it go to? Back to settlement and then some. Settlement. Opens above settlement, back to settlement. Opens at settlement. You can just go back and forth. Here the market opens. Here's a day it doesn't go back to settlement. Well, maybe we just got back there on Friday. But that's what settlement is. Hope that helps.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. Get to know settlement price, folks. It is not the same as closing price, and it's a very important number. If you are on the TopStep X platform and you have the TopStep Daily indicators activated, then you will see settlement price. It is the number in light blue. It's the light blue number. It will always be. It gets updated every day, I should say. So you have yesterday's settlement price for each trading session. So get familiar with that. All right, guys. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for group coaching today. Stick around, though. We've got quite a bit of tradertainment heading your way. Right after this, we have Trade with Topstep. James D's coming back. I don't know if you guys remember James D. He was the very first trader to pass a trading combine live on Topstep TV. That was a segment that we had running for a little bit. Pass with the Pros, I believe it was called. But James D is back. He'll be talking with Dolby and I. Maybe we'll find a trade for the house account. And then Hoag will be coming in for his afternoon recap at about 1:45 Central Time. So make sure you are here for that. Also, we'll be going over some of the trades that we made and what else happened in the markets throughout the day. All right, so we are going to take a short break, everybody. Hoag, thanks again for all of your answers. To everybody in the chat, thank you for your questions. That's it for group coaching. Give us a few minutes, folks, and we are going to be right back. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to the futures. We've got James D., Canada's favorite son, live from Toronto, joining us. What is up? Oh, you might remember James D. He was the first trader to ever pass a trading combine live on TopstepTV. But what's up, James? How you doing today, bud?
Before Pass with the Pros was real, yeah.
Before Pass with the You invented Pass with the Pros. I remember.
Played a role. But either way, I'm doing well. I got my gloves, my hat, and my sweater on because it's freezing here already. No snow, unlike you guys, but my heater is so loud and you guys would punish me if I had it on this whole time. So I just thought I'd dress warm instead.
Well, we appreciate you taking that into consideration and dressing for the elements while live here on Topstep TV. We did get some snow here in Chicago last week. It's all pretty much gone now, but it's warmed up a bit.
Is it all just
like
brown
5
sludge
degrees out
now?
today, isn't it?
Nah, nothing. We got nothing out there. It's nice. It's like 50 degrees outside. It's balmy.
Yeah, not bad.
Nice.
The dark days are coming, though. Usually after the first snow melt, everything just turns to mud, but we're getting kind of lucky this year so far. All right, we got the house account open.
Mm-hmm.
The house account is up. We got Dolby here to execute. Let's talk through some trades. First, James, what have you done today? You put any trades on yet today?
Yeah, I'm in a trade right now, actually.
Excellent.
Okay. So
market?
There's a lot going on here. But I've marked out on the 5-minute here sort of the major trade ideas. So, sorry, there's one missing. Let me add it here. I had a long here that I honestly thought was going to be an all-day hold, but we hit VWAP and just got instantly rejected. So you can see that the lower line, that's going to be the regular trading hour session VWAP, so 9:30. I like to look at both because there is obviously a lot of people. This is what you would see on the triple Qs, for example. So I like to have that on there just because there's a lot of eyes watching that. And then the other one is the 24-hour VWAP. So I kind of liquidated my long position there and flipped short, actually. I got stopped out, but then went short again and rode that for a solid profit. I was up about $1,000 down here. That was fine until we came back up and touched IB, and I got chopped around. You can see on my trades here, I gave back probably like $600 or $700, just going long, short, getting the fake out. You know,
you're in your own personal reversal challenge there.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it like the executions. I have them on my 1-minute chart. So I have the NQ here and the MNQ. I only trade MNQ, but I like to have the NQ just because it gives me a much cleaner chart to look at. And it looks like I'm about to get stopped out again on my short here. I thought we might
What
come
price are you
down.
short at right now? What's the
I'm
price you're short at?
20,867.
Oh,
we're only a few bucks off of that.
Okay. Short one
which is
MNQ? Just one? Just
short
one guy? 10.
10.
Short 10 MNQ.
Yeah,
Here's a question.
and I'm about
do you like scaling out of trades? Do you go all in on a trade and then scale out? Is that why you're doing 10 lots in the micros?
Great question. So typically I trade much smaller. When I'm trading an XFA, I don't trade more than probably 5 MNQ. So more than anything, it's habit. I just live in MNQ. When I'm trading the combines, I'll go a little bit more aggressive just because I do have a rough idea of my numbers. So I feel comfortable doing that. However, I've been rereading The Best Loser Wins by Tom Hoag. Great book for anyone who hasn't read it. It's definitely like a top 5 trading book out there. Highly recommend it. He does not suggest taking partials or scaling in. Well, he'll scale in, but he'll never take partials, with the idea being the majority of people will take a full stop loss, but close out partials on their way to their eventual TP. And so what he tries to do is the opposite, by actually adding more as you move towards your take profit, and it sort of is supposed to rewire your brain. So that's something that I've been toying with today, but generally, no, I won't scale too much, or I'll try to avoid it.
Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, Tom Hoag, Best Loser Wins, guys. Check that out. I believe it's on our Topstep reading list.
Definitely is.
Go to the
Definitely is.
TopstepTV website. You'll see an entire reading list. That book is on there for sure. All right. Okay, so James, short 10 MNQ at 20,867. House account is flat. Dolby, is this a trade? House account worthy, do you think?
Taking a short?
Actually,
well, James is really close to being stopped
right
out.
at IB
right?
low here. We're just
what's your risk on this trade? Risk is real tight on this trade. Is that what you're saying?
It was. I just expanded it. I want to see what happens when we interact with IB low. Like if we just hit it and then wick back down, I'm going to stay in it. But if we can close a strong 1 minute candle above, I'll probably get out of it.
Okay. We're right at James' entry price right now, Dolby.
Right now? Okay.
IB low is at 20,869.
869.
Yeah, we could definitely try a one lot short here. I'd probably be a little bit more favorable towards like 890s to see if we could stop on that. But we are kind of getting pretty wedged right now.
We sure are.
We're starting to have our ranges kind of like stack upon each other, which makes me believe that there's probably not going to be a ton of action this 45 minutes because we got that big one from earlier today at 9:30. Then we tried ranging again at around 11:20ish, and then we ranged again at 12:20, and then we started a little tiny range again at right at 1 o'clock, and so we were starting to see these boxes start like compounding a little bit. So I wonder if NQ is kind of happy around these prices, to be honest, and we're kind of getting to that 1 to 2 p.m. like 20-point range that NQ has done over the last couple weeks.
It does like to do that.
It really does, especially during this time period. So I think shorts could be good for maybe some scalps, but we could try one. Let's sell one.
So
we sold one.
That's a great point, Dolby. I mean, I'll like to look at, first of all, definitely lower highs, lower lows on NQ for today, right? So we can say that the established trend is to the downside. That being said,
we're short one, by the way.
Today, are we going to be closing on the lows today? I think is a question that we should be asking ourselves, because that would be the ultimate target. If you're going to short at IB low now in the second half of the day, are we going to get a further extension and maybe pierce the lows down at 20,782, 780?
Yeah.
I am looking at NVIDIA, and it's making a double bottom right at around 135. If it breaks that low, I could see a new low on the NQ today as well.
Okay. What's your stop on this 10 micros that you have? We got short 865s.
865.
I'm gonna put it at 1 ATR. So let's do 20 points above IB low, which would be 890.
So that's about 500. So we're about 1 to 1 right now. And what's your take profit?
I don't have. I'm gonna just wait to see what the market tells me. There's a solid chance I get out of this before the stop loss or before the take profit. We're just, like you said, kind of consolidating, and I want more information if we're going to be moving in a certain direction.
We're keeping an eye on an initial balance low, Dolby, which is at 20,869 quarter. So that's going to be kind of a line in the sand moving forward with this trade. We'll see what happens the next couple minutes. If we get a few short-term buyers to close above that number, then we'll probably bail on this trade, just like James was saying.
Cool. Just say the word JD and I'll flatten.
We just failed to touch it 3 minutes ago, and we're sort of topping, but that can easily, with some momentum, just be run through. So,
yep.
I did like that we had a double top at 135 at around 20,890. That was a good double top, and then we're coming. We failed, or at least the pattern succeeded, but the market failed to rally higher, and now we're coming back, testing IB low, and we could stair step lower.
Yeah, I think that on like the short time frame, I think that's where I agree with your short. Is this a stair step lower here? And lower, or sorry, the stair step would be at around like 865, where you have like the set of support, and then you have support becoming resistance. So that would be, is that how you're defining the stair step short to the downside?
Yeah, so point 1 was at 134, and that was the completion of the double top. We flew right through IB low, put in a low at 28,390, and then we're coming back up. And as long as we can hold in this area, there's definitely more downside here potentially.
Yeah, I see.
We got
I see
a
what
little
you're
bit of a move lower there, but it got bought back up pretty quick. So
I mean, the
nothing
history
definitive.
is about 20 points for this segment, is about 20-point ranges, at least the past couple days. Yeah, it's been very, very tight. So I'd be kind of curious to see what kind of momentum we could get above 870s. And I definitely think 840s is on the table as long as we can get below, let's say, 858s.
Okay. I'd be curious.
Yeah.
As like I am not an ICT trader. I'm going to preface this next statement with that assertion.
I'm sure
That being
China's
said,
opinions, though.
that being said, fair value gaps are a meaningful piece of data to me, in the sense that if you can use fair value gaps to pretty accurately determine the direction of the market, and especially on a normal day, gaps in the opposite direction typically get filled. And so you can see right now, I've marked out, on my chart, there's 2 big ones on the 5-minute. We had one that got filled, but now on the 5-minute.
I was just going to ask you, for the people in the back, how do you identify a fair value gap on your chart?
Super simple. So you can do it on any time frame of chart, but it's a candle that doesn't have a wick on either side of it. So it's just one strong single direction candle that price wasn't able to interact at that level on either side of that candle. So an example, I have some examples on my chart right here. So this 5-minute bar, you can see that the wick on the left, 2853, the wick on the right, 2860, which gives us a 7-point gap on that 5-minute candle. And that gap is counter trend. So we can see that all bullish 5-minute gaps got filled, except for the one at the very bottom of today, which would have been right here at 2818 roughly.
818. So the thesis is that you think that could get filled today?
There's a chance, we tried to come back up and fill these ones that we created at the beginning of the day, but we failed at VWAP, which also happened to be right at the bottom of that gap. So we came in and got some of the short liquidity that was here and just flushed right down. So
what time frame? I'm on the 1-minute in NASDAQ. And are you looking at the fair value gap between 812 and 831 on that candlestick at 1150 Central?
Big chart on the right here is the 5-minute. Execution chart on the left is the 1-minute.
Gotcha.
So I do look at the gaps on the 1-minute too, but they move way faster,
Yeah.
Way faster. Everything does. This trade seems to be working so far, though. I mean, we're up, 350? Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, at least.
Mm-hmm.
And we're selling.
Getting some movement now.
Yeah, this is good. So let's see if we can get below 840s. And then I pulled up my 5-minute chart. I think I labeled the fair value gap right. It's 812s to 830s. There's like that really strong 5-minute candlestick. Is that right? How you see it on my chart?
Yeah. That's perfect.
Okay. Cool.
So we did fill that other one, the much smaller one just now. We filled that. So my next target would be coming to collect some kind of liquidity in that zone. And what you can do is open it up to the 1-minute, but leave that box, and you'll probably find a 1-minute gap inside of the 5-minute gap. That to me is going to be a good target area.
Wee bit tighter.
Probably
Look at this move. Here we go.
Let's lock this stop down. So we're into the 5-minute gap. What's our take profit here? I mean, what are you looking for?
Let it ride.
Diamond hands. Love it. Hands off. Let me know when to move the stop.
Leave it for the auto liquidator. Here we go.
Yeah.
Let me know when to move the stop. I went to break even. Is that too soon? Just let this run.
I'm gonna put mine to break even as well, because there is a chance that we bounce hard and find a bunch of buyers in this zone as well. And this is gonna be a decision area, I think. So
got it.
We did come down and test the 1 minute gap as well, which was also quite large. And that gap was the 1 minute candle at 12.50. And it was 17 points. It was a 17-point gap and probably closer to a 30-point candle. So a lot of buyers there, presumably.
Yeah, well, we found some pretty quickly. Let's see if they can sustain here. But you are
in my TP
enhancing this trade, right?
My TP is going to be at 28.19 just because that's my 1,500 take profit for this combine. So I'm going to be out.
I mean, what do we
have
shoot
a
for
Topstep daily level at 23 there. What is that number again?
That's yesterday's point of control.
Yes, it is. 823, Friday's volume point of control. Hey, Richard. Richard H. in the chat. I do see you. Robert is alive and well. He was entitled to some vacation time before the end of the year. So he'll be back tomorrow, I think. Does that sound right, Dolby? People are asking where Robert is.
He possibly might be back tomorrow. Not even we
might be back tomorrow.
Yes.
He doesn't always share with us his plans.
No, very mysterious, man. Very mysterious, man. No, TSX is not down. We're trading in it right now.
We are trading live on TopstepX currently.
I thought you said TSX for a second, which is the Toronto Stock Exchange. And I was like, why would anybody here be trading the TSX?
Apologies to all the Toronto traders out there. Speaking of which, Min, are you in chat? If you are, James D would like to communicate with you. I don't think you're in chat. We'll find you though. All right, some bidders
we
here.
Have a lot
JD,
of
is there a way? Yeah, a lot of New York, a lot of Toronto.
Yeah,
Toronto's a really big financial hub, especially for Canada. Like all of our major banks are downtown core here, so a ton of banking industry, a ton of finance. So I wouldn't be shocked to know that there's a ton of Topstep traders here as well.
Bankers
and also
retail traders.
Your website auto converts to CAD dollars, which is nice.
Convenient.
Not everyone does that.
We should set up a meetup for all you guys. I probably shouldn't have said that on TV, but
I will host it. You know what? Funny enough, StockTwits actually did a few trader meetups in Toronto, but I don't know if I'm just out of the loop or if they kind of stopped doing it. But those are cool. Be a great place to promote Topstep as well.
JD, do we like adding here to shorts?
Did we set a profit target?
I'm 780s. I'm just looking for new lows. We're kind of just diamond hands.
4:10 p.m.
4:10 p.m. It's fine with me as long as we don't get stopped out for break even. I mean, the logic for adding here would be stair stepping. It's just a stair step short.
There is that
put an offer a couple ticks
above.
Put an offer a couple ticks above. If we're gonna add, I would say put a couple ticks above settlement price. That would be a good add.
What's settlement?
Maybe around 51 or 52.
Honestly, I would wait for a fair value gap to the bull side on the 1 minute, because those will most likely get filled to the short side. So that you have basically an influx of buyers that are trapped on the wrong side. They're trying to pick a bottom, take the other side of their trade. That being said, this sort of demand zone does seem to be holding for now. You can see like we came in hard and wicked out of it hard as well.
Yeah, it was fast. It was very fast.
I do expect us to come back down and sort of test that area again. But but this also. Oh,
Man, they're gonna make it hard on you for sure.
that's for sure.
Hey, come failed moves, come fast moves.
There was no ad there, correct?
No, we did not add.
Okay.
We did not add.
I'm gonna do a
Just making
partial ad at 28.58. I'm gonna add 5 micros, and that is just a wick
58.
test. Yeah, that's a wick test on the 5-minute. So you can see we would come up and touch the wick on the other side of the 5-minute candle there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And then the stop is going to be right above that 5-minute candle.
Right. Let's see if we can add it 859s. I mean, our stop is still break even. We could add. We're not risking all that much.
We are making
Shorting indices always makes me feel weird.
Hanging around Dakota too much. Except for this morning. That was such an awesome short. He literally, I open up TopstepTV 9:30. Market's ripping higher. Dakota's just sitting there. All right, guys, I'm short. 5. $5,000 later, he jumps out, and I'm like, what just happened?
How does he do it?
His timing
He's a magician.
is uncanny timing.
Sometimes I wonder if he's just living life like 2 minutes ahead of everyone else.
He certainly gives that impression, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Right?
He pressed the live button on life. We're all on delay.
We are making lower highs, lower lows on the 1 minute, and I will stay in this until that changes. So stop is still going to be, stop right now is going to be just above IB high, or IB low, sorry. So 28.69 is going to be my stop now.
Okay.
Because that would be
up.
That would be the
take on
break.
a little bit more risk. It's still not that much.
You can leave it at break even. I mean, the argument being, if we make a higher high, I don't want to be in the trade anymore. If it's,
I don't even like break even. It's not even. It's not my favorite.
That's the thing. Break even is very much meaningless. You're trading your account when you move your stop to break even. That being said, it is a good risk management strategy.
Well, here's that rejection. Hello.
Starting to see some more weakness, just a little bit.
I'm going to move my stop down to 28.56.
Yeah, I just did it. Literally just did it. But here's like,
Great
you know, move your
eyes.
stop down, and now they're going to walk it back up. They'll have it touch 860 and then shoot it all the way down to like 780. That's the worry.
Yeah, we got 30
like every
points into
time-
this trade. I don't want this. We're not taking a loss on this.
No,
Especially after
definitely not.
the amount of time we spent in this trade, we are not taking a loss on it.
Yeah.
I never like wrote this down, but I always felt like anytime I wanted to move my stop to break even, I should just take profit instead.
Mm-hmm. If it happens real fast, yeah. If you put a trade on and it's immediately a winner, I think the worst thing you can do is move your stop to break even. You should just get out of the trade. If you're trading a single contract, if you're trading multiple contracts, you should be taking profit and then give it a little room to breathe. But if you're finding instant profits trading the NASDAQ, you should see profit, take profit, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I agree.
It just moves so
The one-
fast.
The one interesting thing that I took away from rereading Best Loser Wins is how he does his stops, which is different. And I'm pretty sure I'm remembering it correctly, but if anyone has read it and I'm wrong, please correct me. But he says 2N, where N is the average true range for whatever period you're trading. So in this case, the ATR would be 20, call it. So the stop would be 40 points, which on NQ seems huge.
Massive.
Especially when he's like, I'm trading $3,000 a point. But that always seemed like an interesting strategy because most people, me included, put stops at a technical level, but everyone does that. And how many times have you had your stop hunted and just for price to reverse at that level?
Yeah, that's where I put my entries. You
Honestly,
gotta think like them.
Exactly.
Coach Paul actually does that. He does the 2 ATR.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I want to try it. The only thing is, I'd have to significantly reduce my trading size.
Yep.
Because that would be at the open today. It was 37, almost 40, which would make it an 80-point stop on the Nasdaq, which is half of the daily range. So
that's obscene.
Yeah.
I'm going to address a comment in the chat from Robert Milliken. How many ticks would you say? Because that happens to me quite a bit, and I do what you say and move my stop to break even, and it usually hits. I'm saying, I wasn't saying to move stop to break even. If you are putting on a NASDAQ trade and you are in the money 30 points instantly, I would take that money, because if you move your stop to break even, high probability it's coming back to get your stop and then move back in your direction. So,
well, just keep
moves
to that point, JD. Like, if you just got 30 ticks in your direction and the ATR is 30 ticks, it could easily just whip back 30 ticks as normal market volatility.
Yeah,
which is irrelevant of your strategy, right? So when you get lucky, realize you're getting lucky and take advantage and try again.
Exactly.
Later.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is good. We have that.
This is great.
We have that fair value gap on the 1 minute at 230, which might have been a 30-minute candle. Let's look at the 30-minute chart, actually.
Good idea.
Yeah, right at the open of that 30-minute candle, solid sell-off there. That doji could have been a continuation, but Nvidia's double bottoming. It looks like, which I don't like.
Not good. That's not good. Do not want to see that.
This looks like a bear flag as well on the 5 minute. Look at all. That's 4 5-minute candles, all with the same price, right at 2838. That to me looks like a level that's going to get broken.
Yeah, 838's been very supportive. Starting to get a 5-minute range as well. Kind of wondering if NASDAQ ends up finding support kind of over that fair value gap from like, what is it, that 812 to 830 price range. And maybe that propels us like way higher. That's like what I'm looking at is like, do we find support here at 834s? And then do we use this to go higher? And so we end up getting resistance becomes support. And then this just shoots higher in traditional NASDAQ fashion.
Yeah. 80 points in 5 minutes.
80, yeah, at least. At least.
If we start closing, if we start closing downside gaps and making new upside gaps, that would be a sign for me to get out of this. That we have some bullish momentum coming in, and so far we're okay. But if we can close above 2850, which happens to also be settlement, I would start to get nervous. I mean, our stop is in at 2856.
Yeah.
So that will be my definite out. But we'll see.
This is also like going back to what JD was saying about like if you get your 30 points in NASDAQ, you take it. This is kind of why trading one contract is so painful, is that we don't have a choice of peeling out. So, JD, like we could have been up in the house account 500 buckaroos like 15 minutes ago, but now we're still sitting in the same trade, kind of hoping, do we get more than $500 or do we get like $200?
Yeah. I'd say there's actually, looking at the daily chart, on the 15th, we had that huge red day, which was our flagpole in a world. Every other day, we sort of just kind of edged higher, putting in a lot of downside wicks. This is the first day that has a solid red-bodied candle. And I want to say that there's a good chance that this could be a continuation move to the downside. low probability. Low
I would love to
probability,
see the
but where we
downside get
stand
tested
now, we're
again.
in
It's
a
a
good
daily chart you're
place.
looking at? Yeah.
Yeah, just if you look at the daily here, let me zoom back out. So I'll take my arrows off. This huge, that was like a 3% down day or something, 2.5. And then this would be the gap fill, or the fair value gap fill at 29.52. And it looks like we're not going to be able to close that, which to me means, more downside potentially. So, and we're starting to close the bullish gaps. From the 7th of November, there was a gap there, but that got filled on the 15th with that huge down day.
Yeah.
So to me, it looks like somebody's trying to push this market lower, but somebody has just been buying it up the past few days. And so if they were to take their pedal off the gas, we could move down quickly.
I'm watching right now, and the short time frame is actually a 1 minute Dorito.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to get cracked to the downside.
Yeah. Might have a cracked Dorito. Yeah, what is all this free account stuff in chat? Knock it off. There's no free accounts. No free rides, no free Dorito chips.
Whoever started that, we're going to find you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they hang around for VIP, we got that coming out.
The chat are like seagulls. It's like, mine, free reset, mine.
It's like a ridiculous game of telephone happening in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone said Freebird in reference to the song, and then someone saw free accounts, and now we have free trading combines. I don't know how we got here. This is crazy.
Purple Monkey dishwasher, right?
Jason.
Oh, this Dorito is very, very tight range. This is like more of the price action I was expecting for the 1 p.m. segment. Is this kind of like Dorito shape that we have?
Honestly, though, like I don't typically trade this time of day, and the price action has been okay. Been good.
Well,
Yeah,
if you like
this is
20
better
point
than
ranges,
better than most Mondays during this hour, that's for sure.
yeah, we got like a whole 40 point range this time.
I was watching the market open this morning, and I would never have guessed this was the type of day we were going to have. To be honest, we were up almost 1% in the pre-market. Market opens, starts been higher, and then bam. Actually, that's the level that I'm going to mark on my charts.
Apparently, there was an email sent out. We just got an email sent from Topstep as a result of the outages last week. Oh, that's nice.
Because why tell us, right,
back...
Colby?
Huh? No, this is how you find. This is how everyone finds out information. Is live on TopstepTV, including those on TopstepTV.
Oh, well, Dolby, that's what it was. They gave out 1 free month in a combine in that email. If you were affected by the outage, that's what it was.
If you were affected. If you were affected by the outage. What are we doing with this trade? We just holding on to it here? Are we adding more?
I don't want to add more at this point because this could easily just rip higher to end of day into MOC or something like that. I'm just going to leave it. Our stop is $200 in the profit. If it gets hit, so be it. If we make a new low of day, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, great short. But here's this goes back to what JD said, one in the hand, two in the bush. You take your 30, 40 points, you get your $500, or do you wait, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes to try to get more? And now we only got $200 instead of potentially 4 or 5. So do you rather take the guaranteed profit, or do you wait? That's always the game we play with trading.
Stopped out.
Looks like it's coming for us, though.
Yep. Yeah, no, we got stopped out, so we're plus. That was a 200 point. Sorry, $200 winner. So we're at 1209 all day in this account. So nice day for the house account.
Cool. I was like $10 from getting the profit target on this combine for the day.
Yeah. man.
$10 on the
Oh no! Really?
Yeah.
$10 away?
Yeah, because that first one we ripped down at 220, that first huge red candle, my take profit was only a few points below that. But
no, it's like
that's
60
part
cent
of the
all over
game,
again.
guys. How is Stanley doing? Have you guys talked to him at all?
Oh yeah, he's in chat. Like I would say,
is he in every day?
Actually, he's in chat frequently.
That was hilarious.
Usually comes in later.
50 cents from passing a combine.
It happened like 3 times
so
in a
much
row.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great episode.
That's wild. Okay,
yeah, it was
so
as close as 60 cent.
This looks bullish to me now. We have a little bit of RSI divergence to the bull side. We have this gap that was created to the long side. We rallied up, came back, touched it, and then bounced out of it. And now we have bullish engulfing on the 5 minute as well. Or I guess that's piercing. It's bullish piercing on the 5 minute. If we close here in 40 seconds, I would take a small stab long, just into the end of day. I don't think IB low is going to be very significant anymore. We've danced around it so many times that any trade ideas there will have been resolved by now. So,
and we kind of got our stair step like reversal pattern. It was a little bit sloppy because it's NASDAQ and NASDAQ loves running levels, but we were looking at 840s. Is that possible like resistance become support? And we did end up getting it. So does that mean we start building new stair steps for higher highs and higher lows? And I think IB low at 20,870, let's say, would probably be the next destination for another stair step if we were trying to do a continuation. So we got that one there, and now let's see if we get the push up.
yeah, I'm gonna look for a wick test on the 5 minute here, which is it's actually a cool strategy. If you guys aren't familiar, I know he used to be on a while ago, but Trades by Matt. This is a strategy that he uses a lot, where you have a gap that's forming, a fair value gap that's forming. So you have your first candle, your second, which is going to be a strong momentum candle, and your buy order, and if you're going long, is going to be right at the wick of the other candle for a quick reversal, and your stop is going to be at the low of the momentum candle here.
Yeah.
And then you would look for like a 1-to-1. But in this case, I'll probably just trail it up because whoa, and we're breaking out here. I'm gonna just
I'm
jump
kind of with you on those longs. Yeah. It's like some of those ideas you kind of have to like. You got one? What price?
2862.
862
on the MNQ.
Finagle MNQ trade in here. You okay if I try to get 855s?
Yeah.
On a pullback.
Yeah. That's actually a good trade. Actually, I just saw this 1 minute pattern. We could see this rip higher. It moved up, tried to move down, put in a 1 minute red candle, and then broke that high again, which I've seen as a bullish pattern.
I mean, we could.
Being so close to.
Yeah.
I'm in 2 more.
Oh, you're in 2 more? Nice. JD and I have managed the house account, and it's like a pin in the side when you get into a trade 10 points later after your guest. It's like, oh man, 10-point haircut off the bat. Because
the amount of times.
The
amount of times I've had that trade idea, and I'm like, what a great trade. I'm just gonna jump in right now. And then it goes right back to what my entry should have been 9 times out of 10. So I hear you. I hear you.
It's just, you don't want to chasing. I always feel guilty chasing. You ever feel guilty? You're not. You should not be in that trade. But it's like, oh, there's my setup. Let me just press the chase button and get into a crappy entry, and then have it come back to my stop, which would have been the entry in the first place, just to have it rally. And then you have situations like this where maybe it actually works out. But you like this, like the market knows like what kind of trader you are. And it's like, if you're like a momentum trader, like you're totally fine just buying momentum and the market's like, yeah, whatever. But if you're a range trader buying momentum, the market's like, what are you doing? You stop. You're a range trader. Stop doing
Yeah,
this.
if you're a
And it just,
range trader,
shoots price
no.
down on you. It's out of nowhere.
If you're a range trader, limit orders only. Only.
Yeah, yeah, my man. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
But if you look at this
chasing
case,
prices
right?
as a range trader.
Today is a short day, which means the majority of participants are most likely going to be short, which means that the violent moves are going to be the bull moves because they're going to have the shorts liquidated, right? So if I'm going to be jumping in for a momentum move, it's going to be on the long side in a short day. And Dakota does that a lot with the 3-bar reversals. He preempts it, which is essentially buying too early. But it works out, especially when you're going counter trend, because it's like a spring where all that pressure is building up. One person's stop goes off, and then it's just the dominoes. Which I do think there are going to be a bunch of stops above this double top at 28.90.
Oh, definitely. And I think on the short term, it's probably a good opportunity to get long on a pullback if we can, get up there and then maybe try to buy IB low and then get that continuation play all the way up into like the 940s or something.
That's actually not a bad play. Yeah. If we pierce through it, come back down, test it, and then hold it, that would be a great long entry. I kind of jumped the gun, but I'm in a good spot right now. I'm happy. So.
Oh, you're in. You're good.
You're in?
I'm in at 5 micros at 28.62. Yeah, you can see it on the left one here. It was this.
All right, guys. We are running just a little bit behind schedule. We're going to bring Eddie in here for jab, jab, jab real quick. We'll talk about your trade for another minute, and then we got Hoag coming in for the afternoon recap. So let's cut it to Eddie and get some positive news about some of our trading combine traders. Let's hear it.
All right. This is jab, jab, jab. And, one thing I love to do is sort of filter out and find the positives and sometimes the negatives here in our community regarding trading. People reaching out for help, people reaching those that need help. If you're positive, if you're passing a combine, if you are getting a payout, want to hear about it. Okay, that's what the jab jab's all about. So let's get going here. We're gonna start it up. All right, and into this corner. Logging into TopstepTV every weekday, the trader who does the work, strives to be successful, and keeps on jabbing when opportunity calls. This can be you. In the other corner, he wears his fanny pack on his left cheek, never using a game plan or a stop like a damn fool. He can be found playing Dungeons and Dungeons only because dragons scare him too much. Bosco, the bum, Noriega. And let's take a look and see who we found today. Now remember, these are our top step traders who are making those jabs count. Good friend of ours, Bob L., passed 150K today. He's got some happy days going out. Happy days, and not with Richie Cunningham and the Fonz. These are happy days passing the combine. Max profit on 2 or more 50K combines. Doug, one more day like this, and it'll be 5 XFAs for this guy. Way to go, Doug. Maureen made $600 and closed my account for the day. Love the lockout button. Now, there's a smart trader right there. $600 is a very good day. Way to go, Maureen. V01. I appreciate Topstep. And the new feature, I made use of the new lockout twice today. Thanks. All right, V1, being smart here, playing it cool. And Joshua, passed my accounts today and locked myself out. Well, there you have it. Those are the ones that I had. Remember, add those as the day goes on if you do pass your combine. If you do get payouts, if you got something good to say, or if you just need some help, we want to know about these jab, jab, jab. So there you have it. That has been jab, jab, jab. And Eddie, and I'm passing it back to JD. Back to you, JD.
Great stuff. Thank you, Eddie. All right, let's just get back to the charts. Hoag is not coming in for the afternoon recap, so let's let this trade play out for a few more minutes. How are we doing right now? Short at 20,862. Is that correct? Or
long. And Dolby, that's IB low. We just
IB
tested
low,
the
yeah,
IB low.
870.
Are you in?
We are not in. We are not in on this low.
I added 5 more, so I'm at one full NQ right now. We're getting, those are a lot strong bullish 1 minute candles.
Yeah, no, that looked great. Let's see if it can maintain momentum here. I mean, if you go to like larger time frames, we're really not going anywhere. But it looks very exciting on the 1 minute. It looks very exciting on the 1 minute.
I mean, on the grand scheme of things, we made higher highs on NQ a few weeks ago or days ago, which is still very bullish. So it very much is like a where to buy it kind of situation. And we are rejecting IB low here. Let's see.
Yeah, NQ has no problem adding like a 10-point premium to whatever range you're looking at trading. Maybe even 10 to 20 points.
Right. Can we get that like Wheel of Fortune waiting music or something?
And we did get confirmation. An email did go out a little while ago, only to traders that were affected, whose accounts were directly impacted by that outage last week. So not everybody got one.
Nice. Ooh, there we go.
Thanks, Eddie.
Hopefully Disney does not own that.
So here's a question. Do we close inside of IB or outside of IB today?
Today, I would say inside.
Inside. Then buy it.
I don't know how we're getting there, though. That's the real question is how do we get there? Because you could easily go down to 20,780s and then go back up another 100 points, and now you're back inside again. But in general, I would say yes. I don't know how, though.
It was a 200-point IB range, which is not the biggest I've ever seen, but still big.
That's sizable, yeah. And we do keep rejecting off that level, but
we do. But
we floated up there.
Oh, we're not moving lower either. Yeah.
This is Dorito land.
Yeah.
I mean, tomorrow's
there's just a lot of
pieces. Same too.
There's a lot of pieces here that are kind of pointing towards bullish for me. At this point, I've come to the conclusion that I don't think we're going to be closing the day on the lows.
Okay.
We made a higher low on the 5 minute. We had 3 green bars on the 5 minute. And we actually here's through IB low again. We failed to hold it, but we are sort of still engaging with that level. I wouldn't say we rejected it either. So that's still going to be sort of a key decision area right here.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be shocked if all roads.
Per usual.
Right back to VWAP?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no news today other than geopolitical stuff. That's already faded. We have holidays coming up. I mean, like in general, you would just think that this is like synthetic Friday type action where we just do slow melt up until the VWAP or middle of the range or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's even like a weird head and shoulders kind of thing on the 5 minute. Let me see if I can get
an inverted head and shoulders. Yeah, I see what you're looking at.
I see it too.
The low at 1230 or 1240.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess would the neckline be that double top at 2890? Or would
including that high we just made?
Do
you want to use the little marker and draw it? It's on the left-hand side of your Topstep X. It is
a little marker. That?
Third tile up from the emoji. So that's where your box is on the left-hand side. So go up a little bit. See your box? Click the box. There you go.
The rectangle. Oh, the brush.
And then there's brush. Yeah, you can draw it.
We have. Boop. boop, boop kind of thing like that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know if that's the best drawing, but that would be.
Yeah, I see it. I drew a neckline. On my chart where I would assume it would be.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of seem to be
Someone's
rejecting
opening-
Ivy.
Yeah.
It's a
I think
subjective
I might just
neckline.
want new lows.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check
Might
on
want new lows
Nvidia.
for a new
Actually.
high.
Okay, Nvidia hasn't put in new lows, but it's definitely trying. It's a big red bearish engulfing on the 5-minute Nvidia right now.
We got about 1 minute left.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There'll be no trade in the house count, right? House count is currently flat.
We're flat. We tried to get filled not long a while ago, just didn't pull back far enough. So we're flat going into power hour.
Cool. Well, with that, guys, we got to sign off and back to the futures and get ready for power hour. We got Muhammad here. Muhammad, Dolby, Andre, and Hoag all going to be here slinging it, getting into the house count for power hour. James, as always, thanks for hanging out with us. This is great. Always great having you around. Love hearing your take on the markets and throwing out some trades with us. Very excellent to see you.
Thanks, guys. My pleasure.
Mr. Dolby, we will see you again in Power Hour. We're going to take a short break, folks. We'll be right back. Give us just a minute.
Why did you ping me to talk about the markets? And then after that, why did you listen to Dre's advice?
I don't need my money just sitting in a savings account. The interest is low, so it's like I get $20. I think it's a month, every few months on interest in it. And I mean, I kind of want my money to start working for me while I'm in college because I don't really have that income that I'm making anymore. I wanted to do something with it, and I thought the stocks would be a good idea because, I mean, that's what you do. And I know I'd have a lot of good people I can look up to and talk to about it, so I thought it'd be a good idea.
So the natural path for a trader is to start in stocks. And he thinks we're in stocks, but we're not in stocks. But we are trading equities of a futures contract. He's now in spiders. He's now in trip queues. He can actually do this if he wants to be an active trader. Those that are here that are trading stocks, those here that are probably are in the future space, probably started with stocks. I want you guys to be like, hey, you're a trader, you're an investor. You got to know the difference because one of them has a different time frame than the other.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is Power Hour on this Monday. We are joined by everyone's favorite, Mr. Mohammed, in the middle. Dolby time as well. Hoag will be joining us shortly. Let's get right into it. Mohammed, what is your position? You're in a trade.
Yeah, I got into a short position at 869, which is we can see my screen. That was supply area, and that was the intersection. For that supply area, I usually take it higher. So that was the short. It went smoothly. I took one contract around this area because we have uptrend moving higher. So that could be a support. So I took one here and moved my trailing stop to point of entry. Then we have to move it even lower because we have two 1000 tick chart candle, red candle. So stop now will be at 860. So I'm locking in $360. That's my worst case scenario.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm not so into that short because we have put in a strong support here at 20,781.
Yeah.
And that area actually it's making a new low of the day. So and the IB will keep the starting of the day was 20,880. I marked this area, okay, because there was a gap in this area. So if the market is above that area around 20,930, so I will look for a buy. If it is below it, I will always look for a short. If it is inside, I can do whatever I want. So
930.
Yeah. So this area, and you can see market tried to get inside it once, twice. I will not be surprised if the market get inside it during MOC or something, because it's just a feeling that this law will be very hard to be broken today. Just a feeling. It's nothing about it. Everything can happen. Anything can happen. ACH. So yeah. So I'm just trailing the stop. If anything can happen in my favor, so welcome. If not, again, welcome. I will take my guaranteed profit.
Guaranteed profit.
If you weren't short, Mo, would you be leaning into longs right now? What would be like your long thesis?
Yeah, the long. This is again a demand area at 20,823. 823 with a stop below this curve 806. How much is that? Yeah, around 20 points. So that will be a nice long if I'm not short. Actually, I would kill my short at this area 24.
All right.
And I will do the reversal.
Hey.
Oh,
Right.
you have my attention.
All right, Dolby.
So
maybe we
can
work
go-
one. Work one on the 23 bid. Maybe work one on the
23,
23. See if
Hey,
we
Mo,
get
real
down there.
quick. What is your drawing
Go ahead.
tools again?
It's Zoom it.
Zoom it.
Zoom it. It's Microsoft.
Here in chat.
Microsoft tool. I will put it this link to the chat. It's free, safe, free and safe.
like that.
I'm using this since I don't know 20,000 to 14. 20,000. Yeah,
Free and
it's
safe.
a very
Very
long time.
good. All right, real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen. I say it every time now, but for those that are new, hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on X. Share your wins, swag, memes, dashboard, analytics, whatever you'd like to share with us at TopstepTV. Also, while you're at it, please click like, subscribe, and follow us. You'd be so kind. Mohammed, we have over 131,000 subscribers now on Topstep TV.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. But we have only 1.5 thousand likes, Mohammed, 1,500 likes. We get to
Usually,
2,000?
if we have 3,000 watching now, as I can see, and at least we should be having 2,000, because I mean, if you like us, do it. If you don't, leave.
Well, I mean,
Oh, wait.
Wait, hold on, Mohammed. You're checking them out? No, of course.
I don't know why you're watching something that you don't like.
I know.
They're hate watching.
Hey, that works too. As long as you're watching.
Even if you hate us,
that's fine.
Even if you hate us, give us a like, because we are entertaining you.
Correct.
The world has too much hate. Give us a love.
Yes.
Like with the like.
absolutely.
Give us a love.
Okay. See if we can. All right, let's get back to the markets. Oh, before we got on, got a Delta update in the ES minus 14,000. The ES minus 4,500 in the NASDAQ. Right now, Mo is
I like these
short.
shorts.
Yeah,
Shorts
from
are pretty good.
868. I'm short. We're trading
Here we go.
20,000.
That's the way the market's moving. Yeah, I mean, I like the longs as well. I just wonder if we could get 780s.
The one thing that I don't like about the long actually is Nvidia. Nvidia is if you can see the 15 minute, the 15 minutes is just like a ball dropping every time. If you can see my chart, it dropped very heavily, and then it's like a ball going lower and lower and lower, and that will be.
Oh yeah.
This is what I don't like, because if we broke 136 in Nvidia, I see it 135. So that
You want a submarine? Who's on a submarine?
Yeah, Mohammed,
Sonar?
are you underwater right now?
What's going on? It's like Hunt for the Red October.
Hear that?
What?
There's
Sonar.
some beeping in your background, Mohammed. Yeah.
Yeah. Your sonar radar is just going off right now. Yes.
Yeah.
Why is
Is
it?
it trade?
Yeah,
trade
my
finder?
phone.
Oh, it's all good.
It's a Wi-Fi.
Okay, well, Yes.
It's
Are we still
Wayfinder.
Do we still like the Do we still like the 823s? Do we still like the 823s perhaps for a long, or we're gonna hold off based on what Nvidia's doing
Yeah,
here?
usually I don't like to exit from a winning trade, which obviously I have now, zero risk, to get into a new risk, you know. So it's still, even if it is A plus trade, but still it has a risk within it. So usually I don't like to just exit my trade, which has a zero risk trade, to just jump in a long trade. So let's see what's the behavior here.
Okay.
If we see the market trying again to go with a strong red candle, that means the momentum is still short. I don't want to go against that.
Okay. All right. Well, Dolby does have the keys to the house account. House account up about $3,000 today. Pretty good.
Driving a submarine today, Dre.
Yes, we are. Yeah, the keys to the submarine today. Hunt for Red October.
I do.
Here we go.
Great movie, by the way. If you like actors acting
is.
underwater, it's a great movie.
I think other movie, The Last Ship. Have you watched it?
What is it?
The Last Ship.
Shit.
On
No,
Prime,
I
I
not.
think. On Prime Amazon. Wow, that's a movie. That's a series. That's a fantastic one.
Ooh, I see.
Yeah, the Last Ship.
Wait.
I think that one.
Last Ship
series.
It's been made in 2014, and it was about a pandemic. You know, it's similar to the corona. You know, it's something crazy. Looking for a vaccine, and everybody goes crazy, and the world's like, you know, ended, and few people are trying to manage. And that was the last ship that has healthy people.
Oh, no kidding. When art imitates life, how about it?
Yeah, and
Oh,
because
Captain's
during
Randy
the
made it.
pandemic, that ship was on the Pacific or something. You know, it wasn't on Earth for 6 months. So they come back and they don't know. Every connection are lost and nobody's answering them. The White House is, you know, collapsed, and you know.
They're still bullish NQ, still bullish Nvidia.
Buyers did step in. The NASDAQ last trade 20,850.
Yeah, now I don't like that long, actually.
Don't like it anymore.
No.
Really? We just went up a couple points. Now you don't like it?
Yeah, that means the buyers has nothing.
All right.
Nothing
So
yet.
I would
Get
prefer
good buyers.
I would prefer to see the buyers try, and we buy the pullback, looking for the breakout into that area.
It
still has strong resistance up there, so we are buying against the wall.
All right, I feel that. House count is flat. Perhaps again taking
we're
different toe in the water.
823s.
823s, all right. Stop of 806 if we do get filled.
Yeah.
Let's trade in the ES 6001. Let's trade in the S&Ps. Look at the tilt there. S&P's jumping around on me. 60% long.
In this move, this is a spike and channel, actually, so I can draw it, and we can, you know, take some lesson here about what is spike and channel. Spike and channel, when the market do strong spike, very strong, everybody can see it. Nobody can say, no, it's not. It is a spike, all right? And the control has been transferred from the sellers to the buyers. So that is a spike. And then what happened after the spike is a strong channel. Strong, lazy channel. Strong, slow channel. So what is the rule of this? If you see spike and channel, you draw a Fibonacci from the low to the high and define the correction zone. This is the correction zone. As long as the price is above that correction zone, we expect with a high probability, AB equals CD. A measured move. A, B, C, and D. If the price is below that correction zone, we look for a failure of that spike to the low. So,
Who's here? Mohammed, who's here? Someone's here. Oh,
what's up, guys?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's up, Hoag?
My grandfather.
Late to the party.
My grandfather.
Always late to the party. Sorry about that.
Never late about that. The party just started when you come.
Fashionably
Yeah,
late.
that's what I always tell my wife. What time does the party start? When we get there.
Exactly, Hoag.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Hey, Hoag, I'm going to ask you about 20 minutes ago. I asked you for Delta. It was minus 14,000 in the ES. Did you get any change there? Also, NQ minus 4,500.
Minus 15,000 now.
Yeah.
Minus 5,000 in the NASDAQ.
All right. It's
No
growing.
major changes. Very
So
just kind of choppy range bound here, isn't it?
Yep.
What I like about that long trade at 23, if we go long about 23, it will be exactly around that correction zone. And if you get stopped out, that means this level is broken and we shall see the failure of that spike. So maybe if we go long and our stop get hit, we can go to short for that trade.
Ooh, little flippity flip.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So this is the area.
Reversal
23.
challenge there.
Yeah, in real life.
And they will go along with three mini at 24. Let's say 23. Take it at extreme 23 with the stop. So this is the plan. We'll go long at 23. If that gets stopped out around 06, so that's about what, 16 point. We will go short to the low with a stop at the same entry point. So that's the plan.
Okay. Look at Topstep daily levels. I see 20,823 is, what is it? It is Friday's volume point of control. Thank you, Hoag, for that one. 20,823. 20,845.
Yep.
Again, Mohammed is short from 869 two times.
I'm out. I'm already out.
Oh, you're flat, Mohammed.
Yeah,
Flat.
yeah.
Mo is flat.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Shoot, that's on me,
Yeah,
Mo.
I was stopped out for the last two candles here, and I am up 1,300 in this account.
Beautiful. Okay. Yes, last trade 59.99, just below 6,000.
This is a nice short. However,
put the rally sweater back on. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
That's
Not something was off, Hoag.
I'll give us some movement.
I like this short. I don't like this short. This is a short signal. I don't like it because we have a range.
The rally sweater.
And whenever
Kind of like longs, just in the hole.
the smoothing, I will wait for the long. We have a strong. You can see it, Dolby here.
Oh, I know.
You can see these lows.
I do see it.
You can see these lows and these highs. Now this is a strong resistance. If I want to go long, I want to see the breakout and retest and take it from there.
Right.
So I'm trading what I see, not what I think will happen. Because nobody knows what will happen.
Nope. Not even in Bitcoin. Last trade in Bitcoin, 95,200. Low in Bitcoin, 94,500. Got some selling at 100,000. And haven't seen it since Friday.
Mo, can I ask you a quick question here? You know, I've got your 1,000 tick chart with your moving averages and your smoothed moving average for about, I don't know, for quite a while now. That smooth moving average has been inside your exponential moving averages. Is that usually going to be a sign just to wait for something else to happen, look for something new?
Exactly. This is why I ignored the short signal here.
Mm-hmm.
We are in a range. Whenever you see it inside, find out where is the range during this time. You can see these lows. You can see
And
these
look for
highs.
the short.
Yeah. So this is either you wait for a breakout and you buy it, or you might sell the highs. I don't do it. I don't do it unless I have a demand area that never been tested, so I'll use it. Or look for a buy, which we are looking for now here. We're looking for the market to go down. We buy it here. We get back inside that range.
Those basic range bound to breakout rules.
Yep. So whenever this smoothing inside, that's a heads up that we are in a range. If I buy here, you are buying in the middle. So what you're gonna do? You have to put your stop at the place where they will stop you out and run. So it's better to sell the extreme of that range. I will not do it because I already did it here. Here. Shorting here. I get out from my last two candles. And now I'm looking for a buy if we have a breakout up, or a buy if we have an extreme down there. We'll run liquidity here. So we'll expect to get back. If this fails, that means we have a breakout to the downside, to the low of this spike, which I will take, exit here, my long with a stop loss, go short with a stop here, because this will invalidate. It will come back then you're just tilting here.
Is there ever a situation that you're looking at on this chart where you're just like, I have nothing to do? There's nothing I can do here?
Yeah. If for example here, I draw this area in the morning where was a gap of the opening range up to there. So when the market comes here in the middle, we have this smoothing staying inside for a long time. So usually I don't do anything inside for the whole time.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah. Until we came here, looks like that we broken that range. As you can see, the smoothing has exited the EMAs. So that was a nice short. This one, maybe not this one. This is too early. That one was a confirmation that we are leaving the range. Get ready. Fasten your seatbelt. So now it is a situation where I don't buy or sell in the middle.
Right. No diddling in the middle.
Exactly.
Muhammad is not diddling in
Hey
the
guys,
middle.
I got a question here from Kentucky Blue.
All right.
Are patterns more reliable with time frames or ticks? That's a tough question.
Patterns more reliable, time frames, or ticks? I'll leave that to the experts. I'll leave that to you. You're the expert. Are they more reliable with time frames or ticks?
Me? The answer is yes and no.
Yeah. So no, same with that's. I don't know how to answer that one.
Setup. You got to take it.
Yep.
Just depends.
It
just depends.
The rule here is trade what you see. All right. If you are trying your strategy on a time-based chart and it's working, don't play around. Just stick to that. If you are testing that strategy on a tick chart, stick with that. And it's working, stick with that. For me, in general idea, tick charts gives you a true candlesticks. No candlesticks here happened without 1,000 transaction, 1,000 trade. So every one of those transaction has an equal volume, almost equal volume. However, the time-based, you might see a candlestick that's huge, but only a little
No volume.
has been, no volume in there. So
Yeah.
if you want to do the time frame, you have to have a volume indicator in your chart. That's how I see it. I don't like to have a lot of indicators in my charts. This is why I don't take a trade. I can read the market, general idea, seeing the resistance, support, but I don't use that time frame for entry. I use the volume tick chart for entry.
For somebody who's always used time in their decision, time-based charts would work better for me. Somebody who's looking more for transactional information, tick charts would probably be better.
Depends on the trader.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Because as you can see, I am very precise in my entry. One tick makes a lot of difference for me. My stop is one tick below the low. So I need to be very precise. Therefore, I use tick chart.
Hey, 70% long in the NASDAQ right now. Just looking at tilt really quick. Average price of 20,864 as buyers do step in. This last trade, 864, 20,864. Little buying coming in the ES. Last trade, 6,003. Tilt just 66% long there. But all right, 71% long in the NASDAQ now. Muhammad was looking to take a long. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,867.
Yeah,
market 30-minute range is very,
back to the
very
IB
good.
low.
Yep. 30-minute is just making higher lows right now and lower highs. So we're on a 30-minute Dorito, and it feels like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it.
NASDAQ up to 73% long now, almost 70% long in the ES. Buyers are trying to push this thing higher. We have that negative delta in the ES, minus 15,000 last we checked. See if they want to run it up on them.
You can see the same Doritos in the 1,000 tick chart with a little different.
Yeah, different flavor. Got some Doritos in the
it's
1,000 tick chart.
Almost the same. And I see this as bear flag or bear triangle. So the breakage of this trend line will be strong. It's bearish. It's bearish pattern actually.
Bearish, you say? Okay.
Bearish? All right.
So
everyone's flat right now. Mohammed, everyone's flat right now. We got about 26 minutes left in the session. You'll see the countdown clock lower right-hand corner of the screen. Without further ado, Jack, if you're there, boom.
I sure am, Andre.
Series 3 time. Let's get it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Thanks for asking what I've been up to, Andre.
Yeah. What have you been up to, Jack? What have you been up to, Jack?
Thanks, Andre. I've been filling a hot tub with a hose before it gets too cold tonight and freezes my hose. So I got to do that. So I'm chilly right now. Anyway, but we'll have a hot tub. You can stop by.
I like
Series
that.
3 is what we're here for, by the way.
Yes, we are.
Today, here is your Series 3 question.
Poll ready?
Don't come crying to me if you don't like the answer to this question because it's from the book. The transactions between the producer or seller of the commodity and the user or buyer of the commodity take place in the A, forward market, B, futures market, C, exchange market, or D, spot market.
Okay.
You got this.
Andre's saying 4, which I think corresponds
with D.
Sort of a
The
commodity.
fourth letter of the alphabet.
Yeah.
Or wordplay from the Series 3.
Yeah, I will go. I'll
Way
go
to
with
go,
D.
Andre. Way to go.
Yeah. This one's I'm getting.
All right. You
Maybe
guys
I'm
ready?
wrong. I don't know. Jack, what is it?
Let's see it.
You're right,
Andre. Andre, you were right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spot
That's
market, like the good old days. You meet at the spot, you trade your wheat or copper wire or euro dollars. Those are the three things they ask about in the test. So great job, guys. Better luck to those who didn't get it next time.
Jack, why'd you say? Why'd you give us the warning before the question?
If you don't like the answer,
Yeah, what was the answer?
Well, a transaction between the
because
Oh,
he
tell me where
because
I'm
he
wrong
got it wrong.
I wrote it, Mohammed. I can't. I am the law. But
All right.
couldn't a forward contract also be a transaction between a producer and a user?
Yeah, I guess, right? Why wouldn't
That's
it be?
one of the tricky questions, right?
I think the best way is that is the answer, and don't think about what I said right there. But yeah,
Yep.
I thought that's what forward contracts were too. But who knows? I already passed, so I can't be harmed.
Yeah,
The actual transaction takes place in the spot. And make sure you keep the spot clean.
Right. Features are for
Keep those
hedging.
spots clean. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Have a good last 24 minutes.
Keep us posted on the hot tub too, Jack.
I got a timer.
Let's go.
going.
I have another trade idea.
Okay.
Okay. What do we got?
Only if we get 2,000 likes.
Oh, what are we at?
Ooh. 150?
All right.
Come on, guys.
Only if
You heard Mo.
we only get 100 during the last 20 minutes. So
You're
running out.
Another 200.
Running out of
And
likes.
I'm
man.
serious. It's not. It's ready in the chart. Just give me 100 more.
Okay, well, Howard's got a
There it
trade
is.
idea.
Enough. Please stop.
Boom. We got it. Okay, Mo. Mo's trade idea.
Okay.
Here we go.
And this could happen during MOC, actually. So I don't know if we should take it at that time or not. We have a supply area, as we can see, within that gap, around these highs. Okay. I like it for a short at 20,926. So you can see the buy at 20,823 and the sell 20,900, almost 100 points between those two levels. Almost 100 points. I'm not sure if we are gonna be there, but if we are there, I'm looking for a short at that area or a long at this area.
That's almost VWAP.
You
right?
can,
It is.
yeah, and if you are long, look for this area as a target. If you are long, look for this area as a target because we might have a breakout of this area and retest and going back there. If you are short, watch out this area to
Back into the gap.
the 823.
Yes. So, all right, perhaps a short up at 926. And NASDAQ. Last trade, 20,860. So there's definitely some room to get up there. And earlier today, we did close that gap. That was the trade of the day, Hoag.
Yeah, but this is a closing gap. It's a gap that is already closed. I mean, it's not a gap.
Correct.
Yeah, but I mean the area, which is the range area, and also even without that gap, we can see this range in here. So a lot of volume have been traded there between 930 and 880.
Okay, everything is kind of chopping around right now. We got about 20 minutes left in the session. Again, MOC comes out in 10 minutes. That'll get the party started.
Can't come soon enough, Dre.
Something's got to move. Something's got to give. Can't stay in a range forever, Dolby.
what
I
they
did my
say.
part. I put the rally sweater on.
Yeah, you got us about 20 points, Hoag. How many sweaters do you got? Can you put on like 5 more?
Rotation going.
You know what they say? 20 points is 20 points.
Hey, I like
That's
that.
true.
Looking at NVIDIA, last trade NVIDIA, $136.72. Mohammed was looking for 136 to hold, which it has so far. All right, let's see if they want to keep pushing this higher here in the NASDAQ and ES. 1,865 last trade in the NASDAQ. It's creeping right now.
Yeah, NVIDIA is just shy to break the low.
Mm-hmm.
More.
So,
Even the
falling
1 hour
triangle there.
candlesticks are just
NVIDIA.
Also,
not looking good.
Tesla is taking it's around 1.6 right now. Same thing, hovering around the low. Netflix low. Google, which already had its own share last week. So the market is not so. The sentiment looks like nobody wants to buy anything.
We're trying to push
Holidays.
it up a little here. Yeah, holiday trade.
Holidays, yeah.
See what
Plus
they want to do here.
indecision, plus geopolitical.
I thought the
Yeah.
thought the S&Ps would shoot for the all-time high today, but nope.
Yeah. What is Hoag? What is it? 50s, 59s, 6,059,
60, 53 and a quarter.
53. Thank you. Let's see what they want to do here. Last trade in S&P's 6,004. You have 6,011.
I saw this share
Upper
last
range
week.
for the Dorito.
ACHR, which is I think Archer Aviation.
What is it?
My order was around $5.
You're in that too?
What is it?
No. It was $5.
Archer Aviation.
Aviation.
what?
Yeah, it was. I was looking at the 1 hour chart around 5, around this area. It is same setup of mine. Market was here. I get greedy. I wanted at 5. I put my order at 5, and I left it. The market just jumped to 7.5. My God, that was a loss.
Oh,
Dick for a joke, huh?
my daughter's boyfriend told me about that stock about a week ago. I bought a bunch of it at $4.
Get out of here.
It's you.
Good for you.
Yeah, he's trying to get in. He's trying to get in good with me.
So far, so good, Hoag.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well.
100%.
He took a lot of risk in that one,
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, no kidding.
That could backfire, man.
He's a smart kid, though. I guess Archer Aviation just got a contract. They're an electric plane company. They just got a big contract, big government contract. So he told me about it, and he's like, "I own calls, and I just bought a bunch of stock." I'm like, "All right, let's do it." I got some money in there. I'm like, "Well, let's just do it." Loving it.
Well done.
It's funny you're talking about that, Mo. Archer Aviation. Oh shit, huh?
Yeah, it wasn't my radar actually. I mean, I was looking at that one because I see it. Buyers took control. They're coming back. So my strategy is go long, man. What you are waiting for? However, I want get little bit greedy. The market was 5.03. I put it at 5.
10% rule.
10% rule indeed.
Yep.
In or
A
out.
little bit of a pullback off of the Dorito high here in NASDAQ. We are still going nowhere.
The smoothing line is inside, so I cannot do anything about it.
Yep. Pullback indeed. About 10-point pullback there in the NASDAQ. We got about 5 minutes till MOC. A little goodie in store for you now. James, what do we got for the people? Let's give them an update on our partner here at Topstep.
That's right. We're talking about our boy, Alex Ferreira, going for the gold. You might have seen him on Topstep TV a couple weeks ago. We hope to have him back on real soon. I've heard, pray tell, he's back in the States. But his team sent us a little update video. So I thought we'd run it for y'all really quick. It's only about a minute and a half, but let's see what Alex has been up to since we last saw him.
What's up, everybody? Alex Ferrer here, training in Kaprun, Austria at the Kitzsteinhorn official half pipe. Getting ready for some training and then some trading. Yeah, right now we're getting ready for the first competition, so we're preparing with the training camp. And soon after this, we'll head to China for the first event of the year.
How you feeling?
I feel good. I feel a little nervous, but I feel strong and confident and ready to go. All right, time to ski pipe. Let's get it. Our markets aren't going to open until 5 p.m., 4 p.m.
So, unlike everyone in the States, you can throw a couple 16s and then hit the market, huh?
Exactly. Throw a couple 16s, hit it, and then we're going to make some money.
All right, let's go in on gold.
All on gold. Long on gold. Water break, so happy.
What a life.
What a life, right? Isn't that
Incredible,
crazy?
man. Amazing, man.
I'm still feeling the hot tub.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. I like that.
Filming a video of that.
Yeah, I like that face cover he had with the Topstep on it. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was really cool. And just so we can wrap this up, here's his trading highlights from his trading combine he's been in recently. Back-to-back winning trading days, P&L of $986 on each day. He's a little over halfway to the profit target with an account balance of $51,972. And his average winning trade duration is 6 minutes and 34 seconds. So good hold times there. Alex, we can't wait to see you back on TV, bud. And Andre, back to you for now.
It's very cool. Yes.
Nice work.
Reading and training. Going for the gold.
I hope he wasn't long gold today.
It's going to hurt. Yes. He's long the physical, Hoag. He's going to be long the physical pretty soon. Right now.
Yeah.
We got no trades on. We got MOC coming out under 2 minutes. It's a quiet power hour right now. Any change to the Delta, Hoag? Tried squeezing him for a second.
No.
Nada.
Nothing. Still minus 15 and change, minus 5 and change.
All right.
Yeah. I shifted to the 2000. Shifted to the 2000 tick chart. I wanted to see something different. However, things are even worse.
Oh, no.
Even worse. Yeah. The
no.
smoothing line is still inside. So that means we definitely are in a range. And tell me, would you like to be long or short? The market is just playing you.
It's brutal right now.
Yeah.
It's
Was
very,
it the
very
retail?
hard.
The retail
Flip a coin.
rinse? Retail wash? Just get chopped up right now. All right. I'm seeing 49 seconds.
Maybe we
I
can get
expect
Golden
that
along here in MOC.
we wash out the shorts and the long. Or everybody took a position here. He will be, either he exit quickly or he will be wiped out.
Yep.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Looking for traps. Buying at the low.
Yep.
News. All right. Here we go.
Run those 830s and then back to VWAP. That sounds like a good plan.
You still working those 23s, Dolby?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Cool. Here we go. 3 seconds.
It is Monday. Sometimes Monday we have a lot. 3 seconds here. We're going to find out here in a second.
Looks heavy.
All right, it's coming in S&Ps, 343 million sell side. NASDAQ, 676. Oh, sorry, changed that. 463 buy side. S&P, 8 million sell side. Dow, 1,217,000,000 buy side. Mag 7, 1,204,000,000 buy side. Now remember, these do fluctuate, and I will be watching them. Anything extreme, I will bring it back to Andre. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. You see an initial spike there. Let's trade 20,874. It's all over the place, this one. 335 mil, yeah.
It's the first time I've seen the Dow in the Mag 7 a billion. It's usually the
Yeah.
S&P and the NASDAQ.
That was heavy.
Yeah.
Someone tells me this is going to change, though. But let's keep an eye on that. Eddie, keep us updated.
Watching it. Yeah. Okay.
9 minutes left in the session. More buyers coming in here in the S&Ps. Last trade, 6,004. NASDAQ, 20,873.
We are against that wall now. 878.
I mean, we have to be in robot land, right? Like, how many actual traders are trading right now, Hoag, would you say? I mean, a handful? I mean, holiday week? I mean, tomorrow's going to be even worse as far as volatility goes.
Hell knows.
The fact that we have PCE on Wednesday, I think, is keeping a lot of folks involved, at least until after that comes out on Wednesday. So they're either trading from the Hamptons or at the office today. Andre, we noticed that the dome, the ladder, was really quite thin earlier today. We'll see what volume looks like by the end of the day, but I think once these numbers come out tomorrow, and certainly once they come out on Wednesday, it's going to dry up pretty quickly. But I'm pretty sure, a lot of funds and stuff, they're done the beginning of November. Certainly by the end of November, a lot of folks probably winding up their activities for the year. But just because PCE is Wednesday, I think that's going to keep a lot of people involved.
That too, right?
Yeah.
Look at the 10-year real quick. 10-year quote, Mohammed, 4.3% on the 10-year yield. Scratch that, 4.27% on the 10-year yield. Definitely retreat off those 4.5%.
Nvidia is making a new low now, and NQ is going higher. Interesting.
It is.
It's crazy.
We had that
How
huge
does that work?
We had that huge MOC for the Mag 7, over $1 billion buy side. See some fireworks here in about a minute 45 seconds. With 5 minutes left on the clock, let's see another injection of liquidity.
Got a change here.
Yeah, go ahead.
843 million buy side MOC, or I'm sorry, Mag 7. 678 million Dow buy side. Got the 1,336,000,000 sell side S&P, and NASDAQ sort of just farting around here with only 14 million to the buy side. There it is again, 14.7. Thank you, Andre.
Apple just popped $4. Apple just popped $4. $3, I should say.
Something is holding this NQ.
The robots.
Rally sweater.
Yeah.
Someone bought 2 million shares of Apple, apparently.
Now, wow, look at this. Look at this. Smooth and lying doesn't want to leave the EMA's range. It's just inside. Does it want to leave?
Maybe it's just comfortable there. It's happy.
It is.
It's found its home. It's your home. Don't you want to go home?
Looks like
asking who's reporting earnings.
Looks like
today.
buyers have been
Major.
trapped at the high here. Whoever looking for a breakout, and now they're coming for their stops.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
I don't either. S&Ps keeps creeping higher. Can it get to VWAP? VWAP 6,011. Last trade 6,007. So about 4 points there. Now 3 points away. Buyer's still doing it. Get ready. In 3 seconds, we'll see another injection of liquidity. Here we go.
Let's see if
After
I
the
see
close
the
here,
sellers.
we will be seeing Zoom and Bluebird after the close.
See the sellers try and fail again. Let's see now. If they touch the moving average and give me a strong green candle, that's a signal for a breakout up. Nothing yet. Nothing yet.
Yep.
All of
S&P's
this
got a
is a
600 lot on the offer. Just got filled in the S&P's at 6,005, I believe.
Okay, this is for me still a trap. This is a trap.
Like shorts up here?
Don't get
at like
caught.
890?
Yeah.
Not sure. No, I'm
Hey,
not
Hoag.
very sure.
Hoag, question here in chat regarding the delta. Why is it different on NinjaTrader? He's Muhammad Idris is asking, saying negative 3,400.
Well, that could be cumulative delta. It could include the overnight. The delta that I'm quoting is regular trading hour session only. But delta is usually going to be a little bit different from different platforms. It's for some reason the platforms just don't calculate it or don't all calculate it correctly. I'm looking at T4 and we just lost a whole bunch of it. We're now down 8,000. You would think they would be able to figure out how many traded on the bid and how many traded on the offer, but electronic trading is not perfect. Good question.
We've all
Thank you,
seen
sir.
and learned. All right, we got about 3 minutes left here in Power Hour. It's been a little bit muted. We saw a little bit of a spike here. Didn't move, but we want to do some hashtag Power Hour content, James. I'm ready if you are.
I'm ready. Let's burn through this Power Hour content and we'll get on with our Monday. But first off, from Zahim, 1-0 for the day. Caught it with the family. That's a nice, look at that, 100% win rate, one trade, $3,000.
Wow.
Caught it while trading with TopstepTV. Thanks for watching with us. Moving on. We got a successful start to the week with the TopstepTV team. So thank you for that submission. And look, Dolby, even you got a feature in there. You can see you're there in the chat.
Aw.
Dylan fighting a nasty cold today, home from work and could actually trade New York session, locked out before 9:30 Central. Locked out of every account. I love this shit. Thanks, Dylan. We're happy that you love it.
Good job, Dylan.
Dr. Fib, custom lockout is a great addition to Topstep X. Well done, guys. Now, if you can add automatic limit and stop order assignments on the Dome Matrix, this platform is unstoppable. Amazing Monday on all three accounts. And don't forget, you can always go submit that request within Topstep X, and then everyone else can upvote it, and then you might see it sooner than you think. Earlier, we had Jack on the show. Andre didn't ask him how his weekend was, but people were wondering. Lost Trader is an unseen pic of Jack P. and the CEO of NASDAQ.
Look at that. Jack, man.
Please.
Wow. What a tat.
it's so good.
Wow.
The rage on his
finally-
face in that just cracks me up.
Hey, we have a buzzer submission here, but we got a video sent in to us. Let's. I haven't actually watched it yet, so let's see what it is.
Hey guys, it's Jack. I'm about to toss
Uh-oh.
a couple 16s and fill up this hot tub.
Wow. That. That's a couple 16s.
Now, spot the
Nice.
difference between that and the Alex video from
that's
earlier. I
good.
can't. Back to you, Andre.
I got FOMO, man. I got
Trout.
Yeah, I got some serious FOMO after that. Jack, why are you doing this to us, man? Gosh.
Path to a better lifestyle, Andre.
Hey,
You're going to keep that hot all winter?
personified.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Nice.
can't take all the energy.
Oh, wow. All right. We got less than a minute here on Power Hour coming into the close.
Yeah.
Pretty muted. Okay. It's okay. Got 2 more days left in the trading week. Got some heavy hitting numbers tomorrow and Wednesday.
Yeah.
Make it some
I don't.
Wednesday.
No, I don't regret not trading. Actually, I was short at the beginning. I exited at very nice place. My short with a profit. I couldn't buy it. Couldn't even if I bought it, I will be just waiting to get stopped out.
We go 4 seconds, 3 seconds left. Thank you to Mohammed, Hoag, trade this morning. Dolby time, nice trade as well. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers. This is a short week here at Topstep, Topstep TV, and for the markets. Right here, right now, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out.
Okay. Well, you know what? Hey, thanks for being with us here today. We appreciate it, and hopefully you appreciate it also. I'd like to thank all our guests for being here with us today and sharing their knowledge and having some fun with us on this shortened week, Monday. Well, taking a look, we got the 26th of November coming up tomorrow, and who's going to be with us tomorrow? I'm going to tell you here right now. We got Coach Hoops going to drop in here. Rips Coach Dakota. We got Jonathan. Also, let's see here. Okay. Jonathan D is going to be joining us here, trading with Topstep. We've got Matt Y going to be back to the futures. And to close out show, dynamic duo Kevin T and Cammy. Cammy's going to be back with us. Cammy Capital. We're in New Zealand. They just had their milk auction today. I wonder if he got a couple gallons on discount. All right, let's take a look and see what we've got here for tomorrow's economic calendar. Now, I did mention there's going to be a lot, and there is going to be a lot here. So let's get busy here. 7:55, we got Red Book. 8 o'clock, we got House Price Index. Coming up here, we got the Composite. 8 o'clock also. 9 o'clock, Consumer Confidence. Big number there. We have new home sales month over month, 9 o'clock. For October, big number there. Richmond Manufacturing, 9 o'clock, also 9:30. Dallas Fed. We've got the Texas Service Outlook at 9:30. 10 o'clock, Money Supply, month over month for the M2. We got a 12 o'clock here, 5-year note auction. And 1 o'clock, FOMC meeting minutes. And our API crude stock, also API, a little later on in the day. But otherwise, once again, I'd like to thank you for being with us here today. If you learned just one thing today, yes, you are moving forward, and that's what it's all about. Moving forward in your education, in your career, and journey in trading. So, tomorrow, don't forget, we've got a 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday with Deanna for the London Open. But right after this, we're going to be having At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. That's going to be Monday through Friday. So we'll have that. Remember, Wednesday is our last day here for the week. I'm going to get to that in just a second. Today, 6 p.m., Coach Ray in the Discord channel, Coach Vince at 7. And don't forget Coach Dakota. Slow markets, Sunday through Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. And as I was mentioning, with the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday coming up in the United States here, we're going to be off air this Thursday and Friday, but Topstep TV will be back live Sunday, the following Sunday, December 1st, for market kickoff with Nick for a Tick at 4:45 p.m. Central Time. So just mark that in your calendars. I want to make sure that you know that. I remind you again. But now it's time to say goodbye. It's time to go. It's time to go relax. Time to go enjoy the rest of the evening, daytime, nighttime, wherever you are on this planet. Re-energize. Get yourself ready for tomorrow. Orders from headquarters. Stay safe, stay healthy, and have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, don't go changing. I like you just the way you are. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.
I've never felt so good in my life. I'm on an absolute roll, podiuming at every single competition during the year.
7-5 for the kid from Aspen. A tremendous showing.
And this is our 5th contest, and I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9.
First thing with this system is the wind starting to pick up 30-mile-per-hour range with gusts easily up to over 40.
And then in one fell swoop, literally 1 second, and my whole season, my whole world flips upside down on itself. I thought for sure I had broken my ankle, at least torn some tendons in my ankle, maybe have torn my ACL in my knee, and all the work I'd put in was coming to a screeching halt. When the doctor read the MRIs, it looked like he couldn't even believe the screen. No ligaments were torn, and I couldn't believe it. The dream is still alive. It had really only just begun. And I knew that I needed to work so hard in order to make it happen. My life 100% consisted of healing, day after day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, morning meditation, PT exercises, eat breakfast, oatmeal, blueberries, physical therapy, an hour, hyperbaric chamber, an hour, Novathor bed, 30 minutes, drive to the gym, stretch 20 minutes, bike 20 minutes, workout 45 minutes, hot tub 20 minutes, drive home, sauna with visualization, every run over and over again. Heat, ice, heat, ice, heat, ice, over and over and over again. Go to sleep, do it all again. Wake up, 7:30 sharp. The only thing on my mind, the only thing I could focus on, the only thing I could possibly do was get better. Feels like the bone and the bone. I'm gonna do every single minute detail that I possibly can, because if I leave anything on the table, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The day after I got injured in Mammoth, I was probably at 30%, exactly a month and 2 days after, close to 100%. I'm feeling like me and me more and more every day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, repeat, every day, every day. The reality is there's no roadmap to tell you, okay, I can do this trick right now or I can't do this trick right now. It's like, how do I feel? Okay, I feel pretty good. Can I do a 540? Okay, can I do a 900? Okay, I can do the 900. Can I do the 900 the other way, to the right?
Getting better, everyone. All right, switch left tab. Nice and big, good takeoff. You got this. Come on, baby.
Backwards to the left, switch left. That feels good. Can I do backwards to the right, switch right? But that hurts pretty bad, actually. Can I do a double? Because I won't be able to compete the way I want to without being able to do a double.
Right up 12. Same trick I hurt myself on in Mammoth. All right, I got this. I can do this. I was freaking nervous for that.
There's a difference between going to the Olympics and just going, and then going knowing that you can do something great. And I'm nervous because I know I can do something great, and I believe I will, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm excited, I'm ready, I'm prepared, but yes, I'm nervous. And I think being nervous is actually a benefit. It makes me more focused. do the left side double cork 1620. My heart's pounding out of my chest. Never been so nervous in my life. Oh my God, am I going to be the same? Am I the same? Can I do this? Does my ankle feel good? So many different thoughts running through my head. What if I fall here? If I fall here now, this is going to be really bad. But if I land, I'll have so much more confidence in order to bring it into the Olympics. Okay. Boom, drop in. Take off. Land. It's like, got it. Got it. And that was the moment I was kind of thinking to myself, this is doable. I believe in myself again. This is good. This is really good.
I can do this. I got this. I am this.
Man, today was so much better than yesterday. Just wait till tomorrow. That's what I tell myself every day.